Government exists to serve our people.
What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? What's it all about?
The world is moving backwards. Climate change crisis.
Let's work together.
New industrial revolution.
The whole system has to be changed.
تنظر الحكومة المتميزة إلى أن كل مواطن ثروة وطنية، وبناء الدولة لا يعتمد على الحكومة فقط، بل هو واجب على كل مواطن.
ما في خط نهائي للتطور والابتكار والتميز.
Let's make sure that every single government department can be as good as the best private company in the world.
When we meet for the 20th Governance Summit, you will use an app like Uber, but not anymore to call some driver, but a self-driven car. We will pay, not necessarily with bitcoins, but with other, what they call cryptocurrencies.
Our countries can learn from each other. We can make our governments even more responsive and accountable to our citizens.
We face a terrible lack of trust between peoples and government, and lots of people that feel that they were left behind and that their countries have not taken care of them.
We need to just be very careful in how we adopt artificial intelligence.
I'd like to see a future where all the countries of the world, no matter how poor or wealthy you are, you say 10% is going to be.
A devastating epidemic can start in any country at any time and kill millions of people because we're not prepared, because we're still vulnerable.
We are faced what I believe is the greatest moral crisis of our time, that those least responsible for nature's destruction will suffer the greatest consequences. The problems are global. The solutions must be global.
We need to make sure that every child is back in the classroom and learning, and we need to invest in teachers.
I think what we're realizing more and more is the power of the creative arts and storytelling.
We do know that the greatest force of evolution through human inventiveness and technology, so we are at the brink of a new world in which the technologies are going to radically change a lot of the things that we know, but we don't know how.
It is our job to create computing technology such that nobody has to program, and that the programming language is human.
اليوم أستطيع أن أقول بأننا انتقلنا إلى الثانية من الدقيقة الأولى، من الساعة الأولى، من اليوم الأول من التطور التكنولوجي مع الاستخدام الكبير للذكاء الاصطناعي.
القمة العالمية للحكومات.
WorldGovSummit.
Governance Summit ini.
Hükümet zirvesinin insanlık.
The World Government Summit.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، أيها الحضور الكريم، تنطلق الآن أعمال اليوم الأول للقمة العالمية للحكومات 2025. نرحب بكل من معالي محمد القرقاوي وزير شؤون مجلس الوزراء في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة ورئيس القمة العالمية للحكومات ليلقي الكلمة الافتتاحية، والبروفيسور كلاوس شواب رئيس مجلس الأمناء للمنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي ليلقي كلمة بعنوان الحكومات في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, welcome to the first day of the World Government Summit 2025. We start our day with an opening speech by His Excellency Mohammed Al-Gargawi, UAE Minister of Cabinet Affairs and Chairman of the World Government Summit, followed by a session titled Governments in the Intelligent Age with Professor Klaus Schwab, Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the World Economic Forum. Please note that the opening speech will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
صباح الخير السيدات والسادة أصحاب المعالي، صديقي البروفيسور كلاوس شواب، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرحب بكم في القمة العالمية للحكومات، والتي تنطلق بتوجيهات من صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس الدولة حفظه الله، وصاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم نائب رئيس الدولة رئيس مجلس وزراء حاكم دبي حفظه الله. الحضور الكريم، نمر اليوم بمرحلة مفصلية في الحضارة الإنسانية بعد أن أكملنا 25 عام من الألفية التي شهد فيها العالم تحولات كبرى. سأستعرض اليوم معكم تطورات ال25 عام الماضية لنستشرف معا ال25 عاما القادمة. بداية دعونا نرجع لعام 2000، لحظات قبل عام 2000 وبالتحديد ليلة 31 ديسمبر من عام 1999.
A computer error known as the Y2K bug led to many computer systems experiencing errors due to their circuits not being programmed to recognize the year 2000.
3, 2, 1, happy 2000!
الجميع يتذكر Y2K. مر العالم بحالة طوارئ خوفاً من عجز الكمبيوترات وانهيار الأنظمة وانقطاع الاتصالات. في الدقيقة الأولى من عام 2000 تنفس العالم الصعداء بانتهاء ذاك الكابوس. كان تخوف العالم مصدر التكنولوجيا، وما لم يتوقعه العالم أن الزلزال سيأتي من كهوف تورا بورا في أفغانستان، لا من أجهزة الحواسيب. فاشعلت أحداث 11 سبتمبر العالم، ليتبعها غزو أفغانستان ومن ثم العراق، وفي عام 2008 شهدنا الأزمة المالية العالمية، ومن ثم أحداث الربيع العربي، وجاءت كورونا في عام 2020 وحصدت أرواح ملايين من البشر. شهدنا حرب أوكرانيا ثم حرب غزة بخسائر إنسانية مهولة. كانت ال25 عاما الماضية عاصفة بأحداثها، ولكنها كانت أيضا مدهشة بتحولاتها. زاد عدد سكان العالم من 6 مليارات في عام 2000 إلى 8.2 نسمة اليوم. تضاعف حجم الاقتصاد من 34 تريليون دولار إلى 115 تريليون دولار في عام 2024. نمت التجارة الدولية من 7 تريليون دولار إلى 13 تريليون دولار في عام 2024. انتقل العالم من هيمنة الشركات الصناعية والتقليدية مثل شركات النفط والصناعات الثقيلة والخدمات المالية إلى صدارة شركات التكنولوجيا والمنصات الرقمية. شهد العالم تحولات عميقة في المشهد الاقتصادي، حيث صعدت كل من الصين والهند مقابل تراجع بعض الدول الصناعية المتقدمة. في عام 2000 كان العالم متفائل. جميعنا يذكر كتاب توماس فريدمان The World is Flat، والذي يصف العولمة كقوة محركة للتكامل الاقتصادي. اليوم حصل العكس مع صعود الشعبوية وأيضا سياسات الانكفاء الداخلي. تحدثت في العام الماضي عن أن الصراعات ستتحول إلى صراعات تكنوسياسية، أي صراعات تكنولوجية سياسية. نشهد أمثلة على ذلك اليوم من خلال منافسة بين الصين والولايات المتحدة في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي، وأقرب مثال شركة صينية تدعى ديب سيك خلقت نظام بكلفة بسيطة تنافس OpenAI. عام 2000 كان عدد مستخدمي الإنترنت حوالي 7% من عدد سكان الأرض. اليوم 60%، 5 مليارات نسمة يستخدمون الإنترنت. كانت قيمة العملات الرقمية قبل 25 عام صفر. اليوم قيمة العملات الرقمية 3 تريليون دولار. عام 2000 كانت الحروب التكنولوجية والروبوتات العسكرية نراها فقط في أفلام الخيال العلمي. اليوم نراها على أرض الواقع. قبل 25 عام كان العالم يخاف من الحروب النووية فقط، أما الآن فهو يخاف من الحروب السبرانية والبيولوجية بالإضافة إلى الحروب النووية. الحضور الكريم، كانت تلك أبرز التحولات منذ عام 2000 إلى الآن، والسؤال اليوم هو ماذا لو كانت قراراتنا كبشرية مختلفة خلال 25 عام الماضية؟ واسمحوا لي أن أطرح عليكم 4 مشاهد تشكلت نتيجة هذه القرارات. المشهد الأول: ماذا لو لم تكن الحروب والنزاعات خيار البشرية في خلال 25 سنة الماضية؟ خلال 25 سنة الماضية فقد العالم أكثر من 2 شخص نتيجة هذه الحروب. تشرد حوالي 120 مليون لاجئ. فقط 4% من كافة الصراعات انتهت باتفاقيات سلام. فماذا لو اخترنا السلام بدلاً من العنف، والحلول الدبلوماسية بدلاً من العسكرية؟ نحن لا نفترض عالماً أفلاطونياً، ولكننا حتماً كبشر يمكننا أن نتخذ قرارات أكثر حكمة، وندرك أن عوائد الاستقرار والسلام والتعايش أكبر بكثير مما يمكن أن تجلبه النزاعات. وكما يقال: من لا يتعلم من التاريخ سيكرر أخطاءه. أما المشهد الثاني فهو: ماذا لو لم يكن الاقتصاد هو المعيار الأساسي في قياس رفاه الشعوب خلال 25 سنة الماضية؟ تشير الدراسات إلى أن الشعوب في أكبر الاقتصادات في العالم ليست هي الأسعد، وليست هي الأكثر استقراراً ورفاهاً. فهل النمو الاقتصادي وحده يعكس رفاه المجتمعات؟ في عالم يبتعد عن القيم المجتمعية والروابط الأسرية، هناك 280 مليون شخص يعانون من الاكتئاب حول العالم. الاقتصاد العالمي يتكبد $1 تريليون سنوياً نتيجة هذه الأمراض. فماذا لو ركزت الحكومات في سياستها على جودة النمو كما تركز على كمية النمو؟ ماذا لو كان قياس الرفاه من منظور أشمل يغطي الأبعاد الاجتماعية والبيئية والصحية كالرعاية النفسية والحفاظ على الأسرة وتعزيز منظومة القيم النبيلة في المجتمعات؟ مرة أخرى أقول: من لا يتعلم من التاريخ سيكرر أخطاءه. أما المشهد الثالث: ماذا لو كان بناء الثقة أولويات الحكومات؟ الثقة هي أساس العلاقات وأساس التعاملات وأساس الحكومات، ولكن بين عام 2000 إلى 2025 شهدنا تراجعاً في معدل الثقة في الحكومات في كثير من دول العالم، وأكبر دليل على ذلك تصاعد موجات الاحتجاجات والحركات الشعبوية. ولو نظرنا إلى مؤشر الثقة العالمي لرأينا أن الثقة بالحكومات لا تتعدى 52% فقط. من لا يتعلم من التاريخ سيكرر أخطاءه. أما المشهد الرابع: ماذا لو قادت الدوافع الإنسانية الأجندة العالمية على مدى 25 سنة الماضية؟ في عالم اليوم تنعم الدول بمستويات رفاه وتعليم وصحة غير مسبوقة، ورغم أننا حققنا إنجازات كثيرة في انتشال البشرية من الفقر والجهل والمرض، إلا أنه لا يزال يعيش حوالي 630 مليون شخص تحت خط الفقر. وحسب الدراسات سنحتاج $800 مليار سنوياً للقضاء على الجوع والمرض والجهل. قد يبدو هذا الرقم ضخماً، ولكن ماذا لو خصص أكبر 50 اقتصاد في العالم 1% من ناتجه الإجمالي لمواجهة هذه التحديات؟ 1% فقط تساوي حوالي $880 مليار سنوياً، ميزانية تكفي وتزيد على ما نحتاجه لمعالجة الفقر والجهل والمرض حول العالم. نحن في دولة الإمارات نخصص سنوياً 1.5% من ناتجنا المحلي للإغاثة والدعم التنموي. القرار بأيدينا. مستقبلنا لا يتطلب معجزات، بل التزاماً بقيمنا الإنسانية. ومرة أخرى أقول: من لا يتعلم من التاريخ محكوم عليه تكراره. التغييرات التي شهد العالم لم تكن مجرد أحداث عابرة، بل هي دروس متراكمة. الحكومات التي تقرأ الماضي بعمق هي القادرة على تصميم المستقبل. تحدثت عن 25 عام الماضية بدروسها وإنجازاتها، ودعوني أشارككم أهم التوقعات والتصورات لل25 عاماً القادمة. بعد 25 عاماً من الآن سيصل عدد سكان العالم إلى 10 مليارات نسمة، وسيكون أغلب النمو في آسيا وأفريقيا. فكيف سيؤثر ذلك على سوق العمل والاستهلاك؟ في عام 2050 سيكون أكثر من 20% من سكان العالم فوق سن 60 مقارنة فقط ب10% في عام 2000. فهل أنظمتنا الصحية والاجتماعية وأنظمة التقاعد جاهزة لذلك؟ في عام 2050 سيخدم البشر أكثر من 20 مليار روبوت. فما تأثير ذلك على نمط حياتنا اجتماعياً ونفسياً وعلى أسواق عملنا وكذلك على مستقبل المهارات؟ بعد 25 عاماً سيكون الفضاء جزءاً رئيسياً من حياتنا واستثماراتنا وكذلك مواردنا، حيث يتوقع أن يصل اقتصاد الفضاء إلى 4 تريليون دولار. كيف سيكون شكل التعليم في عام 2050؟ هل سنحتاج إلى 12 عاماً دراسياً؟ هل نحتاج إلى جامعات؟ أم سيكون الذكاء الاصطناعي بروفيسوراً خاصاً لكل شخص يعلمه أعقد المواد بأبسط الطرق بأقل كلفة؟ في عام 2050 بفضل تقنيات تعزيز القدرات ستتغير إمكانات البشر عقلياً وجسدياً، وقد تصبح كائنات ذات قدرات تقنية وبيولوجية خارقة. سيعيش الإنسان لمدة أطول وستتضاعف إنتاجيته بمعدلات غير مسبوقة. سيتمكن الإنسان من حل مشكلات شبه مستحيلة في البيئة والطب والفضاء وقطاعات أخرى. سيكون باستطاعة البشر التنقل وبسرعة قياسية، وسنكتشف عوالم جديدة لم نتخيلها على كوكبنا وخارجه. ستصل البشرية في الذكاء والكفاءة والإنتاجية إلى مستويات قد نظنها خيالية، وأرجو أن ينعكس ذلك كذلك على حكمة البشر. أكرر ما أقول دائما بأن ما تحمله 25 سنة القادمة من تطور سيفوق كل ما شهدته البشرية في تاريخ حضارتها. نحن ننتقل من مرحلة إلى أخرى مختلفة تماما في تاريخ الحضارة البشرية. فما زال الذكاء الاصطناعي لم يولد بعد، هو كجنين في طور التشكل. طوال 30,000 سنة كان الإنسان هو الذي يستطيع التفكير والتحليل والإبداع وإعطاء الأوامر. اليوم ولأول مرة في التاريخ هناك شيء ثاني ينافس الإنسان في قدراته العقلية والإبداعية، وقد يتفوق عليه وبصورة كبيرة. نحن ندخل مرحلة جديدة من تاريخ البشرية تحتاج أدوات جديدة ومنهجية جديدة ورؤية جديدة. مستقبلنا ستحدد قراراتنا اليوم، فما مستقبل البشرية إلا مجموعة قرارات الحكومات والمنظمات والشركات والأفراد. الحضور الكريم، في قمتنا هذا العام نحن هنا لنطرح الأسئلة الكبرى التي ستحدد مستقبل البشرية. أهم درس يعلمنا إياه التاريخ أن القادم مختلف عن السابق، والمتغيرات الاقتصادية والتقنية ستكون أيضاً مختلفة بشكل كامل. دور الحكومات أن تستعد لذلك، لأن ما سيأتي هو تاريخ جديد وسيكتب بقواعد جديدة. وفي الختام تمنياتي لكم بقمة تصنع واقعاً أفضل لل25 سنة القادمة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. والآن أدعو صديقي البروفيسور كلاوس شواب، مؤسس ورئيس مجلس الأمناء في المنتدى الاقتصادي العالمي، لإلقاء كلمته. بروفيسور.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Minister, since we opened this meeting, the first meeting 12 years ago, I think, the world has changed so much, but I have to say you were always at the forefront of this change. Now, ladies and gentlemen, just think you were living 200 years back. It was the agricultural age. And then we had the first industrial revolution, with the invention of the steam engine, the second industrial revolution with mass production, electricity, the third industrial revolution with computers, and then the fourth industrial revolution. And I remember I spoke about the fourth industrial revolution when we opened this meeting in 2016. And now it's much more than just an industrial revolution. Similar to the transition from the agricultural age to the industrial age, we are now moving from the industrial age to the intelligent age. But there is one big difference compared to the first transition from the agricultural to the industrial age, where we had several generations to adapt. Now, this transition is happening at exponential speed. Everybody speaks about artificial intelligence, but just imagine what progress has been made just in the last 3 years. Now again, this country has been very foresighted. I think, Minister, you have since 2017 a Minister for Artificial Intelligence. So we are living in the transition to a new time, which will change everything. It will change how we communicate, how we work, how we live. In the agricultural age, the economy was mainly based on agricultural products. In the industrial age, industrial products and services, more and more sophisticated. But now in this new age, the base will be knowledge, data, and intelligent insights. What does it mean for governments? Governments have to be enablers of this change at lightning speed. They have to provide the necessary infrastructure. And they have particularly to cooperate with business, because this transition into this new intelligent age will only be mastered if all stakeholders of global society work together. Governments in the lead, business as the innovators, and of course civil society, making sure that this transformation is benefiting everybody. But governments have another big task and challenge: to produce, to help to produce the talents which we need to shape the intelligent age. Our capabilities, our knowledge base has to change tremendously in order to be competitive in this new world. Minister, you referred to education. Education will be the key. Now, what we have to expect, according to the research of my organization, is that 50% of jobs will be directly or indirectly affected already in the next 5 to 10 years by this revolution. But there's a third big role which governments have to play. Governments have to work together to create the necessary guardrails, the necessary ethical policies around those new technologies. They can serve for the benefit of humankind, but they can also do a lot of harm. What we are seeing today in the international efforts is not enough. Of course, my own organization is very much involved in creating the necessary understanding, but also the necessary to help the necessary policies around those new technologies. And it's not just artificial intelligence, it's also quantum computing, crypto, and so on. But we need more efforts, not just summits from time to time. We need a coordinated global process to make sure that those technologies are to the benefit of humankind, of everybody. Now, if we look at the future, Minister, you mentioned the lack of trust. Yes, if you look at the future, many people are afraid because the progress is so fast, so complex. Can we understand? I have to confess, even writing at the moment a book on the intelligent age, I don't understand all the aspects. So what is the consequence of not understanding? It's being afraid of the future. So governments have also the task to explain to the people, to be educators, to show them that actually those technologies have more opportunities than they entail threats. Now, the future is not happening. The future is shaped by us. The future is shaped particularly, and has to be shaped, through cooperation and collaborative efforts between governments, business, and civil society. The worst what could happen is not just we lose trust into governments or business. The worst what could happen is that we lose trust in our future. And the future is not happening. The future is shaped by us, as I mentioned. So let's look with optimism into the future. And as I said in Davos just 2 weeks ago, let's look at our future with constructive optimism. Thank you.
I think they are giving us the music, so we'll have time for one question. I'll try to make it two. Should AI be treated like nuclear technology, requiring strict global governance?
No, AI is an enabling, it's a systemic technology. So it penetrates everything what we are doing. So governments have a big responsibility, particularly also, as I mentioned, in shaping the necessary norms and rules. And I would say in the past, very often we spoke about government officials as being bureaucrats. I would coin a new expression. Government people today have to be governance architects. They have to create the frameworks. They have to have system thinking. It's not anymore possible to look just at one element of the picture. What we need is a systems approach. And I think governments are very essential in defining the system and work with a systems-oriented attitude.
My second question, Professor, what quality will define successful leader in the intelligent age?
I would say what is very important today for an individual in order to survive and to not only to survive, but to prosper in this new world. I think it is the what I would call curiosity. Because if you are curious of what's happening, it's fascinating. Well, for me, it's fascinating what's happening in the world at the moment. If you are curious, you want to learn. And learning is essential, but there's one difference. We are faced with what I mentioned, exponential speed. And actually, we are wired in a way that we are much more apt to respond to linear speed, to linear change, but not to exponential change. Now, here, artificial intelligence can actually help us very much, because artificial intelligence can provide us with the capability to digest. If I take a pot, it can help me to deal with this very exponential change.
Professor, thank you very much. سادة الحضور، أتمنى لكم 3 أيام من المعرفة والشغف، وبإذن الله نراكم على خير خلال هذه الجلسات. شكرا جزيلا. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, man.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation titled The Future We Shape with Robin Lee, co-founder and CEO of Baidu, and His Excellency Omar Sultan Al Ulama, UAE Minister of State for Artificial Intelligence, Digital Economy and Remote Work Applications, and Vice Chair of the World Government Summit.
So much to talk about, so little time.
Yeah, it's
Robin,
an
thank
exciting
you so much
time.
for being here.
Right.
So I just want to do a quick introduction on who Robin Lee is and what Baidu is. I think that the world today is a bipolar world in many senses when it comes to artificial intelligence. Most people talk about China and the US, And in that conversation, one of the main pillars of China's AI endeavors is Baidu and the incredible work that they do. So it's great to have Robin Lee's perspective, a leader in this domain, as well as Baidu's perspective on the future of AI. I'd like to start with the elephant in the room, which is DeepSeek. And I'd like to specifically ask, was it expected, in your opinion? Like, did you actually think that this is going to happen, it's going to happen this fast and in this way? Or were you caught by surprise as well by what DeepSeek was able to achieve?
Basically, my view is that innovation cannot be planned. You just don't know when and where innovation comes. What you can do is just to foster an environment that is conducive to innovation. We live in a very exciting time. In the past, when we talk about Moore's Law, it's like every 18 months, the performance doubles or the price halves. But today, when we talk about large language models, the inference cost basically can be reduced by more than 90% over 12 months. So this is much, much faster than the computer revolution we experienced over the past few decades. And also, I think LLM is a very large area. There are all kinds of directions that you can innovate on. For example, in the US, the OpenAIs and services, they all race to build or to develop the most powerful large language models. But in China, because of the constraints of compute, we have to innovate to reduce the cost, both on the inference side and the training side. And fortunately, we've seen significant progress in the past year or so. For Baidu, we start from a search engine background. It's naturally very close to large language model. That's why in March of 2023, we launched the ErnieBot, which was our answer to ChatGPT. That's like 3 months after ChatGPT was launched. That's also probably the first ChatGPT-like application ever launched by a public company. And Google launched Bard later, and they renamed it to Gemini, as we know today. So it's a very exciting time. We see innovations everywhere, and we have to adjust ourselves to this kind of fast-changing innovation. But I would say that what's more important is AI application. Over the past few years, we were very excited about all kinds of improvements, technology breakthroughs. But if we look at the technology stack, it's like a pyramid in the sense that the most money is made on the silicon level, the GPUs and other kind of ASIC chips. Then on top of that, it's a cloud infrastructure, the hyperscalers or cloud service providers. And then on top of that, it's a language model. And then the application layer is at the very top. But the applications haven't made much money yet. Today, when we talk about AI native applications, ARR, or annual recurring revenue, it's probably like several 10 million or max several $100 million. But at the GPU level, you talk about tens of billions of dollars.
I think that's what everyone's talking about right now, which is how do you justify the investments? I want to actually go back to the point that you mentioned. You said that in China, we're actually trying to innovate to reduce the cost. Some people think that this is because of the restrictions on the chips coming to China, because of the political direction.
Yeah.
But if you actually zoom out and look at the history of China, it's done that with every industry. So in cars, for example, the whole point was to take this industry, to reduce the cost, and to then build new products.
Yeah.
I think it is a way that China actually approaches technology and innovation, reducing the cost, improving the efficiency, and then trying to scale and maybe take over the market in that sense.
Yeah.
So do you think this is because of the chips, or do you think that this is how China typically approaches innovation?
Well, I think most of the innovation, not just in AI or not even just in the IT industry, I think if you look back the past few hundred years, I think most of the innovation relates to cost reduction. If you can reduce the cost by certain amount, certain percentage, then that means your productivity increases by that kind of percentage. So I think that's pretty much the nature of innovation. It's just that today it's happening at a rate much faster than before. And for companies in China, we are under certain type of constraint. So we were probably the first ones to feel the pain of those high cost. I'll give you an example in robotaxi. In the US or in more developed markets, the ride-hailing price is much higher than that in China, right? So even if you have a car, that robotaxi car that costs like, let's say, $100,000, you can still make money by operating that car in a driverless fashion. But in China, the ride-hailing price is much lower. So you have to come out with a technology that costs much less in order to make sense to have a driverless operation. So we, to a certain extent, are forced to innovate to bring down the cost.
If we touch upon maybe Apollo just specifically here, in your opinion, do you think that the driverless car ecosystem in China is more advanced than what it is in the US because the regulations allowed for you to deploy, because you have certain real-life use cases that are cheap, that are cost-effective, that people are using on their day-to-day lives? Or do you think they are equal? Or do you think that, how do you compare it in both countries? If I was a government official that's sitting here in this crowd, and I wanted to choose who to partner with, how would you compare the product? How would you compare the advancement?
Yeah, I would say there are a number of technological approaches for the self-driving thing. Tesla has their own approach. They just don't want to use any sensor other than camera, and they would like to achieve full self-driving from the ADAS or advanced aided, computer-aided driving until you can reach a fully driverless stage. But for us, for our robotaxi is called Apollo Go, and for Waymo, we're taking a different approach. We would like to start from certain geographic areas, and from day one, it's operated without any driver. And I think both approaches has its merit. We just need to move faster. Wherever the regulatory environment allows, we'll just deploy the operation there. Speaking of this, I actually have a video that shows how a robotaxi is operated in China. Let's take a look.
In our city, robotaxi has become a part of life.
Robotaxi.
Self-driving technology.
So cool. Let's go.
How does Apollo Go make people enjoy driverless rides? It answers your every call. And attends your every need.
door is closing.
It withstands scrutiny.
Welcome to Apollo Go. Slide the screen and start your trip.
And passes all tests. It is an evolving intelligence. Humbler and safer. It caters to your interests and accompanies your exploration. It alleviates your fatigue. And takes you to the destination. Apollo Go, advancing for safety, innovating for lives.
Honestly, I think maybe we should explore next year the government summit, all the fleet to be autonomous, powered by Apollo Go.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, but you can see that the road condition is actually quite complicated, quite challenging, right? Sometimes you're cut through by a car coming from nowhere. There are motorcycles weaving through the traffic, and sometimes you have to overtake a bus in front of you. This is not imagination or some kind of futuristic vision. This is things that happens every day in some of the Chinese cities.
And realistically, if I were to deploy this technology, and I wanted to deploy it in some city, for example, around the world, how long does it take from saying, yes, let's do it, to actually deploying it and seeing it come to reality?
Technically, it takes about 2 weeks. But in order to comply with the local regulations, a typical deployment cycle is about 6 months. Most cities require us to have safety driver and to drive around the road for, I don't know, 1 or 2 months, and you get rid of the driver, but you cannot charge. Then you can start to charge. Then you can expand the areas from certain dedicated area to the whole city. That process typically takes about 6 months.
So technology readiness is 2 weeks, but regulation readiness takes 6 months. I think this is the reality of most innovation.
Right.
That governments, unfortunately, at most points of time, are not able to remove bureaucracy and red tape fast enough to allow for the technology.
Right.
I'll pivot maybe to another topic of interest, which is the risk of AI. And people that work on the frontier of AI have different views on what AI can do, what it can't do.
Yeah.
Self-driving cars are a very good application of AI.
Right.
That talks about a positive future where people can enjoy their drive and have fun, be more productive.
Yeah.
What keeps you up at night when it comes to artificial intelligence? What are you worried about?
Yeah, I worry a lot of things. First, it's a regulatory environment. Right now, as you know, that technology is already ahead of the regulatory environment. Sometimes I just think, okay, our technology is already ready, but why can't we just deploy it to a much larger scale or much wider region? And secondly, technology is improving very, very fast. Although we are already impressed with what we can achieve today, but think about 6 months from now or 2 years from now, it will become much better. Is that by Baidu or by our peers or by someone from a different industry? We just don't know. Everyone is rushing ahead, and competition is also very fierce. And there are also risks associated with this kind of innovation. Although we have proven that robotaxi is much safer than human drivers, I think it's at least, as of today, it's at least 10 times safer. Every year, more than 1 billion people get killed in traffic accidents. But with robotaxi, that death rate can be reduced significantly. Also, if you look at from the insurance claims, from our operating record, our insurance claims is only like 1/14 of regular taxi or a regular driver car. But still, this is a new industry, a new area. People's tolerance on accidents are very low. So if some serious accident happens, it may drag down your technology progress. You probably have to stop the operation for a certain amount of time and find out what happened and make all the adjustments to restart the operation. So we've been very careful so that as of today, although we've been operating this for like 2-3 years on a relatively large scale, we haven't had any serious accidents involving our robotaxi.
A few weeks ago, when DeepSeek became the talk of town and the world saw what the Chinese were able to achieve with a model that is so effective, so cheap, so easy to deploy, that's open source, the stocks of many of the large chip providers and many of the large data center providers around the world dropped significantly because people thought that we might not need those investments, these eye-watering billions of dollars that are being invested in inferencing data centers, in data centers to train these AI systems and models. Do you actually think that seeing what we see and knowing what you know, that these investments are going to continue, or do you think we're going to have to look back and maybe create a new model where we build as we go, or that we innovate in that faster than we innovate in other industries? How do you see the future of data centers, of infrastructure in this domain?
Yeah, I think this is a great question, and I've been thinking about this for the past month or so. I think when you look at the fundamentals, what the overarching theme is still that the technology improves very fast. The costs are reduced by like 90% every year, and the performance becomes better and better. And when the technology is still evolves at such a rapid rate, you just cannot stop investing. You have to invest to make sure that you are at the very front of this technological innovation or revolution. So I think the investment in silicon, in computer, in cloud infrastructure is still very much required. To come up the next best model, a model that outsmarts everyone else, you have to use more compute to try all kind of different areas. Maybe at some point you find a shortcut that takes, let's say, 6 million to train a model, but you already spend like billions to figure out which way is the right way to spend like 6 million, right?
But isn't that the gambler's dilemma? I've already spent 100 and I need to take something back, so I keep spending to hopefully make back that money and beyond.
Right.
And who's going to win? You said earlier, I think this is a great point that you mentioned. The returns of these models and deploying these models economically don't make sense currently.
Right.
So is the view that at one point of time we'll be able to make the returns to justify it?
Yeah.
Is the view that maybe my model is going to be the one that's used and I'm going to win that game and make up for it?
Yeah.
What do you think the approach is?
I'm optimistic about the future of AI. I think even at the current level, large language models can already create a lot of value in all kinds of scenarios. We have like hundreds of thousands of customers who use the early large language model to improve the efficiency in areas like recruitment, e-commerce, or healthcare, or even energy, power. We've seen a lot of use cases that if in the past it cost them, let's say, $10,000 to achieve certain things, with LLMs that only costs like $1,000 for them. So it already creates value for them. But you're right, I think we do need to worry about value creation at the application layer. If you spend hundreds of billions of dollars at the infrastructure layer, and you just cannot come up with applications that creates 10 times more than that, it's not going to be sustainable. So even though we've seen all kinds of use cases in all kinds of different scenarios, probably more like the to-B side. On the to-C side, the consumer side, we haven't seen a so-called super application like in the mobile internet stage, the social media, right? The daily active users in the hundreds of millions, and people spend like 2 hours a day on one app. We haven't seen opportunities like that, but I'm sure as time passes by, someone will figure this out. You will be able to create an app that's very sticky. Right now, even for ChatGPT, I think their DAU/MAU, meaning daily active user / monthly active user, is 16%. And if you look at Facebook or WeChat, it's like 90%. And the average time spent per user for the chatbot is like 10 minutes. And for the social media, it's like 100 minutes, 120 minutes. So it's still quite far away from that level of application. And I think the whole world is actually looking for this kind of super app at this stage.
I think that's a great answer. Just one final question for a minute. Open source or closed source for these models, what do you think the direction should be?
Yeah, this is something that a lot of industry experts are debating on. You have closed source players like OpenAI, Anthropic, and you have open sources like DeepSeek, Llama. It's a race. What we learned in the past few months is that it turns out that open source can help you to get more attention. If you open things up, a lot of people will be curious enough to try it, right? This will help spread the technology much faster. And because we are at the very early stage of AI, generative AI innovation, a faster spread will help increase adoption, will help more people to try the technology, therefore create a better opportunity for innovation at the application layer. So I just want to reinforce my point that what's more important is application. It's not which language model are you using, it's what kind of super app, what kind of value you can create at the application layer.
Amazing. Robin, we could have spent another hour here. Thank you so much for the answers, and thank you for your time. And I look forward to seeing you more in this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled The New Economic Revolution, An African Perspective. This session is moderated by Eleni Jokos from CNN. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Please take a seat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eleni Jokos. I'm an anchor and correspondent at CNN. I'm the host of a show called Connecting Africa, as well as a show called Marketplace Middle East. And I think it's really important that our first panel this morning at this conference is focusing on the African economic revolution. I'd like to welcome my guests, and then I'd like to share with you some numbers that I think will put the African continent into incredible perspective. A big welcome to His Excellency Dr. David Monina Sangye, Chief Minister, Prime Minister of Sierra Leone, first ever Chief Innovation Officer. Those claps, yes? He is incredible, he's a powerhouse. Also former Basic and Senior Secondary Education Minister for Sierra Leone. Incredible to have you with us. His Excellency Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank. Welcome, sir. And Tony Elumelu, founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation and chairman of Heirs Holdings, which is an incredible conglomerate touching every single sector in many African countries. So ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for my fantastic guests this morning. I want us to take just a few seconds to think about these incredible figures because it puts things into perspective. And some of you might know them, but I want to put them all together because it'll really put things into sort of an incredible basket to understand the brilliance of the African continent. 1.5 billion people, 60% of whom are below the age of 25. 12 of the top 20 fastest growing economies in the world are in Africa. 30% of the world's minerals are on the continent, 40% of gold reserves, 90% of chromium, platinum, palladium, diamonds, cobalt, and everything else on the periodic table, everything. Endowed with incredible natural resources. I guess the best resource the African continent has is its people, its resilience that we see, and the incredible way of hustling to create brilliance on the continent. So when we talk about an economic revolution, we've also have to come to terms with the resource curse that I guess has plagued the continent in many ways, lack of industrialization, and how to break through those boundaries. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the conversation. Did I get all the numbers right, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah.
And 65% of arable land.
Yep.
Yeah? We wake up every single day in the past 3 weeks to a new world. Lots of things are happening and changing geopolitically, and I want to talk about Africa's growth potential in the new geopolitical global context. Tell me, Mr. Adesina, how are you weighing this up? If I'm sitting and recalibrating my future, I'm sure all you important people are doing the same.
Well, I mean, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of a cold, so, but let me say first and foremost, I'm delighted to be here. And I congratulate the government of UAE for organizing this fantastic event. It's my first time of actually participating. I'm amazed about it. First and foremost, you said it all. Africa is the place to be. I mean, for all the reasons that you said, I'm not worried about Africa for any reason. First, if you look at the demography of Africa, you got 75% of the population less than the age of 35. 600 million people between the ages of 15 and 35. So that tells you that Africa is going to be workforce of the world, the labor workshop of the world, where you have skills, talent, entrepreneurship that will unleash a lot of innovation around the world. Secondly, you were just talking about the issue of agriculture. Look, to feed the world, 9.5 billion people, 10 billion people by 2050, that's not going to come from anywhere in Asia. It's not going to come from Latin America or US or Canada or anywhere in the world, or China, by the way. It's going to come with Africa. Now, take a look at the energy transition in the world, what you were just mentioning, whether it is lithium-ion batteries, whether it is electric vehicles, whether it's platinum, whether it's copper, whether it's graphite, whether it's any of this lithium-ion, all is in Africa. So what Africa actually does with these resources will shape the future of the world that we are talking about. So I am not worried at all about Africa. In fact, I am excited about Africa. And what I want to say is to take a look at a continent with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, with a population that we have of 1.4, almost 1.5 billion people, a market size of $3.4 trillion. So what we have to do is trade among ourselves, build infrastructure, integrate our financial markets, our stock exchanges, and of course have the right policies, macroeconomic and fiscal policies that attract investment. In fact, for the investors that are here, what I want to say is if you're not investing in Africa, actually, I'm going to ask you, where are you investing in? Look, the fact of the matter is Africa is going to be critical for the world. You were talking about the new changes in the world. Yes, of course. President Trump was elected by the American people to develop America, and he's going to do a great job at it. I have no doubt about it. But my role, our job in Africa, is to market Africa's opportunities. And I'm sure that everybody around the world recognizes these dynamics. Africa is too critical not to be looked at, and Africa is not going to beg its way into development. Africa is going to trade and invest its way into development. I have no doubt that Africa will be the lighthouse for the world under any circumstance.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. He asked a really important question. How many of you here invest in Africa in some way, in an African country? Hands up.
Now we got to change that.
We got to change that. But a lot of opportunity here, right? A lot of opportunity.
Yeah, but can I just say something? Sorry, my guy. Folks, just because of that thing that you said. At the UAE, you have $65 billion a year that's actually going from UAE to Africa, much higher than other parts of the Gulf countries. I think Saudi Arabia does about $25 billion. Qatar probably about $7.8 billion. So UAE is very, very important. But this point I want to make, because there are a lot of investors here. You hear a lot of things about Africa in terms of risk. Well, look, you walk across the street, it's a risk. You eat food, it's a risk. Africa's risk is not different from any part of the world. It's a risk-return world. We actually asked Moody's Analytics to look at the risk profile of Africa, of investments in infrastructure over the last 14 years. Guess what they found, Eleni? They found that the rate of loss in Africa is 1.7%. That in Latin America was about 13%. The one in Eastern Europe was more about 10%. In Western Asia, it was about 4.5%. So Africa is less riskier than any other part of the world. So I hope that when I come back next year, that we will have a lot more people with their hands up investing in Africa.
A sea full of hands up is what we're expecting. I think you've sold it in a brilliant way. And by the way, the perceptions of risk, the negative perception of risk really does stick. And we're seeing that in the cost of capital on the continent. Your Excellency, Chief Minister, I want to talk about Sierra Leone, and it's a really fascinating country, dealt with the Ebola crisis, decades of civil war, ended in 2002. We've seen incredible changes in terms of the poverty levels. We've seen huge shifts. You're one of the most fascinating people, and you're leading an important segment within government. You were also the former Chief Innovation Officer. And the important question is, Sierra Leone, in a changing world, in a new context, what does that mean, and how are you looking at the future and an economic revolution, whether that's attainable?
Thank you so much. I do think, by the way, just picking up on where the President left, when we speak about risk, it's a language that we also use. We speak about the youth bulge, we speak about resource curse. We can change the language often to reflect the opportunities and the realities on the ground, and which is why this panel is so important, because we can speak about the new economic revolution from our perspective. The progress we've seen in Sierra Leone has been largely driven by the kind of leadership that we have. His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio has made it a point to invest in human capital. So the reforms that we have seen in education, the reforms that we've seen in gender, the reforms that we've seen in good governance have all slowly been adding up, and you can see the dividends beginning to pay off quite quickly. One of the most critical things that we've done is we've focused on inclusion and impact. The president just at the UN last year told the world about radical inclusion. And radical inclusion isn't just a random idea. It's that the things that work have to work for everyone. I do feel that when there's economic progress, positively for a few, there will be civil and political chaos for the majority. So if we're speaking about new economic revolution, it has to be for everyone. It has to be inclusive, and the impacts that we speak about must be felt by everyone. And this is not too difficult, really, to do. We just have to shift our mindsets. We speak about critical minerals. Sierra Leone has had lots of mineral conversations. It's mostly been negative, but in cabinet recently, one of the things that His Excellency is trying to have us do is to think about what I call consensus concessions. It's so easy to speak about concessions from any one of these countries or from private sector that is 100 years, lots of waivers, employees coming from abroad, everything gets shipped out. That's not consensus.
Bad deals, by the way, which turned things into a curse, and I think that's where people talk about that. So to break away from that is to stop signing bad deals.
And I think
what leverage do you have to say, listen, no, we can't do it at this rate?
I think leadership and inclusion comes back. Look, we sign, the Minister of Finance is here, we sign, we sit, we bring these agreements in. If we think about, we said investment, if we think about not just pennies, but the people and the planet, then the deals and the agreements we sign with our conscience will work for the people, will bring economic value for everyone, for the investor, for the government, and the people who are there. And here's an example. Sierra Leone has, I think, 1/4 of the world's deposits of rutile. Foreign companies have been mining rutile since the 1900s. The agreement that was taken to Parliament many years ago was terrible for the country. The country will export all this rutile, and we still got all these waivers and exemptions by that foreign company. Until recently, a Sierra Leonean has bought rutile, the company. And we're beginning to engage and see now how those resources get to stay in the country. We can now speak about how that ties in with energy because they are invested in energy. We can think about how they can employ people. The dynamics change. So we as a government, leadership, again, which is why I said leadership has been at the heart, and His Excellency President Bio has been doing this, investing in people, investing in planets, investing, and then the pennies, is that when we place people at the center, everyone, inclusion, we use our conscience to make sure that the deals that we sign are bringing in more energy, are tied with infrastructure, are tied with the ports that are there, are making sure that there are schools that are being built. And when that happens, our people will win. And I think then it becomes not a youth bulge, but it becomes an opportunity where young people in Sierra Leone can be the leaders. The CEO of the company is a young guy. This company I'm just talking about that was bought by a Sierra Leonean. Those things are happening, and we'll see more of it as we get more young people who are in leadership.
Yeah, and to note, incredible generational representation here. These, from what I heard backstage, is that they've been very involved in your life.
Both of them are my mentors. They're my mentors.
This is what it's about. Tony, I want you to jump in here. We're talking about perceptions of risk. And by the way, we've spoken about these bad deals incessantly. I've talked about them so much in my career, specifically on just why the perceptions of risk towards Africa have been so skewed. From a private sector perspective, tell me why it makes sense to invest on the continent. What kind of returns can people expect? And why you shouldn't be looking at these perceptions that Africa equates to, negativity and it's high risk, so therefore you've got to expect high return, which is when essentially we start to see bad deals being signed.
I want to commend the UAE government for organizing this forum. Eleni, I speak as a private sector person who has investments on 4 continents, including the Gulf states, and someone who also has a diversified investment portfolio from power, oil and gas, financial services, and healthcare. There's nowhere else we get the kind of returns on investments as what we make in Africa. I say to people often that the glass is half full. You may decide to see risks or challenges, or you may see opportunities. But ability to identify opportunities and structure your approach in a way that addresses and mitigates those risks confers extra competitive advantage on you and your business. So I speak to our friends here, as the president of the African Development Bank said, no better person to say it, because he has the statistics. He sees what's going on the continent. There's nowhere else that gives you the kind of returns on investment as what you make on the continent. Yes, stereotypes, information provided in a certain way that all you see is challenges, but just look at us. And we keep investing in our group. We generate, or we have capacity to generate 2,000 megawatts of electricity on a daily basis, and today we generate about 750 megawatts, which is very significant on the continent. There's nowhere else you can invest in power sector and you start paying dividend to investors year 3. That happens in Africa. We are in financial services sector, huge, significant returns on investment. So the time is now, and there are certain factors shaping all of this. If you look at the demography in Africa, as our moderator Eleni said, the median age is 19. In other parts of the world, it's 38, 32. This is huge opportunity. 1.5 billion people, over 65% under the age of, as I said before, under the age of 30. So this is significant investment opportunity for everyone. Let us invest, but we also believe, and I said that we have a few challenges on the continent. We don't run away from these challenges, but those are not challenges that impede the decision to invest in a market that holds so much potential for investors.
President Adesina, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the point you made about, and also the Chief Minister's point about the natural resource cost. I don't believe there's anything called natural resource cost. I'm an economist. People say that all the time. The issue is not, how can resources that are supposed to make you rich be a cost? What you have is a cost of leadership, lack of transparency, lack of accountability in the management of those natural resources. And that's what we at the African Development Bank try to do. So you take, for example, I mean, you were talking about the case of Sierra Leone, but if you pick, for example, the DRC Congo, okay, we have challenges there now, but we're going to solve those problems. The issue is total amount of resources back of the envelope in that area is probably $24 trillion. And so the issue is, how do we structure deals that are in the interest of our economies, in which royalties and taxes that needs to be paid are paid, and that's why we have the Africa Legal Support Facility at the African Development Bank to help Sierra Leone and DRC, several other countries, to be able to structure deals that are in their own interest. Tony was talking just now about the issue of young people, and actually he's a leader in Africa when it comes to the issue of investing in young people. Now, we support his foundation to do that, but there's a lot of opportunities in Africa for young people. Look, agriculture, take agriculture. Now, people talk about oil and gas, yes, okay, but who drinks oil? Who smokes gas?
You've got to be transparent here, President Adesina. You were the former agriculture minister in Nigeria, so you know a thing or two.
Yeah, but I was just going to say that for investors here today, take a look at Africa in terms of agriculture. The size of that market, food market, by 2030 is going to be $1 trillion. And so investing in agriculture, investing in agricultural value chains is the key. And we can support the Gulf countries out of Africa, in which case we invest in special agro-industrial processing zones. We're spending close to $3 billion developing those zones. Look, if you have an aircraft, you don't need an aircraft, you don't have a landing strip. So we're building a landing strip for investments to land in Africa in a smooth way. You know, and I'm confident about that as President of the African Development Bank. we organized the Africa Investment Forum, which of course you are in. We started it in 2018 till today. We mobilized more than $225 billion. We just had the last one in Rabat in Morocco last year. In less than 72 hours, we had mobilized $29.4 billion. So please, when you think of Africa, Tony is absolutely right. You know, you may think of challenges, but look, my job is not to talk about challenges. It's to market opportunities for Africa and manage those challenges. Your money is safe. Your money and your capital is safe in Africa, and you should be investing a lot more in Africa.
And let me say that those challenges are actually opportunities for investment,
That's right.
like infrastructure in particular. So there's a lot we can do in that space: infrastructure, access to electricity, power development on the continent, transportation. They present opportunities for investors.
Yeah, greenfield investments, because you've got an opportunity to jump into something, into a country, because there's so many to pick from on the African continent, then you can really plug in and fill gaps.
You know, check the energy that Tony just talked about. He's investing in energy. So myself and the president of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, got together and launched something called Mission 300, which is to provide 300 million Africans with access to electricity. That is a massive investment opportunity in power generation, in power transmission, and power distribution for companies all around the world. So just imagine. And we're working with governments like in Syria alone, the president was there, and others, to make sure that the power purchase agreements are there, the cost-reflective tariffs are there, the utilities are independent and very well managed, and that the procurement systems are transparent in the way you can have the least cost way of doing things. So we are improving the business and investment environment in Africa. Quite honestly, I don't believe Africa will develop by aid. I don't believe that it will develop by simply, freebies. We don't want freebies. We want to invest. We want investors investing in our continent so that we can actually unlock the power of our continent. You know, Africa is going to be the lighthouse of the world. It's going to come from private capital, and we're doing all that we can for that to happen, and I'm confident that it will happen.
Exactly, and if you're not part of the story, you miss out. I want to touch on a couple of things. We've got so much to get through. But from what I understand, there's this huge race. Who's going to dominate in Africa? Whether it's China, whether it's Russia, the US kind of seems like it's perhaps out of the game and it's using leverage and so forth. Do you think there's a race to try and secure critical mineral supply? And do you think there is a different agency in Africa where we're going, listen, we've got leverage right now?
Sure. I think the answer is simple. Who's going to dominate in Africa? Africans are going to dominate in Africa. I think, as the president said, leadership is most important. And for me, I believe that progressive, social, democratic radicalism is important. And it's not just terms. Progressive, because we live in a completely different age today. We saw in the opening panel where we were in 2000, 2020 is different from today. So the policies have to be different. The reforms, the institutions have to be different. We have to be progressive. Social democratic, because if it works only for a few, the rest of the world is going to be affected. Inequities cannot drive our development. The infrastructure we put has to work for everyone. And radical, because frankly, with the demographic that you spoke about, with the reality that you just highlighted, the status quo and the time in which these things happen must not remain. We need radically new solutions. So leadership, yes, but I believe it is progressive, social democratic radicals that will dominate in Africa, and they will be Africans.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that investors are here. There's so many of them. And the three of us want to make sure that folks are comfortable with capital investments in Africa. Now, people talk about risk. Yes, market risk, political risk, project risk, and all of that. As African Development Bank, our role is to manage those risks. In fact, we have partial credit guarantees, partial risk guarantees that allow you to reduce your counterparty risk at scale in Africa. In fact, we are developing something called the Africa Investment Guarantee Agency, which will allow you to be able to actually guarantee your investments against climate risk, your investment against equity guarantees, but also guarantees in terms of what you're doing for political risk, so in terms of war, conflicts, or incompatibility of currencies and so on. So those instruments are there. The opportunities are massive. The risk instruments are there. But I think you see a lot more openness, more transparency, more accountability in how governments are running things in Africa. So if you're not investing in Africa, this is your opportunity.
You're going to lose out. And by the way, I forgot the most critical resource, commodity that Africa produces, that I tell you will create global upheaval from the young to the old. Do you know what it is? 70%, no, that's even tastier than 70% of the global supply comes from Africa. Cocoa. And I tell you, if we stop selling cocoa to the rest of the continent, can you imagine what people would do if they didn't get chocolate?
Yeah, but we don't want to...
I'm just saying we've got leverage.
No, but...
I'm not an economist, but no.
No, Eleni, you know, look, we have minerals, metals, oil, gas, cocoa, coffee, tea, and all of that.
Yeah.
That's not the issue for us. The issue is we want to have industrial manufacturing, value-added products in Africa in which, look, the export of raw commodities of any kind is a door to poverty. But the export of industrial value-added manufacturing to allow Africa's share of global manufacturing to rise and to move up in global value chains, that is the highway to prosperity. So what we are talking about is industrializing Africa.
Exactly. And
creating those value chains.
And creating chocolates in Africa, apart from all the other things that we need to produce locally. Ladies and gentlemen, we're timed out. We've run over. Thank you so much. Round of applause for my fantastic guests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a keynote by Hatem Dawedar, Group CEO of E&.
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Excellencies, heads of states, ministers, government officials, heads of international organizations, and business leaders. Welcome and good morning. I'd like to first start by extending my appreciation to His Excellency Mohammed Al-Gergawi for his vision and for his continuous push into creating this dialogue every year. And it's coming at a very critical moment in history. This is a time again when we see the inflection point in the world. And I'm talking here about technology. I will not talk about geopolitics, about what's happening, but about technology and connectivity. In the past few years, through activities like the Edison Alliance, we managed to connect over 5 billion people in the world. That's actually almost 5.5 billion if we count the 270 million connected in 2024. But this is still not enough. There are 2.5 billion people in the world that are not connected. And this really is a time where we need to see how we can work on this to avoid growing another gap, a digital divide that will also lead to a further economical divide in the future. Imagine with me 2 students, one in an advanced economy, having access to personalized AI programs for education, being able to collaborate globally with his peers with all the right tools, and another student in the global south today having to walk, if not minutes, maybe hours to school, and having very basic training and teaching equipment there. And then these two have to compete in the future. It's really unfair, and if we don't do something today to bridge that divide, it will become even a bigger problem in the future. Connectivity is one of the important bases for progress, and we need to all work together, whether it's governments, businesses, and organizations, to make that happen. And today, with the advancement of AI, this becomes even more critical, as we can really help a lot of the Global South with solutions that improve education, improve healthcare, and also improve economic activity. And this is really something that we can make happen. It has improved, and it can improve further. And when we're talking about the next session, talking about innovation, there are many technologies that are coming that can help connect some of these people. For example, backhauling cellular coverage on satellite links. It used to be something that's very expensive. Now it's there. Redesigning the network using AI. This is something that is here today. So there are really many ways to make that happen and make it happen in a fast way. Let us also not forget that technology, connectivity, and AI can also improve sustainability and can really contribute to a better environment. So while on the short term, connecting data centers, all of this consumes energy and power, this also produces solutions that can improve the world in a much faster way. So let's all work together to make sure that we can bring this to life, that we can connect the next 2.5 billion people in the planet and make sure that the digital divide closes and not widens. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled, Can We Innovate Our Way to a More Connected World? This session is moderated by Sam Jacobs, Editor-in-Chief of Time. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Good morning. It's a privilege to be here with this incredible group of leaders, truly a global perspective about connectivity, which seems to be the perspective that we desperately need today. So following those initial remarks, I'd love to start with you, Margarita. What does connectivity mean for your business and for society?
I think Atem positioned this really well. For society, today, connectivity is essential. We always talk about how connectivity can support development, but the reality is there cannot be any real development without connectivity. I'd like to paraphrase the words of UN Secretary General during COVID when he was saying, actually, we are moving from the old divide in the world between the haves and the have-not towards a new divide, which is between those who have access to connectivity and those who don't. And for my company, for Vodafone, we operate in 17 different countries across Europe and Africa, and our mission statement is very simple. It's that we connect everyone, wherever they are, and that's the focus of the work we do. Every year we spend billions in building networks, under the ground, above the ground, mobile networks, reaching more and more customers with better networks. But the most recent evolution, and the one we are most proud of at the moment, is actually adding to our networks antennas in the sky through satellites. I think this is a great opportunity to connect those areas of the world which are most remote. Hatem was talking about the 2.5 billion people who don't have access to the internet. Of those, there are 300 million that are nowhere near any form of connectivity. And satellite can get us there. 2 weeks ago, I did the very first mobile space video call in the world with normal phones. Your normal smartphone, another normal smartphone on the other side, and a call from an area which never had signal ever before, going through these antennas in the sky. We are now going to commercially launch the service later this year, and I think it's a great opportunity to bring connectivity to the most remote areas of the planet.
Mickey, you're a new entrant into this connectivity space in some ways. You said to me earlier this morning that you hope eventually to make mobile completely free. Why, and what will that look like?
Well, simply speaking, you know, especially wireless connectivity is a digital road. And roads should be, of course, safe and as cheap as possible and as fast as possible. It's better for the society. And when we enter, so Rakuten is now #1 e-commerce company, #1 online travel agent, #1 online banking, #1 brokerage firm, and #1 online insurance company, and so forth and so forth. And we are the first company who went sort of down into the network layer from OTT layer. So that the way we think is completely different from legacy existing telecom companies. And I feel the current telecom industry is old. I'm sorry, but it's old, and it's a legacy, and everything is time to be transformed. My initial thinking is why telecom network doesn't work like Wi-Fi, right? And then, of course, there are so many reasons. You need to guarantee the quality, you need to charge, and you need to make sure that it's secure. But it is, for the society, better, cheaper. Of course, some people want to require very high quality demand, which we can charge it. And basically, for example, Rakuten members, if they buy from us, if they use our credit card, if they use our bank, it is completely free already, as a matter of fact. So I think we have to reconsider the business model. And this business model, in my opinion, is obsolete and old. That it's really started from very oligopolized network device companies, and the fact that spectrum is too expensive. So there's an entrance barrier for new entrants, and wherever we have entrance into the industry, the price is coming down and down and down. In Japan, we created a competition. The mobile bill became down about almost 40%, and we gave back almost 4 trillion yen, or maybe 30 billion yen back to the consumers. So I think it's time to reconsider the business model, not just from the industry perspective. From today, we have so much honored the people from the government. You have to think about what is wireless connectivity.
Hatem, thinking about reconsidering business models, how do you balance what's good for your business and what's good for society when it comes to innovating around connectivity?
Well, you have to open up. Right?
Sorry, that was for Hatem.
Oh,
sorry, I appreciate it.
Sorry about this.
No, we love your enthusiasm.
Sorry.
It's a tough one. You can take it. Exactly. Look, I think it's very important to understand that what's good for business is also good for society. It doesn't really...
We don't have to choose.
It's not a choice you have to make, because at the end of the day, if I'm talking in our telecom part of the business, when we connect people, it's customers for us, it makes revenue, and we can build on it with a lot of other things. And actually, part of our transformation into a tech company is allowing and enabling these people to do a lot more things. So we have been launching fintech applications in most of our countries. We are now providing for corporates across the markets, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and so on. So all of the things. So connecting people, whether we're connecting people in the most advanced, I would always say, and I'm very biased, the most advanced infrastructure in the world here in the UAE, where we have the highest fiber penetration in the world, the fastest networks in the world. Or I'm talking about our networks in subsidiaries we have in Mauritania or Mali and so on. It's still customers that are important, and by connecting these customers, there is an economical gain as well. I think the difference is really in the regulatory environment, and that's what makes the difference, because even in countries where there's very little ARPU or revenue per user, if the regulatory environment is friendly enough to businesses, you can still find the money to invest and help these economies, help the people get connected, and at the same time get some returns. But when the regulatory environment in some of these countries see it's a goose, and I'd rather kill the goose rather than wait for the eggs, that becomes the problem. And we see that, unfortunately, in many countries.
Margarita, backstage, you said be happier talking about innovation than regulation this morning. You described, you have 350 customers in Africa, and you described it as a paradise when it comes to thinking about innovation. Why is Africa a good place for Vodafone?
Africa is where we have our biggest innovation, because Europe has made some mistakes historically in regulation that have been stifling innovation. And by mistakes, I mean a little bit the golden goose approach that Atem was mentioning to spectrum. Give me a lot of money now as opposed to invest it in the network so that the governments can take it. But most importantly, they have played the logic of fragmentation. And our businesses need scale to be able to innovate. And African countries in the main give us the opportunity to reach that scale. If I take the example of Vodafone, Africa is where we have invented mobile money. The very first fintech platform happened here, and it's called M-Pesa, and to this day is the largest fintech platform in Africa and has transformed lives. The same is true for IoT. Across Africa, we have fantastic applications of IoT supporting areas such as agriculture or energy, where in particular when governments are playing the role of architects with us on the transformation of the economy, you can see all the benefits of innovation accruing to drive economic development.
On the innovation front, Mickey, we were talking about DeepSeek backstage and just the changes that are happening around AI at this very moment. How is AI going to change how we all connect around the world?
Well, for example, for the usage of AI for the network management, Rakuten only have 800 employees versus our competitors have 15,000. And we manage all the network addresses, energy consumptions by AI. Why we can do it? Because our network is like an internet. It's all managed by software, no dependency on the hardware. So I think another big problem of telecom industry is so much hardware dependent, which is not really easy to manage. But yeah, maybe you can, but it's going to be challenging. So that's the way we should go with. And then talking more broadly about AI, obviously there's two AIs. One is what we call very strong AI, like OpenAI or DeepSeek or Gemini or Google. And we also have what we call weak AI, which is more specialized in something like manufacturing or medicine or some self-driving. I think these are very, very promising business model. But when we go to the really big, open, strong AI, I don't know whether it's going to be a sustainable model, or maybe some of the vendors is going to open up the open source or the algorithm. We will see. I don't know, to be honest.
Just wanted to build on the fact that AI will need strong networks. And in some countries where networks are not well invested, don't have enough capacity or enough speed, latency, all these will be characteristics that today people don't necessarily feel the need of every day, because for particularly the consumer use of mobile, you have more limited needs.
AI will need strong networks, and strong networks will need AI.
Most likely, most of the AI function will be stored on edge, where it is closer to your mobile. So even you don't have very expensive devices, you will be able to use edge as AI. And Rakuten has built almost 450 regional data site, and we're trying to put our Rakuten large language model onto the edge. Yeah.
Adam, how do we overcome these clear obstacles when it comes to digital transformation?
Digital transformation?
For hot time, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Look, we love having you in the middle.
Okay, I should step back a little bit like this, huh?
Look, I think the most important thing to clear any obstacle is actually dialogue. So being here today, lots of governments are here, including many of the countries where we operate. I think it's very important for everyone to understand the potential that can be unleashed by technology. And by technology means by connecting people, by having the proper applications, the proper training for the workforce. Again, AI is going to change the world. It's going to change the nature of jobs. If people don't learn that early on and be able to use AI in their specific roles, it will be a problem. So it's very, very important that we have these dialogues, that we continue to work together in order to be able to improve on this. And this could be legislation, regulation, all kinds of things that help get this forward in terms of policy and make it work for everyone. And I give, again, some examples. Data sovereignty on AI. There are some countries want to use AI, but they don't want their data to go outside. How can we solve this? How can we create, again, the security of this data as it moves across borders and be able to utilize and harness all these effects? That's one example. And it's essential, as also AI needs energy and so on, so we cannot build AI models everywhere. Today, 7% of the global population has English as their native language. 20% of the global population speaks English, yet 70% of the learning of AI today is based on English. So there's a huge bias because it's based on the literature and the things that are written by 7%, the 20% understand, but is being there for the 70% that don't use it.
Well, I think we're going to have to stop there. A wonderful conversation. Thank you all very much for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled, How Will Strategic Investments Unlock New Frontiers for Economic Growth? This session is moderated by John Defterios. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Good morning, everybody. If you can go ahead and take a seat, please, in between the transitions to this session. I'm delighted to chair this session because it's strategic nature. So both by the drive of the World Government Summit and DP World, They looked at East Africa, and it was germinated here a dozen years ago, as the chairman knows, to look at that region as a strategic outpost for development and growth as well. Again, often overlooked in the global economy is that this is a market of better than 500 million consumers, with Ethiopia at the heart of it, with a consuming base of 130 million, growth of 9% over the last 20 years. We're delighted to have the President of Somaliland, who was elected to office in December with a full mandate of 64%, and of course the chairman of DP World, who has made a commitment to East Africa and Somaliland. I would say that it was this move by DP World that helped plant a flag for development, which is a priority for the president. So I'd like to start in, Mr. President, on the Berbera port, the strategic nature sitting as a crossroads for the Middle East, East Africa, and the links to Asia. We know the disruption to the Gulf of Aden over the last 2 years. What has it meant, that $400 million investment by DP World, to economic growth, what it represents to GDP, your income for foreign investment and receipts as a result of the port? Because a lot of people don't understand what actually has been developed on the ground. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Before I answer the question, I want to tell the audience I'm from Somaliland. One of the governments in the future. Berbera port is the most famous port in the Red Sea. It's very old port, and DP World has invested $400 million in Berbera port. It was transformative. That investment was transformative. It has modernized the port. It has increased the capacity of the port, and now it became a very important port that can give service to the to most of the African countries that have no port. Our main customer and neighbor and our friendly country is Ethiopia, which is more than 140 million population. The Berbera will give a service to Ethiopia now. I expect we have to finalize our transit and trade agreements with Ethiopia soon, inshallah.
Good. Is that something you think you can get done within your first year in office, which would conclude in December 2025? Because everybody's been looking to see if you can get that agreement unlocked and what it would do for development and trade for Ethiopia as well.
My plan is to finalize before the end of the year.
That's quite significant. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I remember discussing this port with you going back 10 years ago and planting a flag, if you will, in Eastern Africa. It's not your first foray there. How does Berbera rate in all the operations you have in nearly 80 countries around the world in terms of modernization, the intelligent infrastructure, the strategic nature of how it can serve as a crossroads? Because you can make comparisons to what you have in Latin America, Far East Asia, Europe, of course, and the United States. What's the modernization that's actually been undertaken?
Thank you. First of all, I am happy to attend the Government Summit, and I'm honored with the President, whom in short notice came, and he told me I'd been only a few days in the office, and we told him, well, I think it's a good audience, they need to listen to you as a new President. We did a study on Ethiopia. Ethiopia has a double-digit growth in their economy. It's a country of over 100 million people. And the study shows that Ethiopia needs at least 5 ports to cope with the growth that they're going to see in their country. And we selected Berbera for many reasons. First of all, it's an old port. It has been in existence before any ports, in fact, the Red Sea. Unfortunately, it was ignored, but we worked with the government and they encouraged us. We invested in it. Somaliland is not a small country. They have over 4 million people and a lot of businessmen and traders. And we are looking forward for the economic corridor between Ethiopia and of course, Somaliland, where the President just mentioned. I hope it could be done as soon as possible. This agreement will facilitate trade between both countries. Somaliland is very close to the main distribution area in Ethiopia, which is Dir Dawa, which is the main logistic area. And so the relation between the countries are being very good, and many Somaliland people live in Ethiopia, and Ethiopia looks with positive attitude toward Somaliland. We definitely found an opportunity. We developed the port. Immediately, cargo started to come. We are able to handle any size of vessels in Berbera. There is another stage of expansion if needed. The government also, His Excellency the President, provided land for industries. We have already factories under construction, and there are more factories coming to that place. It has a unique situation whereby they're very close to Ethiopia. It has also a unique situation where they are on the maritime routes that connect India, Far East, all the way through the Suez Canal. So it's a very strategic location, but also for business, we have been very happy with the growth of the business.
Good. I'd like to have the strategic input, Chairman, on why the UAE, I like to say UAE Inc., decided to go into Somaliland, because you were in there before anybody else was even thinking about it. So what was the strategic decision, the geopolitical, geoeconomic decision to say, you know what, we can make this work. This country's not recognized, and I want to talk to the President officially with global recognition for statehood. But you took a risk, and it's paying off dividends. But why?
Let me tell you, when we invest in any country, we don't look at any political motive or strategic even. Strategy is not important for us. What's important for us is, can I develop a business? Can I make companies benefit as shipping line to use this location? Can this location become profitable operation? This is very important, crucial. And we look at the growth of the GDP. If the GDP is growing, then that means the cargo will grow. So that is the reason why. Second, traditionally, business from Africa is very important for us. And for many, many centuries. In fact, when you look at Kenya, Tanzania, Somalia, and Ethiopia, they are main traders of Dubai for a long time. A lot of re-export goes to those countries. So it's natural that we set up there. And I tell you, when we set up, immediately companies from Dubai also and Abu Dhabi set up there to provide services. So it is part of us really encouraging and strengthening our trading relation with Africa.
Great. Mr. President, I don't want to put you on the spot here because it's a very strategic time for Somaliland. Some would not want to be on the radar of President Trump, especially allies with tariffs, and I want to address that with the chairman in the next question. But this new administration is talking about recognition for Somaliland, and I'm curious what strings are attached? What do you need to provide to the US administration? But I think the Trump administration sees exactly what DP World and the UAE sees here in terms of its positioning, the military capabilities, the access into the seas without disruption of the Gulf of Aden. What's on the table here, if you can share where we are today with global recognition for statehood?
Well, regarding the current situation of the whole world, Somaliland is located in a very strategic location. It has 850 kilometers of seashore in the Gulf of Aden. Somaliland, Berbera, the border port and the airport has been used previously during the Cold War. One is by Russians and one is by Americans. So you can understand the strategic location of Berbera. And Somaliland, as a country, has become independent on 26 June 1960. But unfortunately, it has chosen to give up its sovereignty to find Greater Somalia and join it with Somalia, who got its independence 5 days later. of 1st July 1960. And again, Somaliland has regained or reclaimed its independence on 18 May 1991. But until 1991, it has not been recognized officially by most of the countries. But all the countries in the world have been dealing with Somaliland as a separate entity. Somaliland is a country, is a democratic nation, which holds elections and gives a transfer of power in a democratic way.
Yeah, peaceful transition, actually.
Yes.
I was asking something. We have limited time. What's going to be the result of this recognition by President Trump? Does it jumpstart global official recognition as a country, in your view, sir?
Regarding our democratic administrative system, we are expecting everywhere from the international community. We have all good relations with the United States, with Great Britain and other countries, but now we hope that the United States may be the first country to recognize Somaliland.
That would jumpstart the whole process, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, we sat 3 weeks ago in Davos for the DP World Global Trade Outlook 2025, and you said something very prescient at the time. You said these moves by President Trump on trade, even with allies like Canada and Mexico,
Yes.
the European Union, they're supposed to be close friends, but the tariffs have moved forward in a big way. But you said something then, that he's desiring fair trade, not protectionist policies.
Yes.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. Do you still believe that? Is the case? I know even the UAE with its aluminium exports are quite concerned.
Well, for Trump, he is looking for fair trade. Fair trade, not free trade. Fair trade, in his mind, and he said it many times, is if American market is open, then he expects other countries to open their market. China's market has to be open for American products. This is the crucial thing for him. Now, with Trump, I've been following him for a long time. It is not what he says. So when you listen to him, his announcement, look at what he does, not what he says. When he said, for example, about Canada, I'm going to put a tariff. And then deliberately he will threaten so that he can go back and negotiate a deal. He's a businessman. He wants to make a deal. He wants people to come to the table to discuss. So with the Canadian, he asked them to do something. They fulfilled it. With the Mexican, it's all held. It's not going to be applicable. I think even with China, there'll be threats of retaliatory tariffs, but eventually the goal from him is not to fight, is not to sit on the table and discuss. So sometimes he comes with a very tough announcement, but what he wants is the people who listen to it to come and sit on the table to negotiate. At the end of the day, he wants to negotiate a deal.
Good. It's not going to be calamitous and push the U.S. into a recession, in your view?
I don't know about recession, but I don't believe that he wants to stop trade. He wants fair treatment to American products. He wants things, you know, when you talk about Panama, for example, you know, he wants to come with a deal with the Panamanian. Basically, that gives him something to say, I want the agreement.
Good. Mr. President, any final thoughts as we conclude? Because there's also a potential for the military commanders to come into Somaliland as well, right?
That relationship will continue and develop, and I thank the whole forum, and I thank the organizer of the event for inviting me here. Thank you very much.
Good. Nice to meet you in person. President Abdul Ali, Chairman Sultan bin Sulaim. Yeah. Can we have a nice round of applause for both of them? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Урматтуу Дипанжан Рой Чоудхари мырза, урматтуу саммиттин катышуучулары, айымдар жана мырзалар. Эң алгач Birikкен Араб Эмираттарынын жетекчилигине министрлер кабинетинин иштери боюнча министри улуу мартабалуу Мохаммед бин Абдулла Ал Гергави мырзага салттуу жылуу меймандостукка жана дүйнөлүк өкмөттүк саммитти мыкты уюштургандыгы үчүн ыраазычылык билдиргим келет. Бул саммит адамзатты тынчсыздандырган маселелерди талкуулоо үчүн уникалдуу аянтча катары кызмат кылат. Ушул калыптанып жаткан глобалдык таасири темасына арналган сессияда сөз сүйлөө мен үчүн чоң сыймык. Биз фундаменталдуу өзгөрүүлөрдүн жана башкаруунун салттуу механизмдеринин кыйроо доорунда жашап жатабыз. Мурда глобалдык таасир аймак, калк, ресурстар жана аскердик күч менен аныкталса, бүгүнкү күндө бул факторлор экинчи планга өтүп баратат. Заманбап дүйнөнү технологиялар, экономикалык тармактар, маалымат агымдар жана ой жүгүртүү стандарттар калыптандырууда. Маселе ресурстарда ээлик кылгандарда эмес, аларды пайдалануунун эрежелерин аныктагандар, экосистемаларды түзүп, стандарттарды белгилеп, келечекке стратегиялык көз карашты түзүүдө жатат. Глобалдык таасир мындан ары чек аралар жана ресурстар менен аныкталбай турганы белгилүү. Кылымдар бою бийликтин негизин жер, жаратылыш ресурстары, аскердин көлөмү жана экономикалык күч түзүп келген. Бирок бүгүнкү күндө бул көрүнүш тездик менен өзгөрүүдө. Учурдагы таасирдин лидерлери ири аймактарга жана ресурстарга ээлик кылгандар эмес, эл аралык стандарттарды түзүп, санариптик платформалар менен башкарып, дүйнөлүк тенденцияларды орноткондор болууда. Буга бир нече мисал келтиргим келет. Сингапур өзүнүн кичинекей аймагына карабастан Азиянын каржылык жана логистикалык борборуна айланып, эл аралык компанияларды өзүнө тартып, дүйнөлүк бизнес үчүн шарттарды түзүүдө. Эстония дүйнөдө биринчи болуп санариптик мамлекет концепциясын ишке ашырды. Бул ага технологиялык артыкчылык берип, эл аралык кызматташтыкка чыңдады. Дубай адамдарды, товарларды, каржыны жана идеяларды бириктирген экономикалык системаны куруп, ири өлкөлөрдүн экономикасы гана түзө ала турган таасирдүү эл аралык борборго айланды. Бүгүн глобалдык таасир чек ара жана ресурстар менен аныкталбай калган кезде биз бийликтин табиятын кайра карап чыгышыбыз керек. Ал азыркы учурда аймактарды толугу менен физикалык көзөмөлдөөгө көз каранды эмес. Тескерисинче санариптик, экономикалык жана маалыматтык аянттарда калыптанууда. 21-кылымда бийлик аймактарга жана ресурстарга ээ болуу менен аныкталбайт. Ал технологиялар жана глобалдык таасирдин инфратүзүмдөрүн түзгөндөргө таандык. Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар, азыр глобалдык таасирди ким калыптандырат? Мамлекеттерби же экосистемаларбы? Мамлекеттер глобалдык саясаттын негизги акторлору бойдон калууда. Бирок алар бүгүн жаңы реалдуулукка иш алып барууда. Салттуу бийлик инструменттеринен тышкары, биз азыр глобалдык технология платформаларынын, экосистемалардын жана корпоративдик альянстардын таасирин эске алышыбыз керек. Бүгүнкү күндө биз корпорацияларды, технологиялык платформаларды, эл аралык каржы институттарын жана санариптик тармактарды камтыган таасирдин жаңы экосистемаларын көрүп жатабыз. Бул кантип байкалат? Google жана OpenAI эмгек рыногун билим берүү жана бизнести өзгөрткөн жасалма интеллекти жаратууда. Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, миллиондогон компаниялар жана колдонуучулар көз каранды болгон санариптик экономиканын инфраструктурасын калыптандырат. TikTok жана Netflix дүйнө жүзү боюнча коомдук пикирге таасир этип, маалымат тенденцияларын жана маданий артыкчылыктарды аныктоодо. Бул жаңы тартиптин катарына кире алгандар олуттуу стратегиялык артыкчылыктарга ээ болушат. Глобалдык экосистемага икемдүү түрдө интеграцияланган, атаандаштыкка жөндөмдүү улуттук платформаларды түзүп, эл аралык альянстарды түзө алган мамлекеттер стратегиялык артыкчылыкка ээ болот. Урматтуу саммиттин катышуучулары, экономикалык таасир бүгүн сооданын жана өнөр жай кубаттуулугунун салттуу моделдеринин чегинен чыгууда, дүйнө санариптик транзакцияларга, глобалдык каржы платформаларына жана тармактык бизнес экосистемаларына карай жылып жатат. Бул мамлекеттердин ийкемдүү болушун жана өз ара аракеттенүүнүн жаңы моделдерин түз алышын талап кылат. Экономиканын таасири кандай өзгөрүүдө? Санариптик төлөм платформаларынын жана альтернативдүү каржы системаларынын өнүгүшү эл аралык транзакцияларды өзгөртүүдө. жаңы экономикалык союздардын түзүлүшү өлкөлөр менен региондордун өз ара көз карандылыгын жогорулатат. Компаниялар технологияны, логистиканы жана каржыны айкалыштырган глобалдык бизнес экосистемаларын түзүп жатышат. Ошентип мамлекеттер принципиалдуу жаңы реалдуулукка туш болушууда. Алардын ролу ресурстарды жана аймакты башкаруу менен гана чектелбейт. Эми алардын таасири глобалдык өзгөрүүлөргө ыңгайлашып, өз жарандары үчүн актуалдуу жана пайдалуу бойдон калууда. Глобалдык процесстерге интеграциялоо үчүн шарттарды түзүү жөндөмдүүлүгүнө жараша болот. Өкмөттөр азыркы доор бул маанилердин, технологиялардын жана түйүндөрдүн атаандаштык доор экенин аңдап билгенде, жөн гана турбастан лидерлерге айлана алышат. Баалуу адамдык капиталга, динамикалуу жаштарга жана демилгелерин жигерди өнүктүрүүгө дарамети бар болгон өлкө Кыргыз Республикасы сыяктуу кичинекей мамлекеттер да бул дүйнөлүк тенденцияларды өз позицияларын бекемдөө үчүн пайдалана алышат. Кыргызстан өз өнүгүү жолунда Борбор Азия чөлкөмүнүн чок ортосунда жайгашкан, деңизге чыга албаган өлкө катары гидроэнергетикалык потенциалдарды жогорулатууга, транзиттик мүмкүнчүлүктөрдү ачууга жана мамлекеттик башкарууну санариптештирүүгө басым жасоодо. Анткени Кыргызстан региондогу суу башындагы өлкө болуп саналат. Анын географиялык жайгашуусу суу күн тартибин түзгөнгө шарт түзөт. Жалпы ГЭС аркылуу энергия өндүрүүнүн потенциалы жылына 140 миллиард киловаттан ашык. Суу ресурстары өлкөнүн керектөөлөрүн канааттандырат жана ошондой эле агымдын ылдый жагында жайгашкан Борбор Азия өлкөлөрүнүн кеңири аймактары үчүн негизги суу булагы болуп саналат. Жыл сайын 5,6 миллиард киловатт саат электр энергиясын өндүрүүнү камсыз кыла ала турган Кыргызстандын Камбар-Ата ГЭС-1 улуттук долбоорун куруу негизги артыкчылык болуп саналат. Бул ички муктаждыкты чечүүгө гана эмес, ашыкча таза энергияны чөлкөмдөгү өлкөлөргө экспорттоого мүмкүндүк берет. Экинчи мега долбоор Кытай, Кыргызстан, Өзбекстан темир жолунун курулушу. Бул долбоордун практикалык ишке ашуусу өткөн жылдын декабрь айында Кыргыз Республикасынын президенти урматтуу Садыр Нуркожоевич Жапаровдун катышуусунда башталган. Белгилей кетсек, бул долбоор жөн эле транспорт коридору эмес, чыгыш менен батыш өлкөлөрүн бириктире турган маанилүү стратегиялык көпүрө. Бул каттам Кытайдан Кыргызстанга, ошондой эле Борбор Азия жана жакынкы чыгыш өлкөлөрүнө, анын ичинде Туркияга, андан ары Европа биримдигине товарларды жеткирүүнү камсыздайт. Долбоор аймактар аралык байланыштарды чыңдап, транспорттук каттамдарды диверсификациялоого жана Борбор Азия өлкөлөрүнүн максаттарына шайкеш келген эл аралык транспорттук транзиттик борбор катары аймактын атаандаштыкка жөндөмдүүлүгүн жогорулатууга жардам берет. Мен айткан үчүнчү бакыт санариптик трансформация. Анын негизги максаты бюрократияны жана мамлекеттик кызмат көрсөтүүлөрдүн чыгымдарын азайтуу аркылуу жарандарыбыздын жана ишкерлерибиздин жашоосун жеңилдетүү. Бүгүн биз санариптик трансформация, жасалма интеллект жана маалыматтарды жөн гана курал эмес, маалыматтык жана стратегиялык ойлонулган чечимдерди кабыл алуу үчүн негиз болуп жаткан мамлекеттик башкаруунун жаңы доорунун босогосунда турабыз. Жасалма интеллект өкмөттөргө башкарууну жакшыртуу үчүн болуп көрбөгөндөй мүмкүнчүлүктөрдү түзүүдө. Бүгүнкү күндө дүйнөдө чечимдер миллиарддаган маалыматтардын объективдүү анализин негизинде кабыл алынууда. Эгерде биз фискалдык реформалардын, энергетикалык тарифтердин өзгөрүшүн же инвестициялык программалардын ишке киришинин таасирин алдын ала баалай алсак, бул бизге тобокелдиктерди минималдаштырууга, экономиканын туруктуулугун жогорулатууга жана чыныгы тең салмактуу натыйжалуу чечимдерди кабыл алууга мүмкүндүк берет. Биз эл аралык өнөктөштөрүбүздүн тажрыйбасын жана билимин өздөштүрүүгө даярбыз. Кымбаттуу достор, бүгүнкү күндө дүйнөлүк таасир мамлекеттерге гана эмес, бардык үчүн жеткиликтүү болуп берүүдө. Компаниялар, стартаптар жана түгөл жеке адамдар инновациялык чечимдерди сунуштоо, алдыңкы технологияларды иштеп чыгуу жана жаңы маңыздарды түзүү аркылуу дүйнөлүк аренадан атын чыгара алышат. Бүгүнкү күндө глобалдык таасир саясат жана экономика гана эмес, тескерисинче идеяларды калыптандыруудагы ой-пикир жана баалуулуктарды жаратууга жөндөм болуп саналат. Жаңы пайда болуп жаткан глобалдык таасир мындан ары чоң державаларга, күчтүү альянстарга, корпорацияларга же компанияларга гана таандык эмес. Реалдуулукту өзгөртүүчү идеяны сунуш кыла алган ар бир инсан үчүн жеткиликтүү болуп калды. Мына ушундан улам 21-кылым маңыздардын технологиялардын жана идеялардын атандашуу заманы. Көңүл бурганыңыздар үчүн чоң рахмат.
Thank you, Excellency, for a wide-ranging discussion. I must also acknowledge the presence of the ministers from UAE who are here, including the Foreign Minister, who has an excellent ties with our Foreign Minister, Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar, who is supposed to be here but is traveling with the Prime Minister of India. Now we have Nobel laureate, Professor James Robinson, who needs no introduction. He was a Nobel laureate last year in economics, and as a political scientist, extensively worked on Africa, on other countries, including Haiti, had experience and how nations succeed and how nations fail is probably his specialization, and there is no better person to discuss these. He's going to talk about the weight of history, and we are eagerly waiting for him. Thank you, Professor Robinson.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, and I'm very delighted to be here today. Do I have to press something, or is it going to magically emerge? I have some slides. Anyway, so why emergent? The emphasis on emergent. I could press this, see what happens. Oh, there it is. Okay, all right. I did have to press something after all. Okay, so this session is about emergence and emergent futures and emergent leaders. Why the discussion of emergence? Because many societies in the world, economically and politically, are hamstrung in a sense by their past. And so a lot of the research that Daron Ashimolu and Simon Johnson and I did, for which we received the Nobel Prize, was about this legacy of the past. And I want to just emphasize two aspects of the research for which we won the Nobel Prize. One is the connection between institutions and prosperity, in particular what we call inclusive institutions and prosperity. And the second point I'm going to emphasize, which is important for thinking about this issue of the weight of the past or the burden of history, is how history has shaped the distribution of institutions and prosperity in the world today. Okay? So the first part, why are inclusive institutions so important for understanding the prosperity of society? I always like to illustrate this, so I'll come back to the light bulb theme. I like to illustrate this with the patent, Thomas Edison's patent for a light bulb. So Thomas Edison, the great 19th century innovator, he invented the light bulb. And after he came up with the light bulb, he took out a patent. So a patent is a very interesting economic institution. It's something which protects your intellectual property rights. So economists have known since the work of Robert Solow in the 1950s that what drives economic development is innovation. It's new technologies, new ideas, new ways of raising productivity. Okay? So when you come up with an idea, that's something which is very easy for other people to borrow, to take, to use. A patent is something which is meant to protect your intellectual property rights, that's meant to create incentives for innovation. Okay? And so the patent is very important as a tool for raising innovation and technological change. But it also has a particular property which is connected to this word inclusion. So who was Thomas Edison, for example? He was homeschooled. His father was a roofing contractor. He wasn't an elite. He didn't grow up wealthy. He was just a man with a lot of energy and creativity, a lot of ideas, a lot of drive. If you look at people like Edison, who took out patents in 19th century United States, when the United States became the world technology leader, you see something very similar. You see people who come from all over the social spectrum. Talent, ideas, creativity, it's spread out everywhere in society. You don't know who those people are who have that. So what you need to do is to create a set of rules, a set of institutions that allows all that talent to come to the top. And that's what the patent system did. The patent system, you could file a patent, there was a board, it evaluated your innovation, everyone could pay the same fee, and the state enforced your intellectual property rights. So it was inclusive, it was an inclusive institution in a particular sense of it created very broad-based opportunities and incentives. Okay? So we know inclusive institutions are associated with prosperity. Why doesn't the whole world have inclusive institutions and prosperity? Well, that's where history comes in. So one of the things we showed in our work is that if you look at variation in institutions in the world, it's heavily associated with historical events, in particular European colonialism. So I don't want to go into details of these figures, but in our work we emphasized a lot. Within the colonial world, you see very different societies with very different types of institutions emerging, depending on the circumstances that Europeans faced. And in particular, in places with very high disease burdens for Europeans, Europeans couldn't settle, and it was very unlikely to have inclusive institutions in those societies. So here, I separate the former colonial world into red, blue, and green, and think of green countries as places that were healthy for Europeans to live in. Red were places that were extremely unhealthy, and green is somewhere in the middle. On the different axes here, there are different measures of institutions today. Corruption, rule of law, and accountability, an average of different indices, the rule of law from the World Bank. It doesn't really matter how you measure this. Countries which historically, hundreds of years ago, had very bad disease environments for Europeans systematically have worse institutions today. And that's because of the way colonial societies formed in those places. Okay? That doesn't matter for institutions. Here's just institutions. Here's the connection to prosperity. You find the same thing. Places with high levels of mortality, such as Mali or Nigeria, tend to be much poorer today than places in the former colonial world, like the United States, which historically had much more benign disease environments for Europeans. Okay, so here's the weight of history. You know, how come that persists? How do we know it persists? Well, you know, we can just look at that data over time. So if I separate the world into high, medium, and low mortality for Europeans, and I just measure one way, institutions in one way, kind of putting together corruption, rule of law, accountability, you can see for the last 120 years, there's been this distribution. Places which were healthy for Europeans in the colonial period have much better institutions, and that's been like that for a long time. And you see these things are just very persistent over time. Okay? So, yes, history has shaped the distribution of institutions in the world today and the prosperity in the world today. Why does that happen? Well, because institutions create incentives. They create opportunities. They reproduce themselves because people's decisions are shaped by those incentives. I could give lots of examples of this. I was going to give one example, which disappeared from the slide. No, here it is, which is how the United States in the 19th century and Latin American countries dealt with distributing frontier land. Okay? In the United States, they passed something called the Homestead Act. This is application number 1. This is the first person, Daniel Friedman, who applied for 160 acres of land in Nebraska under the Homestead Act. Okay, he applied for the land. He was given 160 acres, and he got this beautiful title, you see, it has all of the details of exactly where his plot of land in Nebraska was. So in the 19th century, countries all over the Americas had to face this problem of dividing frontier land. The United States divided it in this very equal way. Why did they do that? Because the society was sufficiently democratic that frontier land had to be opened up for everybody. If you contrast that with Latin America, in Latin America, frontier land was divided between politically connected elites in a kind of oligarchic land grab. Okay? So in both cases, the initial institutions create incentives to allocate land in particular ways, and the outcome of that reproduces the circumstances that gave rise to it. Okay, so that's why institutions persist. Institutions persist because they create particular incentives. Okay? So that's why history matters. But I think once you start thinking about, these are facts, but not every country fits into that pattern. And history may create incentives and opportunities, and people make choices as a consequence of that, but people can make different choices. People don't have to take the choices that reproduce the past. So I think history is not destiny, and that's the second point I want to make. You know, here's a great example. Deng Xiaoping famously said, "Poverty is not socialism. To be rich is glorious." Okay? So here's someone who made decisions about how to organize this society that didn't reproduce the past at all. And my point here is he didn't have to do that. You know, coming back to the theme of light bulbs, here is the Korean peninsula at night, and I want to point out the difference not just between South Korea and North Korea, but North Korea and China. Okay? So Deng Xiaoping could have reproduced the communist model in China in the same way they have done in North Korea and kept China poor. There was nothing inevitable about what he did. He just decided to do something different. Okay? So there's an example of people making choices. Here's an African example that I like very much. I work a lot in sub-Saharan Africa. Here's on the right in the suit is Seretse Khama. So Seretse Khama, the first president of Botswana, an independent. Here he is with Harry Oppenheimer, the head of De Beers diamond mining company, at the opening of the Orapa diamond mine. What did Seretse Khama do? Seretse Khama persuaded the Ngwato people to change the law, to take the diamonds, and instead of the diamonds being the possession of the Ngwato people, the Orapa diamond mine was in Ngwato land, to change the law so the diamond money accrued to the state. Instead of the diamonds accruing to the tribe, the diamonds accrued to the state. Okay? So that was a remarkable decision that changed the trajectory of Botswana. He didn't have to do that, but he decided that this was in the interest of the country. Okay? So history is not destiny because you can make different choices. But I think it's actually even more interesting than that. Because if you start thinking about these cases, you see history is not a kind of burden that you escape from by making different choices. It's also opportunities. History presents opportunities. And in fact, most of these successful experience of transitions involve leveraging history in constructive ways. Okay? Back to Seretse Khama. Okay, I mentioned Seretse Khama. Here he is in 1949. I didn't tell you something else about Seretse Khama. Seretse Khama was actually the traditional chief of the Ngwato people. He was a Hosi. He was the chief. Okay? So the chief persuaded his tribesmen to take the diamonds and vest them in the state. Okay? So it was his legitimacy that allowed that to happen. Here he is addressing a khutla, which is the traditional tribal assembly in 1949, bringing his Ngwato people along with his plan to change the country, okay? I think many examples are similar to that. Here's, in the middle of this is President Paul Kagame of Rwanda. How does President Kagame get Rwanda to move so dramatically? Yes, there's huge burdens of history in Rwanda, but he leverages history to change the society. So the largest policy implementation program in Rwanda is called Imihigo. Imihigo is a pre-colonial social norm about making promises to deliver, to achieve something. And if you don't achieve it, you're humiliated. It brings social sanctions and ostracism. So he took that, starting in 2006, that traditional practice, because that resonates in Rwandan society, and he built that into an enormous policy implementation scheme, okay? So that's using history. It's leveraging history to change the future, okay? You know, how do I know that works? You know, here's some data from the recent data from the World Bank looking at the application of Imihigo to rural electrification in Rwanda. So President Kagame and the government have used that to spread electricity throughout rural Rwanda in a way, you know, in a dramatic kind of transformation. All right, just some data. Okay, another example, closer to UAE, with a lot of involvement by the UAE, interestingly enough, Somaliland. Somaliland, the Republic of, you know, the former British colony of Somalia, Somaliland in the north of Somalia, which became de facto independent 24 years ago, spent 10 years rewriting and structuring its institutions to build a state. How did it do that? It did it in its cultural context. It created a legislative body that represented clans within the state. So using the past to kind of build institutions in a novel way, okay? So I think if you start thinking about it, many of these transitions use the past as an opportunity. Think about the Meiji Restoration in 19th century Japan, one of the most successful experiences of transition to kind of modern economic growth, modern institutions. The Meiji Restoration, it built the transition on restoring the emperor and recreating many of the norms around the emperor, okay? So this using the past, for me, seems to be key for kind of building a political project, making it legitimate, and getting people to move along with it, okay? I would say, you know, the words that many people would use about what Deng Xiaoping did or what Soretsi Karma did, you can think of many other examples, would be agency. People in business schools talk about agency. Okay? We don't have good social science theories about agency. You know, social science is all about structures. So we look at the environment in which people make these decisions, and we try to think about what, you know, why did Soretsi Karma do what he did? Okay? And I think, you know, there's two facilitating factors, you could say. You know, one we understand much better than the other. The thing we understand much better is, I showed you a picture of him in front of the khotla, the traditional assembly. Okay, so situations, fora of accountability, of deliberation. The khotla is not like the British Parliament. You know, people don't stand up and vote and 51 in favor, 50. No, that's not how things work in Africa. It's a consensus, deliberation, discussion. It's a very different, but it's a fora of accountability and deliberation, you can say. You can think that encourages agency in the collective welfare. The other aspect, which is much less well understood, is something to do with political culture. What is it about the political culture that encourages agency in the collective interest? You know, in the case of China, you could say, you know, going back to the Zhou period in ancient China, there's this notion of the mandate of heaven. You know, rulers have the mandate of heaven, and if you don't act in the collective good, you lose the mandate of heaven. So there's a deep political culture associated with leaders acting in the public welfare, okay? Of course, the interesting thing about Western social science is Western social science heavily emphasizes, two, this sort of notion of institutions, of political institutions, and has much less to say about one, meaning a culture of rulership or a culture of a political culture which tends to get leaders to act in the collective interest. There's much less said about that in Western social science, but I don't know if you've been following the news like I have in the United States. I'm a little worried that we may have underemphasized number one. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Brilliant. Yep. Please. Yep. Yep. So, I think I'll sit here. So it's better. Sure. So, without much ado, I'll just go straight away because we're really, a bit, tight on the time, and we have really exciting kind of topics to be covered. Thank you, Professor, for the brilliant presentation. We are now from an economic journey. We're now going to get into geopolitics and some geoeconomics. So I start with Lara Burrow, the CEO of the Economist Group. You know, we are in the first few weeks of the Trump 2.0. What do you think, what would his 4-year term look like? He seems to be on a mission. So how do you think this is going to shape in the next year and the coming years?
Well, hello, everybody. Great to be here. Marhaba. I think we would all like to know what this will look like in 4 years. I've had trouble keeping up with what's happened in the last 20 days. I think he's signed now 60 executive orders in the first 20 days. That's more than Biden signed in the first 100 days. He's trampled all over the US, Mexico, Canada agreement. He has threatened the sovereignty of nations. He has made some jaw-dropping comments about Gaza, and so the list goes on. So just extrapolating from that, I think one of the sort of observations, and I'll go back to a comment that Chrystia Friedland made in an article she wrote to The Economist only a couple of weeks ago, is uncertainty is a feature, not a bug, of the Trump administration. So one of the things we can continue to expect is uncertainty. And those people who say he's a negotiator and this is all a tactical ploy, he is just frightening the world so that we end up somewhere which is a reasonable compromise, I worry that really what he's doing is drawing down on American capital that has been built over almost a century. And that is both moral capital, diplomatic capital, human capital. And so it is going to be interesting to see what happens as sort of the world order we've been used to is shaken up. I think the role of government is to create certainty and stability for its citizens, for businesses, for investment. And it is very hard to see how we do that in the current environment.
So as a follow-up to that, Mr. Frederick, you may have some different views, right? On a positive of Trump 2.0. You think that there is a positive impact on the geopolitics of Trump 2.0 because there were certain things which were set after World War II by the US globally, and probably he's trying to shake those up, including drawing down on some of the aid programs, right? How do you think, I mean, overall, it will have a positive impact of Trump's geopolitical outreach?
So, first, it's important to say that what's in this one man's mind and the decisions he takes could have massive consequences. So let's lay out the global context first, which would have been the same if President Kamala Harris had been elected or if President Trump had been elected. And the global context is a war in Europe. It's the most dangerous moment probably geopolitically in our lifetimes, 2025. You have an intractable war in Europe. You have a ceasefire in the Middle East and some return of hostages, but the tensions are there and they persist. You have tensions with Asia, and you have a contest for the commanding heights of technological change, artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is going to be very promising in many respects, but very disruptive in many respects. So a traditional way of looking at geopolitics at this very challenging moment is as a multi-dimensional chessboard for grand masters and great powers to shape things over generations. Donald Trump has tipped over the board, has introduced a new game with different pieces, and he's in a hurry. If you're an optimist, and I've been talking to people around the World Government Summit, and the optimists say we have a chance for global deconfliction that's urgently needed, that he can reach new arrangements with Russia and Ukraine that could bring that war to an end, and potentially create the situation for a sovereign, independent Ukraine, a more secure Ukraine anchored in the West, potentially. These are the optimists. The optimists believe in the Middle East, a new way of thinking could build upon the Abraham Accords. And let's not forget the Abraham Accords were a creation of the first Trump administration. A willingness to look at a region in the new way, working very closely, obviously, with the UAE and with others. And one could build on that to get Saudi normalization with Israel, a new arrangement with the United States between the Saudis that would be a huge breakthrough. And then with China, he could also bring this situation into a new arrangement. So that's the optimists. By looking at things in a new way, by being transactional, non-ideological, pragmatic, and ambitious, he could shift all of this. The pessimists look at what you were talking about, which is second-order effects of too many tariffs, second-order effects of not taking your partnerships and your allies seriously enough. If you empty Gaza, what does that do to Jordan and to Egypt in terms of refugee flows? And so you have both sides happening, but what one has to understand is this man comes into a situation where the world anyway is in a very precarious, but also potentially promising situation, and he's going to have a very big impact. I am more optimistic. One shouldn't forget that the United States has more than 25% of GDP, 27, 28% of GDP, but 70% of equity investments. It still is a place people want to send their children to school. It still is a place where people are sending billions and billions of dollars of investment, particularly around artificial intelligence. But what's true is our allies and our partners want consistency. And they don't just worry about the Trump administration in that respect. They also have seen through the Obama administration and through into the first Trump administration and through into the Biden administration, particularly in this region, they haven't been getting sufficient consistency of purpose from the United States.
As a follow-up, Mr. Kemp, I mean, you know, the biggest challenge, geopolitical challenge, or geoeconomic challenge that the US is facing currently, irrespective of who is the president, is from People's Republic of China. I mean, there are some signals, and these are very nascent, and I also am very curious to understand. Do you think that he could reach a deal with China? Somebody as some people are mentioning, that raise the tariff, in 6 months, reach a deal.
Well, I had a conversation with someone close to President Trump, and he pointed first to the 60% tariff threat, which then was removed. Right. It's now a 10% tariff. The Chinese have responded calmly to that. He, through executive order, stopped the ban on TikTok for a 75-day review, so that gave that a breather. And so this person said, well, could it be Trump to China like Nixon to China? And he said, well, he likes making deals with big, powerful leaders around the world, and so he would rather make a deal with China than go to war with China. And so that's what he's going to try, and he'll try to make a deal through a mixture of carrots and sticks. And I said, well, who will be Kissinger? And he said, well, Elon Musk would like to be Kissinger. and you can laugh at that, but if you actually look at Musk's connections in China, they're deep, they're profound. And if there's anyone in the Trump circle, and the United States, there's bipartisan consensus on very little in our country, but in terms of being anti-communist China, there's a bipartisan consensus. But I think Musk, with his Tesla plant, with other business interests in China, has really been very forward-leaning in creating better relations with China. And so I think you're certainly going to see a testing of the waters and a potential for better relations, although I would say right now, on both sides, the situation is fraught. And President Xi Jinping has a vote on this as well. And his actions in the last few years in the region and in the building up of his military are not entirely promising at the moment.
Right. Laura, if I can come to you, on China, the DeepSeek has taken the world by storm, right? I mean, it's just, the stock in the U.S. stock market, the Dow just fell. I mean, what does it mean for the U.S. leadership of artificial intelligence? And we're talking about this on a day when this artificial intelligence summit is being held in Paris, co-chaired by India and France, where they're trying to look at, a middle path, neither an U.S. model nor a China-led model. So what does it mean for the U.S. leadership on the artificial intelligence, the DeepSeek in particular? It's a Sputnik moment, as many say.
Yeah, well, look, I think we've all recognized that AI is going to be a fantastic opportunity, but also comes with the need for governments and society to rethink our rules. The question is whether you want something that powerful to sit in the hands of any country, right? And it is, I think, healthy to have a number of versions of AI, although I'm sure some people would dispute that. And I think competition is generally a good thing, and as we have seen with DeepSeek, it is the fact that China had to create something under more difficult circumstances that led it to create a model which is more efficient. You can then argue about how it was created and where the IP came from, but I would argue you could argue about that in the core models. The question, I think, that was really interested in the plenary session this morning with Mr. Lee from Baidu is the discussion around where will returns flow, right? At the moment, as he's described, all the returns flow to the chip makers, to the infrastructure providers, and there's very little to show for it on the application layer. With a model like DeepSeek, with completely different economics, the question is whether businesses and governments could apply those models with different economics to solve big societal problems and indeed small business problems, and whether that actually, in fact, is a positive thing for the world as a whole. So more competition, more variation, less concentration of power, in my view, is probably healthier for how this develops. It's an incredibly powerful technology, and you probably don't want just one person ruling it.
So would you say this would be a Manhattan Project for steroids? Or?
Yeah, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor for President Biden, in an interview he did with Axios, said this race for the commanding heights of artificial intelligence would make the Manhattan Project look like a small thing. But that makes it sound like more of a physics problem, which was the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project obviously created a nuclear weapon, and you can imagine how the world would have been different if the Third Reich had got there first. And so on the one hand, you want to get to the commanding heights. On the other hand, it's collaborative. Tens of billions of dollars are being invested by the UAE and others in artificial intelligence with US partners. The G42 Microsoft partnership is a great model of things going forward. But the difference between Manhattan Project and artificial intelligence is at that point things were coming from the government, and then and also the internet was a project that then went to the private sector. The breakthroughs in artificial intelligence are coming from the private sector. Right. And then the government has to figure out what are the consequences of that. I think what we have to understand is it's one of the most disruptive, promising, and perilous technologies the world has ever seen. And so government will have to intervene and set standards and ensure that we tap this for the best outcomes and then prevent the worst outcomes. We've learned through the internet that a digital divide can make richer people richer and poorer people poorer. And the question is, have we learned enough so that the benefits of artificial intelligence can be more equally spread? Because if they are, then the dissemination of education, of healthcare, of so many other good things could be accelerated. But on the other hand, there's also dark sides that can be accelerated as well. So I think we're in. I always tell my friends, if in the next 4 years, everyone seems to be talking about President Trump, but artificial intelligence is going to have a hell of a lot more impact on where the world is 4 years from now than Donald Trump will have.
Thank you. One quick last. Laura, what do you think is Global South heading among this competition between two big powers?
Well, look, I think it's undisputable that the Global South is going to become more important. I think the latest stat is 18% of the world GDP concentrated in 133 countries, but 30% of trade and 62% of the population. So the one undisputable thing is that trade between the Global South, the importance of the Global South is only going to rise. There's probably too little being spoken at this conference and everywhere else about that, and so I think I'm optimistic. If you're sitting in the Global South, the future is probably looking quite bright.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have run out of time. It was a brilliant session, and to discuss President Trump and China, I think even 3 days are not enough. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll see you sometime in India, probably?
Yes, let's be in contact.
That's right.
The process of launching a global India hub.
Okay.
So I'd like to talk to you about.
Oh, absolutely. So I'll directly mail you?
Sorry?
We are now coming into the real, blockbuster ministerial sessions. And the title of this is, Will Economic Alliances Drive the Future of Global Influence? And to discuss this, we have two very interesting and knowledgeable personalities. His Excellency Pedro Reis, the Minister of Economy of Portugal. Welcome. And to be joined by him from the host, Dr. Thani Al-Zaudi, the Minister of State for Foreign Trade at Ministry of Economy. Thank you, Dr. Zaidi. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Zaidi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we Start with you. I know Europe have an inflection point in this turmoil of, and the new presidency in US and everybody is, whether Europe will be dumped by US or not is just the refrain in the letters. So what do you think the regional partnerships and economic coalitions play in reshaping global trade dynamics and how they can be used to address shared challenges? We today have shared challenges all over the world.
Thank you. Good morning, dear friends. Basically, I think that Europe is on the crossroads. All this volatility in the world might work as a wake-up call also for Europe. And that's interesting because it can speed up the reforms we are conscious we have to implement. The way I see it is basically we have a lot of complexity on the world level, so the challenges are huge and cannot be approached by a single region. And that's go without saying by a single country. There's a sense of urgency that's positive for change, because the name of the game we are facing is change, whether one way or another. And there's a perception of multi-dependency. Now, and all these convenes into historic times. There's a change of cycle, even for mankind and for economies and for governments. And we can either go two ways. One is the direction, the avenue of, if you want, fragmentation, transactional approach, and you'll enter into a reciprocity deal. The other way, which I believe it's the best case and it's positive for Europe, is either if we go for collaborative, but it calls for creativity and for bold reforms. And just ending up these initial remarks, in Europe, it's all about deregulation. Mm-hmm. It's all about getting back to basics from where you extract sustainable growth. And you extract sustainable growth through innovation, through scale, through agility, through less bureaucracy, through less taxes, through less tariffs. And that, I think, the fact that you have a new European Commission, you have an existential quest for the meaning of our alliance, might open a window of a new beginning in which Europe wants to integrate, and namely with other regions. GCC is a case, as well as, namely for Portuguese economy, Africa and Latin America.
Okay. Dr. Zilvi, I mean, UAE today is not only a regional power, economic power, but it's also emerging as a global economic power. You're investing big time in Africa, if I understand, and South Asia, and also looking into Eurasia in the big way. How does, economic alliances in this fit into UAE's larger, broad economic footprints? Because in 2023, UAE also joined BRICS. How do you see this? It will help UAE's spread the goodwill and boost the global and the regional economy.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhry, and it's a real pleasure to have my friend Pedro here with us. When it comes to global alliances and the UAE international economic policy and diplomacy, diversity has been always a key aspect of the whole direction of our international engagements, trade relations, as well as investments. If you look at the history, and I'm going to quote what my colleague, His Excellency Mohammed Grigawi, said earlier, if you don't learn from the history, we will not move on. I will not be able as well to sort out our today's issue. For the last 100 years, globalization has playing a major role, but globalization has been depending on regional groups and regional alliances. And what do we mean by regional alliances? It means that removing most of the issues that His Excellency Pedro was talking about, the tariffs, non-trade barriers, taxes, smoothing the process, less bureaucracy, etc. And from there, the whole globalization started building those blocks with each other. So we had that excellent growth globally. Now, coming back to the last 15 years experience of the regional blocks, economic blocks globally, they start working among themselves and harming the growth and the engagement with the others, saying that, looking at their blocks as the only block which should only, they have to maintain their own relations. And it slowed down many of the potential engagements globally. Now, after COVID, things has been changing. And even for us in the UAE, it has been there even before that, because you can't predict how things are moving by slowness within economic groups and economic blocks, not responding to the global needs, not learning from the best practices. So you have to start building these economic alliances. So what we did, we start shifting the investments. It's not only the one side of the whole global that attracts our investments. We have to diversify. There is a high risk, but there is high revenue from those investments. Africa is one of the examples. Second one, and the most important thing when it comes to economic alliances, we start building alliances that is suiting our own interests without constraining us and confining the movements and the engagements that we're doing. BRICS is one of them. What is the added value of BRICS? Away from politics, it's all about economy. Those nations and the member states are going to dominate most of the growth 25 years from now. Why don't we part of this? We don't need to get involved in the geopolitics, because geopolitics has its already the multilateralism which is tackling that. And if they're not moving there, why we're bringing the issues in those economic, new economic alliances? Second thing, the alliances is becoming more based on mutual interest. Does not mean that me and Pedro that we agree on everything, but there is a common understanding, common interest between us, and we have to work on that common interest between both of us, and from there you start building the network that you're doing based on the interest and mutual interest between you and different nations. Third one, which is as well we see as a critical point, how many superpower and poles and polars around the world? There are four or five. We're talking about US, EU, China, India, and to a certain extent ASEAN. The rest of the world has more than 190 nations. Those nations can create another bloc and work together. While we're just keeping our focus on the 4 or 5 superpower which is fighting against each other. So from there, the new economic alliances is happening because of the mutual interest, because of the potential, and because of the growth that is going to be brought from those economic alliances.
So, as a follow-up to that, if I may ask you, Dr. Sayudi, that so are you saying that is referring to the enormous potential of the global South countries, right? That they should have a kind of create a sort of loose network and focus on that to boost the economy, particularly in the post-COVID period.
See, absolutely. When it comes to global South, there is a huge potential. But I don't want to ignore many of the global North nations. And I can pick easily some of the nations. Canada, for example, Australia, New Zealand. They're not part of the superpower. Sure. And they're very easy to have an alliance with those nations. Right. So we should not constrain ourselves to a certain direction, because at the end of the day, we don't have the full capacity. We don't have the full technology. We don't have the historical know-how. We have to bring everyone on board who has this shared mindsets that we have. Otherwise, things will not move. When you talk to certain people, they always try to take you to a certain direction. But that direction does not mean you will have it all. You have to have an integration with like-minded nations in the areas and the topics that are an interest for you. And from there, you build your complex network of global economic alliance.
Minister, I mean, you talked about bureaucracy, right? I mean, when I talk to people in the government of India, they talk a lot about the European Union bureaucracy, and which is also kind of dealing the FTA with India, between you and India. And I'm just giving an example. How do we break down this and you were signaling that something new, because Portugal has played a very important role in the European Union so how does we reduce bureaucracy in terms of and it's essentially European Union is an economic project, right? I mean, and how can it be like maybe a little bit like ASEAN or maybe like GCC, which is more cohesive in that way, and I mean in terms with the outside.
Let me kindly disagree in the fact that Europe is more bureaucratic. I guess it's really a challenge at world level. You have bubbles that are more agile, but what I hear from investors that are connected and exposed to the several markets, it is that one of the main challenges is tackling red tape. On that, I guess we can agree. And by the way, basically, what I see is that if you take politics out of the agenda, you have, without being romantic, people want to connect. The economies need to connect. You have so long value chains nowadays. The international trade, 50%, it's about business to business. It's about components. You cannot just untangle it. You cannot plug off the world economy. Namely, when we are facing huge challenges, climate extreme events, population displacement, cybersecurity threats, you name it, and then go on and on and on. So at the end of the day, it's all a race either into a common understanding and a level playing field based on fairness, based on respect for each culture, removing the infantilization of the discussion all over the world on politics. And maybe when you get into that, you have the key to get, again, people committed with their leaderships. If you take all this broad picture, you have also one main challenge in governance nowadays, in my point of view, is that the objectives, the impact, the results take time and they must be extracted out of very complex systems. Namely, the layers that you have deployed of bureaucracy, each one of them makes sense on a standalone, but one day we wake up, not only in Europe, all over the world, and there are so many, it's such a labyrinth, there are so many layers for an investor to get things done, to move on, to create, that people are starting to look forward where are the growth speedy models. And what I hear, even on this visit of mine, and once again, congratulations, it's one of these summits are of extreme importance for us all. It's networking, it's exchange of ideas, it's enabling exchange of views. And if we get to the main roles, the main drivers of what we in Europe want to achieve, if you take Draghi report, if you take Letta's report, if you take nowadays the Compass for Competitiveness, if you take the Green Deal, at the end of the day, we all come to one special challenge for us, action plan. It's time to go from words, from purpose, into execution in Europe, namely. And I do believe that with this new commission, with this focus on changing the game, because we can be quite innovative, we can be quite a hub, a safe harbor for talent attraction, we can be a bridge between continents, regions, markets. If we find our own way, and I believe we are on the brink of that, then we can reconnect with the world. And let me use my friend's expression, plasticity. You have to find out a blending between identity and cooperation, between execution and strategy. Life is all about balance and respect.
If you allow me, Mr. Chaudhry, I want to comment here because I want to give this example. The old economic blocks, regardless if it's the EU, Mercosur, GCC, and some other economic blocks, they're having an issue. And the issue is that the legislator, they don't talk to the implementer, they don't talk to the business people. Right. And not only that, the centralization which they built, it's killed the business in the member states itself. We have very excellent model here in the UAE. We're seven emirates, but we at the federal level, we don't over-regulate. We just give the general guidelines for this, and we keep the different models in the 7 emirates to implement and do whatever they want based on the best practices. And the agility and the efficiency that is happening is unbelievable. If we are taking that model in a small nation, as a UAE, and apply it in a bigger group, we're going to outperform. But we have to learn from the challenges, the mistakes that happen in those economic blocks, and we should not replicate it in any new economic blocks. Now, His Excellency mentioned the businesses. Business is going to be driving most of the investments. And without giving them the right ecosystem, and without us as a teams, regardless of governments, legislators, and implementers, we don't talk to each other, we will not be able to assist and facilitate the business movements and implementation of their projects.
Dr. Siri, I would like to now talk about a little bit of the SIPA framework. How does these have enhanced collaboration or can enhance collaboration between countries in the different regions?
SIPA is 3 years old as a project, and we outperform. We completed 25 agreements in less than 3 years, which is historically has not been done. And we did it with nations that everyone questioned that we're going to conclude with, including India, Indonesia, etc. But the minute that you put only your vision is trade and investments and economy, everyone will start moving. The minute that you bring different factors into the table, everyone will back off and say, we're not interested. Why some of the agreements with the EU, for example, is taking 27 years and it's not moving? Why agreements between different blocs is taking 25 years and more than 20 years? Because we will start bringing non-trade and non-economic factors into the topic. Now, the 25 agreements which we're having, it's all with emerging economies and small nations, and we're building our own networks. What is the consequences? It's not only about trade, it's about investment, it's about companies expanding, it's about movement of people, movement of technology, and the result is amazing so far. Last year, we had an excellent growth in our our international foreign trade non-oil. We exceeded the global average of growth by 7 times. The growth was 14.6%. The global trade in goods growth was almost 2%. So it shows what is the potential, how such a framework can boost the bilateral trade between us and the rest of the world. With India itself, the growth was almost more than 28%. With one nation. Right. Imagine how is that with many other countries. With Georgia, the growth was almost 56%. Right. With Turkey is around 12%. And we can name the nations when it comes to bilateral trade. The other thing, the flow of investment is going. We're even monitoring the number of companies that is opening to attract those markets. The results is phenomenal. So we're going to continue with the expansion, and we're going to continue going against what is happening globally now with the tariffs and geopolitical affecting the businesses, because we don't believe in such measures.
He also spoke about, Dr. Zawji spoke about not to bracket or put countries like, in simple bracket, whether he's in south or north or something, it hits as this collaboration in a sense. How do you think, countries from global north, if I say, or countries from, how could for global good, how could alliances be formed, partnership be formed between countries which had probably developed earlier because of various reasons, scientific temperament and all, and emerging economies, or already like UAE. So how could this partnership or marriage, if I can say, we are all looking for that, between North and the South?
I would say change the mindset. Once again, let the companies breathe, let the investment fly, take off the artificial barriers that are blocking global investments. Change the mindset. Nowadays, it's not for countries to choose which business investors they have. It's for companies to choose in which countries they will invest. I'm a profound admirer of what the sovereign funds, the global companies out of UAE that I find here. Very pragmatic, very professional, very analytical, and with a worldview. And a sense of the strategic clusters, the technology driver, the DNA, the metamorphosis that's going on the world level energy cluster, and so on and so on and so on. And then what the investment, my perception and the investments that we have in Portugal from the region, what they go for scalability. They go for innovation, for expertise, for deep strategy, and they'll go for access for markets. So you don't have to look very far away. Just replicate what I see happening here. It's a good world case because it's a blending between tradition and the future, between science and entrepreneurship, between governments and private sector. By the way, that's the only way ahead, private-public partnerships. We have to reinvent them. And then we'll have to get back to the drawing room on the world institutions and World Trade Organization and so on and so on. We have to redesign the architecture for a new world. And what is that new world saying us beyond the clouds of the conflicts and the coupling and so on? It is saying that it's urgent to sort out a way of sustainable growth. You don't get there by yourself. Peace is a key for growth, and growth is a key for equilibrium for humanity. So this is not romantic. This is the only roadmap into the future. And our generation is called to rise up for these challenges because, for example, through AI, whether it's a new technology, whether it's the seed for an hybrid reality or not species, but things will accelerate quantumly in the next years, not decades, and we don't have any more time to lose after so many millennials of history. And you know that when you free innovation, creativity, entrepreneurship, initiative, you respect the individual, namely if it works for the collectivity, you get there. If you deny this, you don't stay where you are. It's either you go up or you go down. And so basically, at the end of the day, the diagnosis is done in the world. It's all about the courage to implement, the courage of execution, and get back hope for the people and for the economies.
Do you agree? I mean, or do you
I totally agree. Well, if we really want to push the economic investments, trade, we have to understand the language. We have to be very transparent, and we should ensure that the ecosystem is built around the flexibility to those business people to do whatever they want without us disturbing their businesses. And I'm sure the company which His Excellency was talking about here in UAE, they haven't met with us, they haven't been engaged with us. They just like the ecosystem, and from there they flourish. If we ensure that is available to the business people, they don't need anything else. They don't need money. They don't need the support. They just want to make sure that there is an ecosystem for them to flourish, and from there they can go and grow their businesses. Well, when it comes to the international alliances and international engagements, partnerships, we meet many of the officials who thinks that they know their markets much more than their private sector. Right. And we have to ensure that there is a consultation and a direct engagement with the right private sector in different regions so we can tap into the market. Same thing here with the private sector. If we don't ensure that they talk directly to the right people wherever they want to invest, regardless if they're choosing certain countries, etc., we will not be able to ensure that the success of their investments globally. The last point from my side is we, as governments, we have to ensure that we are laying out the frameworks and we keep it to the private sector as well to flourish.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zevi. Thank you, Dr. Pedro. Thank you so much. Yeah, we have run out of time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure. Yeah, I'll see you in India.
Countries can only keep themselves safe if they work with each other.
It is a responsibility of the international community to act as one.
It's the future that is going to be interesting, the future that is going to be full of opportunities and risks.
These are amazing times because we're at the beginning of a new industrial revolution.
The very fact that space is on your agenda will transform your present and the future ambitions of everyone who participates.
We need a surge in diplomacy for peace. We need to be able to address the root causes of conflict.
We need a sustainable energy development plan. It's affordable, it's secure, and it's efficient.
Tech
does offer great, great opportunities to the world, but of course there are always downsides which need to be mitigated.
If we fail to act now, we will see a climate crisis on a scale that is unimaginable.
We need free and diverse AI platforms for the same reason that we need free and diverse press.
Life can't just be about solving problems. There's got to be things that people find inspiring and make life worth living.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation titled The Future of Investment, Is Latin America Leading the Way? With Ricardo Benjamin Salinas, founder and chairman of Grupo Salinas. This session is moderated by Jumana Berseche from Bloomberg.
I think they're clapping for you, not for me. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here. I'm going to get straight to it because we don't have a lot of time. But the title of our session is about the future of investment, and is Latin America leading the way? Latin America is a very, very far place from the UAE.
Yes.
And so there's lots to talk about. It's a region that I'm personally quite familiar with. But I'm going to start with the fact that you are one of the most influential industry and business leaders in Latin America and also in Mexico.
Yes.
And for anyone who's been following the news the last couple of weeks, Mexico has been in the news quite a lot because President Trump has set his sights on the country and has floated the possibility of imposing tariffs with a little bit of a delay introduced. Let me just ask you, as an industry leader, as an influential business person from the region, how does the threat of tariffs affect your ability to conduct business and to make decisions about your business operations?
Yes. Well, Mexico is in a very difficult position right now because of this threat from the Trump administration to basically throw away the free trade agreement and treat us like a pariah, like a divorced woman. Boom. I don't want to see you again. Close the wall, close the border. If that happens, it's a huge shock for my country, Mexico, because for the past 30 years, our model has been integration into the North American market with Canada, the US, and Mexico. By the way, Trump is divorcing both Mexico and Canada.
Yeah.
So he's throwing away the North American Free Trade Agreement or threatening with that. And if that comes to happen, the effect in Mexico will be huge unemployment, because our manufacturing sector for export is huge, and we do $700 billion of trade with the U.S.
Yeah.
It would be a very, very bad impact.
Yeah.
So we don't know if it's going to happen or not, but the uncertainty is not helping.
No, it doesn't help at all, anywhere. Do you think...
And I want to say, why is this happening? No? So the politics of the decision are very perverse. So Trump is saying, because Mexico is taken over by cartels, and because Mexico is taking fentanyl and putting into our poor young people's bodies, we must do something. And the first thing he does is put a wall and tariffs, and the next thing he does is throw some bombs into the cartel land. It's a very bad situation, and our government has done a lot to deserve this, because our government has not been strict in controlling the gangland violence that my country is suffering. But that is a very bad way to start talking about business opportunities in Latin America.
I figured that it is topical. And when you think about it from the perspective of sentiment in Latin America, clearly the threat of tariffs is hanging over there. But maybe let's just talk about what opportunities and growth you have witnessed.
Yes.
And also, let's also just remind everybody that Latin America is a huge continent, and you're talking about so many different countries with different prerogatives. So maybe let's just start there.
So Latin America is a very big place, number one. From Mexico City to Buenos Aires, it takes longer to fly to Buenos Aires than it takes to get to London, just so you get a dimension of the thing. So London is actually closer to Mexico City. Then there's 350 million people in the region, which Mexico has 130 million. It's a very young country. Most of Mexicans are under 26 years old. 50% are under 26 years old. So that's human capital, and it's very valuable, because the attitude of people is that if you work hard, you get ahead. They're not waiting around for handouts from the government, though they're getting that more and more every day. Now, the problem is, it's such a diverse region that it's not really productive to talk about Latin America, because what happens in Brazil or Argentina or Colombia or Chile is very different from what happens in Mexico. And so the first step for anybody who's interested is to get to know people in the private sector where you can do business. And that's why we're here, and we're very thrilled to see what's going on in the Emirates, especially in Dubai. it's really a wonderful country and a wonderful place to do business.
Not that dissimilar in terms of natural resources, being rich with natural resources, young demographics, youth.
Yes.
So a lot of dynamics are actually in common between this part of the world and Latin America.
Not only that, but also there's a lot of family
Yeah.
business in this region. And in Latin America, also, most companies are family-owned,
Yeah.
with the exception of the government sector.
I want to ask you a question specifically about Argentina. And the reason I bring up Argentina is there's been an interesting economic case over the past year or so. The advent of Javier Milei, he was an outsider. He was a very unorthodox economist, and he came in with big plans. He literally, his motto was no hay plata, there is no money left. And he came in with his chainsaw and he wanted to cut down the size of the public sector. And you fast forward, 12, 14 months in, and a lot of the metrics, if you look at the Argentinian economy, are actually moving in the right direction.
Yes.
My question for you is this a template that can be applied to other Latin American countries, or is it specific to Argentina?
No, it cannot be applied. It's specific to Argentina. Argentina is like the typical, alcoholic, drunk, that goes to the bottom, ends in the gutter, in the filth, and one day decides, I'm not going to drink anymore. And when that moment comes of realization that that is the wrong way, then the opportunity for someone like Milei to come out. So the problem with the other countries is they've not touched bottom. It's the alcoholism is excessive government spending, excessive government intervention, way excessive regulations. And what this creates is a bad condition in the economy. It drags people down, creates poverty. This is the trap of Latin American countries. And until they hit rock bottom, there's no opportunity for a person like Milei. I love Milei. I know him well. We invited him to Mexico 10 years ago. I'm a big libertarian. I believe in freedom. I believe in free enterprise. And I believe that it's through freedom that creates innovation, that creates competition, how you get to prosperity. It's definitely not through government intervention. And that is why the leadership of the UAE is so important as an example of what can be done right. I mean, this country is barely 50 years old. It used to be just sand. And now Hong Kong is way behind, this is way on top. This is the way,
Yeah.
And it's because you have good government policies that allow people to do things.
Do you think that there's going to be something of so-called, quote, Milei envy around other countries in Latin America, and that it will influence the direction of travel for Latin American politics, for the elections that are going to be crucial elections taking place in the next couple of years?
I mean, his presence is definitely having an influence. And even in my country, the work that is done through social media is so important to get people aboard. What we're talking here is what's needed is a revolution of the culture revolution. And we call it the cultural battle. So what is the cultural battle? And I'll tell you like this. The cultural battle that is being fought across the world, not only in my country or Latin America or in here, is between left and right, between slavery and freedom, between individual initiative and government orders, between achievement and poverty, prosperity and poverty. That is the cultural battle. And we need to face it head on because, unfortunately, the leftists have totally appropriated the narrative that they do good for the people, when in fact, what we have is tremendous poverty as evident in Cuba, in Nicaragua, in Venezuela, and approximately, Colombia. It's bad policy.
Some of what you're saying sounds a little bit like a certain gentleman called Elon Musk. He's been saying the same things in the US, similar things in the US. But what do you make of having a tech titan be so actively involved as an advisor to the US president?
Yeah. Well, I think good for him. I think if he hadn't bought X, things would be very different, because X was totally captured by the left, and in the cultural battle, we were dead, because you would be deplatformed immediately if you said things like I'm saying today. And it's thanks to Musk investment of, I don't know how many billion. I don't think it was such a good investment, personally, in a business side. But from a political side and from what it means for humanity, it's amazing to be able to have free speech.
Yeah.
And free speech means free. It doesn't mean that somebody can censor you. So you have to be very, very clear on that. And I think at the end of the day, Musk, other than being a genius at business, which he is, obviously, he also is deeply caring about what kind of humanity we want. And I think he is pro-freedom, and that should be a big step in the right direction for anybody who believes in freedom, is supporting that.
Yeah. Do you worry that if you look at the world holistically right now, the fact that we're moving towards a more multipolar world with different blocks around the world, different prerogatives, as I spoke about at the beginning, the fact that the US seems to be pursuing an America First policy, is that a negative contribution
negative,
for trade?
Because what we need is integration.
Right.
Like, again, the example of the Emirates here is very good. They have tolerance for different cultures, for different points of views, but they're open, and they trade with one and the other. Unfortunately, in America, there's this thing called jingoism. And it's very negative. I mean, we've been neighbors with the States for a long time, so we know a lot about American politics. And it's very difficult to deal with them, because they're so ignorant of what goes on in the world. You know? So they're the Americans always look inside. And all the problems seem to come from outside. They don't own any of the problems.
I'm going to take you on slightly other tact, not specific to Latin America, but you have been very vocal on this. You're a big Bitcoin believer.
Yes.
And so let's say you're somebody watching this conversation in the room and you missed out on the Bitcoin rally. It's trading close to $100,000 here. Do you still buy it, and why? What is the use case? What is the actual proved use case for Bitcoin here?
So Bitcoin is a tool for freedom. It gets you into a different universe outside of the financial system. And I say this as a banker because I have a large bank. We have 22 million clients. I know all about banks and regulations and KYC and AML and da-da-da. However, banks have become a tool of government to control people. And in many countries, you find that the money that you're supposed to have in the bank, number one, it's not your money, it's the bank's money. And number two, you can only use it if the bank allows you to. And number three, if the government allows the bank to allow you to. So that is a totally unfair proposition, because the money that you have is product of your hard work. And you should be able to own and dispose of it as you see fit. So that is why Bitcoin is such an amazing tool. You can put this value in the internet and then take it from the UK to the UAE or to Mexico or to China, Japan, wherever. It's accepted everywhere. In 10 minutes, you can transfer billions of dollars for $2, $5, $10 fee. And that is a use case. Now, what does it mean to be able to store your value where it can't be stolen from you? It means a lot. In developed countries like Europe or the US, they haven't realized how important this is. But in countries like us, where we come from, the government can expropriate you in 1 second, so it's good to have your resources somewhere else. So that's why Bitcoin is important. Now, in terms of valuation, well, we could be here a long time discussing how 100,000 is good or bad or where it's going. But for anybody interested, you can look up Michael Saylor's presentation in YouTube and how to value Bitcoin. And you'll see that Bitcoin today, its market cap is 2 trillion. Gold is 16 trillion. Equity is 120 trillion. Real estate is 300 trillion. So if just a small fraction of those trillions move into Bitcoin, it's going to go 10 times higher.
Well, next time we'll have to continue the conversation specifically about crypto, but I did want to end on that. Ricardo Salinas, thank you so much. Really fascinating to kick off this part of the plenary with a discussion about Latin America and some of the investment opportunities you see. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, our next session is titled Looking Toward the Next Era, Aviation and the Industrial Sector. Please join me in welcoming Vimal Kapoor, CEO of Honeywell. This session is moderated by Dan Murphy from CNBC.
Okay, let's get started. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, thank you so much for being with us for this next session, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be leading the conversation with someone who is making his World Government Summit debut. So please again make Vimal welcome.
Thank you.
So just to set some context for you, for the last, I think, 120 years, Honeywell has been the ultimate industrial powerhouse. But in today's world, apparently being bigger isn't always better, because earlier this month, Honeywell announced plans that it would be the latest American conglomerate to break itself apart and split into 3 separate companies. The timing here is interesting. Just a few months ago, we saw the activist investor Elliott Management taking a $5 billion stake in Honeywell, calling for change. Now Elliott basically has what it wanted. So what is next for the company, and what does it mean for its presence here in the Middle East, a region that is, of course, investing heavily in automation, aerospace, and AI. So Vimal, let's dive straight into the conversation here. You know, some analysts say the benefits of this breakup are going to take time to materialize. So why should investors believe this is the right move?
So, you know, if you look at a company like us, we serve 3 broad sectors, aviation, energy, and infrastructure. And over the last, I started my job about 18 months back. And the priorities between what we do in Honeywell in automation and energy was getting more and more separated from what we do in aerospace. So we decided with the board almost a year back that we should transition to a new state, to being 2 separate companies, because it allows us to grow in each one independently from position of strength versus from position of weakness. And Elliott's arrival essentially made us communicate our decision a little bit ahead of time. Essentially, this is what we always planned to do it. And on their arrival, we felt it's important to communicate what we want to do to broader shareholders. So I believe it's going to be good for our customers. You know, your question specifically for UAE, we have a big presence in the country in energy sector, in infrastructure, and in aerospace. So we believe nothing is going to change. I mean, I think the way to think about it is 2 Honeywells are better than 1 Honeywell. And we're going to have Honeywell as it exists today and Honeywell Aerospace, which will get created over the next 18 to 24 months.
So let's talk about what it means for the region, because this is a part of the world that is rapidly transforming. You'll hear a lot today about AI, automation, aerospace, all central to Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia, and of course what the UAE is doing as well. In Saudi, they're making big bets on aerospace and defense. The UAE is, of course, really leading in automation and specifically in artificial intelligence. So how does this breakup change Honeywell's approach to the region, and what type of business would you like to do here?
So the good news is we are deeply present in this region for 25, 30 years. So this is not a new gig for us. Strong presence in UAE, strong presence in Saudi and other parts of the GCC countries. I would say this is going to make our presence deeper in each segment, because when we are separated as 2 companies, we're able to focus far more deeply into each segment. And our capital investments, our R&D investments are more focused compared to what it was in the past, because now we have more flexibility to do it in each organization. And I guess from the region perspective, I would believe that we'll have more capability in adoption of AI in industrial sector. We have a large install base here in oil and gas sector. We have a large install base here for all building infrastructure. and how do we bring new technology in context of what's coming in and make things more productive, that's going to be an opportunity for all of us.
I don't think it's lost on anyone here that AI-driven automation is really reshaping and transforming industries. So how do you see it reshaping industrial manufacturing, particularly in the Gulf?
So, this is something which I would say is an emerging area and very fascinating. If you see a company like us, we have been collecting data for a very long time. A typical automation system essentially senses something and acts on it. And the whole process is very deterministic. It always acts precisely the same way. It doesn't changes. So what's missing is we are not using the data in this closed loop system to think. And we're going to add the think layer in addition to the sense and act layer. And it just makes the whole things more smarter. The question is, what will be the use case of it? How will it really work? I always give an example that someone like me, I've changed many cities. So I'm a good driver, but I'm not a good navigator. So using Google Maps is an AI tool for me to make me effective because I can drive effortlessly because it tells me what to do. So in context of industrial sector, more and more tools are going to come, more and more agents are going to come by which our systems can be used, operated, maintained much more easily, which means that we could run with lower skills, we could less with lesser skills. And the skill shortage issue, which is becoming very prominent, this is going to be the antidote for that. So we are excited about where we are headed with that, and a lot of new offerings are coming in the market with AI embedded in.
Of course, energy is not everything, but it's quite critical to our part of the world. How do you see it transforming things like the energy transition and in particular energy security?
So what we have learned over the last 2 or 3 years is that every country is developing its energy strategy based upon 3 criteria: economics, security, and emissions. So answer changes which countries in front of you, and we provide technologies which is traditional energy, be it refining, gas, or renewable technologies like hydrogen or sustainable aviation fuel. And the adoption rates depends on which part of the world you are, because you're trying to solve this 3-part equation. Everybody wants to care about energy security. That's probably moving to the highest priority. Then economics, and then emissions. And I think it's ideal world you should be able to solve all of them. But we have seen priorities changing and shifting based upon how people prioritize over the last 2 or 3 years in particular. And security has overtaken everything else, in my view.
You wrote recently that we are at an inflection point in industry. You said, I'm optimistic 2025 is the year we truly begin to move at scale to industrial autonomy, where every day is your best day of operation and every person is a world-leading export. It's really fascinating.
So think about it this way, that the systems what we provide, they are used by humans. And a plane is run by a pilot, a plant is run by an operator, and building is maintained by a technician. They have a varying degree of skills. Therefore, performance of an equipment machine really depends upon a human who's running it. With AI coming in, we are moving from automation to autonomy. It means we are enabling humans to perform at a consistent level all the time. It means every day will be your best day, versus your best day is dependent on a particular human who knew the best practice based on an experience. So we're going to supplement experienced people with this set of tools. And the way I would always explain is that human judgment has to go at a higher level using these tools. It doesn't mean there's always a dialogue around that AI is a substitution to human. Definitely not in an industrial world we operate in. It's going to be taking human tasks away, which are repetitive, and humans have to make judgment and decisions based upon higher level of tasks, because we can do a lot of pattern recognition using large language models and eliminate those repetitive tasks.
You mentioned AI and human substitution. So the goal here, the end goal for a conglomerate like yours would be, how do we ensure that AI becomes a tool rather than something that's ultimately going to replace the people power needed to power this?
Absolutely. Yeah. I'll give another example. Our products tend to require a deep level of technical support. So we have thousands of people in our organization which provide our customers how to use our product. And those capabilities can be built into our products now because you could talk to chat with the product and it'll tell you the maintenance procedure. So what's exciting is what's coming ahead. It's going to be different, more capable solutions, more capable products. And therefore, I always remind you of moving from a typical system to autonomous. Autonomous doesn't mean it won't need humans. It means that it's easier to use these technologies compared to what it was in the past.
So much progress has already been made in the use of AI and the development of this industry, particularly from a financial and investment perspective. When you look at the progress that's been made so far, what is the single most transformative innovation that will define the future of aviation, industrials, and energy as a result of the impact of AI?
So I would say, I think if you leave each of these sectors, moving towards autonomy is a one single constant change. Essentially defining what autonomy means. Think of a plane, and can we run a plane with one pilot or without pilot?
Do we want to?
Yeah. So definition of autonomy would be that how do we really enable the current set of people to be more productive and more efficient? So it's the layers of transformation really have to occur. So I would say think about oil and gas industry, think about infrastructure industry or aerospace sectors we serve. Autonomous operations will be the new move over the next several years. In addition, I would say definitely in aerospace, electrification is a big rate of change. We do expect more and more electrification adoption because it makes the airplanes more efficient. And in energy sector, we expect more and more molecules to become more viable, so that we could use more, like think about, say, hydrogen. Hydrogen adoption can increase if technology becomes more feasible and more economic. So I think those are the changes which are likely to occur, that new molecules which are more feasible, electrification in aerospace, and autonomy. I see those some of the things which we are working on.
Talk to me about the quantum computing strategy as well, because I know you've also said you want to attempt to monetize the stake in Quantinium. This is Honeywell's quantum computing subsidiary as well. Just expand on that.
So, I learned to talk from CPUs to GPUs over the last 1 year. I think now we have to learn how to talk about QPUs, which is a quantum processing unit. The measure of quantum is the qubits. And when a quantum computer reaches about 100 qubits, then it can perform tasks which a classical computer cannot perform. So that's a magic number, 100 qubits. And we expect that Honeywell has a venture called Quantinium. It will have a hardware machine which will achieve that milestone by end of 26, early 27. So what it will mean is that the question will be then what tasks will be possible. So think about drug discovery, where we are already practicing AI models, but the data set is not sufficient enough to train the AI models. But quantum can overcome that limitation because it has capabilities which traditional compute machines don't have. So we expect anything to do with the molecule discovery, drug discovery, where quantum computers will be useful. So I'm very hopeful that in about 3 years' time, the way we are very knowledgeable and talk about GPUs, we're likely going to have more and more conversation about quantum compute. And we do expect this company to go public in that time frame because we'll have revenue streams around that.
Okay, so looking to take it public. Just before we depart, I wanted to ask you about some of the risks as well, because when you think about the impact of quant, when you think about the progress that's been made in AI so far, this is not a risk-free technology, right? Mm-hmm. So what sits on top of your risk list when you assess the impact of AI on businesses like yours and industries like the ones that you're responsible for developing?
I would say for us is more than risk, for us is ability to identify the best use cases which will create the highest value. We can consume a lot of time on doing things which are interesting, but really doesn't provide enough returns. So really focusing on what will be the best scenario to solve for, which creates value, that to me is the biggest opportunity or biggest challenge for us to confront in front of us.
Any advice for C-suite leaders, for government officials in the room when it comes to incorporating some of this technology into their own use cases?
I always talk about the biggest advice I'll give is immersive learning. we all have to practice AI ourselves, use the tools so that we can appreciate how to apply it more broadly in our organization. Unless we are not learning, because it's very different compared to anything else we have used. So I do practice myself. I try to learn as much as I can. And I think that's the best way to appreciate where this technologies could be headed moving forward.
I think we're just getting started as well. So, Vimal, I wish we had more time, but we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us on stage here at the World Government Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please make you feel welcome.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
what we don't know is much greater than what we do know. So we are at the brink of a new world in which the technologies are going to radically change a lot of the things that we know.
أنا وايد يهمني أني أشوف الإنسان يقاتل علشان يحل مشكلته.
ما في خط نهائي للتطور والابتكار والتميز.
المستقبل هو الإنسان.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, and distinguished guests, welcome to the 10th edition of the GovTech Prize and Global Best MGov Award. Marking a decade of innovation, the GovTech Prize, organised by the UAE government, honours global efforts in using technology to enhance lives and transform government services. The Global Best MGov Award celebrates university students developing mobile apps with the potential to address societal challenges and deliver scalable solutions with global impact. From a record 3,400 submissions from 74 countries, the most impactful projects have been shortlisted and evaluated by a global jury of experts to select our winners. We are honoured to invite His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, UAE Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister and Chairman of the Presidential Court, to the stage to award our distinguished winners. Let's now begin by announcing the winners for the Global Best MGov Award 2025. The Bronze Award goes to Access Way from Maharaja Agrasen Institute of Technology, India. Access Way revolutionizes navigation for over 1 billion people with accessibility challenges. Using AI in navigation and crowdsourced mapping, the app guides users through wheelchair-friendly paths. The Silver Award goes to Terra from École Polytechnique d'Thiès, Senegal. Terra addresses agricultural losses by improving storage and distribution. It connects farmers, consumers, and warehouses, ensuring effective storage and sales, in addition to proposing solar-powered warehouse models. The Gold Award goes to ExoHeal from Constructor University, Germany. ExoHeal offers AI-powered rehabilitation for stroke survivors and paralysis patients. Delivered through a mobile app and robotic glove, the therapy speeds recovery by 50% compared to traditional methods. We are now excited to announce the winners of the GovTech Prize 2025. The winner of the best use of Gen AI in government services is Vika 2.0 from GovTech Singapore. Vika is an AI chatbot adopted by over 60 government agencies. It uses natural language processing, enabling real-time multilingual interactions. The winner of the best human-centric government service is the Citizen Service Counter Program from Brazil. The program provides in-person assistance to citizens with low digital literacy. The program has served over 80,000 citizens across 50 service points in Brazil, achieving a 95% success rate, boosting user confidence in digital services. Winner of the best government service in the world 2025 is Suomi.fi from Digital and Population Data Services Agency, Finland. Finland's central portal for digital public services. The platform integrates with the National Digital ID for secure interactions and provides access to tax filings, permits, and social services. It serves 4.3 million users and has processed over 200 million e-identifications and 20 million digital messages in 2024. Congratulations to all the winners. We thank His Highness Sheikh Mansour bin Zayed Al Nahyan, UAE Vice President, Deputy Prime Minister, and Chairman of the Presidential Court for honoring the winners of these awards.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، الجلسة التالية حوار خاص مع المدير العام لصندوق النقد الدولي معالي كريستالينا جورجيفا، يحاورها ريتشارد كويست من قناة CNN، فلتتفضل معاليها مشكورة.
Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a conversation with Her Excellency Kristalina Georgieva, Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund. This session is moderated by Richard Quest from CNN.
Well, nice day today, isn't it? Not much to talk about. So where should we begin? I guess overnight. Look, 25% tariffs. Let's go straight to it. 25% steel and tariffs, and the prospect of more to come. Let's not deal with the politics. Let's just deal with the economics. What do you make of it?
It is an evolving story, Richard. What we have are elements of trade policy that we expected would come, that was announced in the election campaign. But there are many, many unknowns. There are other elements of policy that are yet to come: tax, public spending, reform of immigration, deregulation, artificial intelligence, crypto. And the most important thing we don't know is how would the reaction be, the reaction of consumers and businesses? How would countries respond? So when I think of the impact on the world economy, my answer to you would be today, it's too early to say.
But we know, for example, that many of the policies are inherently inflationary under orthodox economics. We know that, and I know that you've been concerned that the genie is not is either back in the bottle fully. Are you concerned inflation is going to resurge?
Even on that, we just need to see how things evolve, because if we are in a situation in which in some parts of the world there is a slowdown, that may push central banks to bring interest rates down, that may actually not be inflationary. What we do know, so there are many things we don't know. I think the audience would be more interested to hear from me what we do know. What we do know is that we have a situation in which the US economy has been performing quite strongly, likely to continue to be strong. That pushes the dollar up. And also we know that the US has outperformed the rest of the G20, the only economy to exceed its pre-pandemic trend. What does that mean? That capital is moving much more forcefully towards the US. Before the pandemic, money on the move went to many places. 18%, 1/8, went to the United States. Today, it is over 30%. So that is the foundation for a strong dollar, and a strong dollar, all other things equal, for majority of emerging markets and developing economies is trouble.
Right, so do you believe...
So then we have inflationary impact.
Right, but the fund's classic role is macro imbalances. Do you believe that they are now building up?
What we see is a picture of remarkably resilient world economy despite series of unprecedented shocks. So we are projecting growth this year 3.3%, growth next year 3.3%, That is what we see on the surface, problems that answer your question. Problem number one, diverging fortunes. Here, the Gulf countries, they're doing quite well. But we have other parts of the world, and I'm particularly concerned about Europe and some of the more vulnerable emerging markets where they're doing less well. And the second thing that concerns us under the hood, under the surface, is how the tremendous transformations that are happening in the world are integrated in countries' policies. You have artificial intelligence shaking up the way we work, we live, and of course, some countries take that to be productivity enhancing, others don't. You have demography. Here, young people, eager for jobs. In other parts of the world, elderly population, desperate for dynamism that is not there.
So if you layer on top of these underlying issues, the sheer amount of change underway, you end up with a very fragile global economy that could become unstable.
And that is where I would be careful not to draw a definitive conclusion. Why? Because what we are seeing is remarkable adaptability of businesses and countries to a world of very fast, very dramatic change. So we humans can take pride of our ability to adapt. We have spent a lot of time analyzing this new world in which we live in, because you're right, the world we had in the past is no more. What guarantees winning in this new world? Well, three things. One, clear space for private initiative. Private sector is more adaptable. Two, embrace technological transformation, digitalize your economy. Three, diversify. You cannot anymore rely on one sector to drive your future. So, I mean, I actually, give me this, I thought about that. I have 3 Ds, 3 Ds. Deregulate, digitalize, diversify. Please do it.
What was it, D?
Deregulate,
yes.
Get the government out of where it doesn't belong.
Yeah.
Digitalize, make your economy more productive, embrace technology, and diversify. Diversify your economy, diversify your friends, diversify who you work with.
But I have a 4th D for you. It's very difficult to do those 3 Ds if you've got a Donald.
Okay, that's a very fair point.
And my point there...
That's a very fair point.
My point is not whether the policies are the policies, and I think those of us who have been covering this long enough know we just cover that which is in front of us.
Yeah.
You deal with what's in front of you. I worry about countries that can't adapt fast enough because the speed of which coming towards them, they don't have the agility. What then?
And for this, the world has created the International Monetary Fund. I actually wake up in the middle of the night worrying about these countries. These are the most dramatic are countries either in conflict or coming out of conflict, and then countries that have very weak governance and institutions and their performance is weak. What we do need is to offer a helping hand to these countries. And I want to recognize the UAE for doing exactly that. And we need institutions to be an anchor of stability. Today, the IMF is supporting over 50 vulnerable countries. half of them are in sub-Saharan Africa. And when we are there, what we do, people usually say, IMF money. More important is we help countries build the foundation to get on a better path.
So as you look at that...
By the way, in this region, $33 billion IMF financing for countries that need that support.
The UAE has just invested, or is in the process of investing, 50 billion into, with President Macron, as indeed was the country, into AI. Do you see us having a good handle on the growth from new technologies? Is the tail wagging the dog?
The dog is already barking at us, and we better be prepared to embrace that bark. So we look at the fund, what is happening with artificial intelligence. It can be a great story, a world that becomes more productive, or it can be a sad story, a world that is more divided. The haves have more, the have-nots are completely lost. What we assess is that artificial intelligence is already like a tsunami hitting the labor market. In advanced economies, 60% of jobs over the next short period of time will be either enhanced, become more productive, or transformed or eliminated. 60% in emerging markets, 40%. In low-income countries, 26%. You can say, oh, low-income countries are in a better place. They're less impacted. Completely wrong. What it means is that what may be the big force of productivity enhancement and therefore opportunity for countries is not available to all.
How do we avoid a race to the bottom? And by that, you can define that as being either with the AI or on the tariffs, where tit for tat, naturally governments are going to retaliate, or this entire environment where if you are not with me, you are against me, because ultimately that's a race to the bottom.
We have to recognize that we are in a multipolar world, so cooperation as it used to be before, when we had a world with, one country is dominating, is going to be different. We still have one economy that is the strongest, the United States, but we also have many economies, especially emerging market economies, that are moving forward much faster, usually because of the 3 Ds: deregulate, digitize, diversify. These islands of excellence need to connect more, and we at the IMF, we are actually promoting more intra-region and across-region collaboration. And I think it would be a moment to recognize our hosts, because they are absolutely fantastic in working with everybody. So let's give to our hosts a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
And timed beautifully, that round of applause for our host. Extend it, please, to the Managing Director. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly.
حققت دولة الإمارات إنجازات نوعية واستثنائية.
بعض الإنجازات الحكومية توصلنا إلى العالمية.
ودولة الإمارات تحاول دائما ترسل رسالة إيجابية إلى العالم.
Your Highnesses, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, the Global Government Excellence Award celebrates the exceptional efforts of governments in setting ambitious goals and pioneering initiatives in technology, sustainability and inclusivity. As we spotlight these global practices and initiatives, we honour their significant impact on society. We invite Lieutenant General His Highness Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan, UAE Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior, to honour the winners. The winner in the Technological Innovation for Social Inclusion category is Ubongo Digital Education Programs. We would like to invite the representative to receive the award on their behalf. The winner in the Innovative Environmental Sustainability and Community Engagement category is Municipality of Cascais for their IREC Innovative Recycling Initiative. We would like to invite the representative to receive the award on their behalf. We thank Lieutenant General His Highness Sheikh Saif bin Zayed Al Nahyan, UAE Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Interior, for honouring the winners of this award.
أيها الحضور الكريم، سنستأنف الجلسة التالية بعد قليل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our next session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لفخامة أندريس دودا، رئيس جمهورية بولندا.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland.
Your Highness, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to address you at the World Government Summit. It is my third visit to the United Arab Emirates in less than 2 years, which may be viewed as yet another testimony to the growing importance of the UAE and the Gulf region worldwide. The UAE and the Gulf region have developed beyond recognition. This fast-paced progress is a common trait of both Poland and UAE. Poland has managed to grow its economy full force since 1989. In the last 3 decades, we have achieved an unprecedented growth of our GDP and other economic indicators, which shows how dynamic, innovative, and hard-working Poles are. We are not slowing down. Our spectacular success motivates us to set our goals higher and higher. We keep turning our difficulties into assets. We continue to strengthen the political and economic foundations of our development. As an example, we have achieved energy security through a wide diversification of the sources of the imported energy carriers. We have participated in a Baltic Pipe project, a pipeline that is carrying natural gas from the Norwegian continental shelf to Poland and Denmark. The modern LNG terminal in the Baltic port of Świnoujście receives shipments from different suppliers, including companies from Persian Gulf region and the USA. Moreover, opting for the just energy transition, Poland has decided to invest in its own nuclear power plants. Also, we couldn't afford to ignore an exceptional location of our country right at the crossroads of the main east-west and north-south European transportation routes. It will be highlighted by the planned central communication port, a great hub consisting of an international airport and a major junction of railroads and freeways that cover virtually the whole territory of Poland. The airport is meant to be the biggest and the most modern facility of this kind on the continent, serving millions of passengers and facilitating cargo exchange worth billions of dollars. Soon, the port of Świnoujście will become another Polish seaport, fitted with a big container terminal and well connected with our land transportation network. Investments like freeways, especially Via Baltica and Via Carpathia, and railroads like Rail Baltica constitute a true breakthrough in terms of connecting the European North and South with functional transportation infrastructure. But not only that, it is supposed to provide better connectivity with African and Middle Eastern trade routes. To promote this infrastructural and economic cooperation between the regions of the Baltic, Adriatic, and the Black Sea, we have launched the Three Seas Initiative. This platform brings together 13 Central European countries, that is over 30% of the European Union territory, and the market of over 100 million consumers, and the projected GDP growth of 35% by 2030. The 10th summit of the initiative will be held in Warsaw this year, with representatives of the USA, Japan, and other non-European countries attending. I dare say that Poland and the United Arab Emirates, but also in broader terms, our regions, Central Europe and the Gulf, have been busy in the last decades redefining themselves, implementing reforms and changes, but also facing many challenges. It has made us more resilient and more open to new possibilities and new avenues of development. Today, Poland and our region of Europe is looking for ways to enhance its cooperations with the UAE and the Gulf. There is no reason to think it is not achievable, but of course it will require dedication, long-term vision, and belief in mutually beneficial projects. Why Poland? And why Central Europe? Because of our fresh, innovative approach to challenges, because of our highly educated and well-trained professionals and growing ambitions of our entrepreneurs. And last but not least, because Poland has become one of the fastest-growing large economies worldwide. We are well settled in the EU structures. In 2024, we celebrated 20 years of Poland's membership in the EU, and now, as I speak, we are holding the presidency of the Council of European Union. It is worth mentioning that the EU funds and access to the common European market have also contributed to the incredible economic success of our country. However, our horizons are much wider than just Europe. As we grow, we observe a rapid development of other parts of the world, including the Gulf. Last year, the Financial Times published an article entitled, "The world is better seen from Dubai than from Davos." This is a very interesting and important statement, especially for us, Westerners. Much as I am aware of the fact that UAE and the Gulf are influential and credible partners with rising aspirations, I would like to ask you to look the same way at Poland and Central Europe. Much can be achieved on the foundation of our new, deeper ties. Hope, a very important word in global politics. During COVID-19, the UAE displayed high quality of leadership and vision in connecting the world in times of a global pandemic. The Abraham Accords were also a sign of hope for a safe and prosperous Middle East. We in Poland know perfectly well that hope and solidarity can work miracles. In 1989, we managed to overthrow the communist regime in our country without firing a shot. Since February 22, we have mobilized the West to massively step up assistance to Ukraine, so bravely resisting the brutal Russian invasion. I'm very glad to state that our countries and regions share a lot in terms of modern history and values. My hope is that it can be and it will be transformed through hard work and visionary leadership into tangible business results that will benefit both sides, because only then can we call it a success. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the Arabic proverbs says, "A tree begins with a seed." I'm sure our meetings and talks during the World Government Summit here in Dubai will see many seeds being sown, seeds that will grow into future important agreements and fruitful common projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness, for this main address.
أصحاب السمو والمعالي، الحضور الكريم، نستمع الآن لكلمة رئيسية لسمو الشيخ أحمد عبد الله الأحمد الصباح، رئيس وزراء دولة الكويت.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Abdullah Al-Ahmed Al-Sabah, Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait. Please note that this session will be in Arabic. Kindly use your headsets for instant interpretation.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So easy to speak in English, but I prefer to speak in my mother tongue, which is Arabic, which we are very proud of it. طبعا قبل شوي احنا استمتعنا بالحلقة الحوارية بين ريتشارد وكريستينا عن IMF وين توجه الاقتصاد العالمي، وذكروا خطورة الذكاء الاصطناعي وأثره على العالم. لكن في شيء واحد لازم نتذكره ولازم ننتبه له، وهو اللي راح يأثر ويوجه الاقتصاد العالمي الجاي، وهو الأثر مال البريزيدنت ترامب وتوجهه المستقبلي. وأنا فعلا لازم نكون منتبهين لهذه النقطة، لأنه فعلا قاعد ياخذ قرارات تخدم مصلحته، وإنما إحنا قاعد نطالع الاقتصاد العالمي لابد أن يكون هناك ردة فعل، وبدأت هذه ردة الفعل على هذا، وراح يأثر على الاقتصاديات العالمية. وقبل ما أتكلم كلمتي أحب بس أذكر طرفة حصلت لي من عدة سنوات. كنت واقف أقدم كلمة، لكن لاحظت في عنصر نسائي يتكلم كثير، فعاوز أجي، وكنا قاعد أتكلم عن المشاكل الإدارية وما شابه ذلك وأثر على الاقتصاد. وأنا يعني شفت أن الوضع مش طبيعي، فقلت وراء كل رجل عظيم امرأة، ولكن في ذات الوقت وراء كل مشكلة امرأة. هنا بدأ الصوت يخف وينتبهون. والامرأة غير متزوجة عزبة، هنا بدأ قلت لها لا، وأخواتها غير متزوجين. شنو ايش قاعد تتكلم؟ قلت لهم مشكلتنا كانت مس مانجمنت، هي السبب في كل مشاكلنا، وتتبعها مس انفورميشن الى اخره، كله مس، ما في مسز ولا مستر، كله يتعلق فاسمحوا لي بس اتعامل مع التكنولوجيا شويه. ان شاء الله ما تخذلنا ان شاء الله. هاي بدايتها، رسالة مش عارف من وين جاتني. يلا، بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، نائب رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، رئيس مجلس الوزراء، حاكم دبي، أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني بداية أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لصاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن راشد آل مكتوم، نائب رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، رئيس مجلس الوزراء، حاكم دبي، على الدعوة الكريمة للمشاركة في القمة العالمية للحكومات، مقدراً حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة والإعداد المميز لهذه القمة التي تشكل منصة فكرية عالمية ومنبراً للحوار الهادف البناء، وفخراً دولياً وقراءة حكيمة من لدن القيادة السياسية في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، وذلك لما تمثله من فرصة سانحة لتوحيد جهود الدول نحو غد أفضل لشعوبها، وإيجاد مستقبل واعد لحكومات لتكون قادرة على توفير خيارات متعددة للأفراد لتحسين جودة حياتهم المعيشية، مما يضاعف آمالنا ويجدد تفاؤلنا بنجاح المبادرات والأفكار والمشاريع الناجمة عنها. وهذه القمة دافع للجميع لبذل المزيد من التعاون وتعميق الروابط لمواصلة ريادة الخير وتلبية مصالح الدول والشعوب. ويأتي هذا التجمع العالمي بنسخته 12 تحت شعار استشراف حكومات المستقبل بأجندة حافلة وموضوعات شاملة تهدف لصياغة رؤى دولية مشتركة تعزز التعاون بين الحكومات والمؤسسات الدولية، وتؤسس لشركات استراتيجية تركز على قضايا المستقبل الذي تهم البشرية، وتعين الأجيال المقبلة على مواجهة التحديات القرن 21 استكمالاً لمسيرة أعمال هذه القمة منذ انطلاق نسختها الأولى في عام 2013 التي ننظر من خلالها إلى بناء تفاهمات مع الدول الشقيقة والصديقة وتعميق الروابط الثقافية والمعرفية بين الشعوب قاطبة بأفق واسقة وتفاؤل مصحوب بالعمل الجاد لدفع بآليات التعاون الدولي وتحقيق التنمية المشتركة. وإنما ما يمر به العالم من تحولات عميقة وظروف استثنائية دقيقة تموج بالصراعات ضمن نظام عالمي يشبه التوتر، يحمل آفاق الاقتصاد العالمي أعباء ثقيلة جراء تكرار الأزمات الاقتصادية. وازدادت هذه الأعباء جسامة مع ما يواجهه القرن الحادي من تحديات، على رأسها التغير المناخي وندرة المياه وتنامي معدلات الفقر وانتشار الأمراض وضعف أنظمة الرعاية الصحية، في واقع يضع حكومات العالم أمام مسؤولياتها ويفرض عليها تطوير شراكات دولية وتبني سياسات فعالة قادرة على التصدي للأزمات بكفاءة تكفل الاستقرار والازدهار للجميع. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، إننا اليوم وفي إطار التزام دولة الكويت لتحقيق مستقبل مشرق خلال العقد القادم، نضع ضمن رؤيتنا التنموية أولويات لإحداث نقلة نوعية في مسارات التنمية المستدامة وتعزيز التنوع الاقتصادي والاستقرار المالي. نستند في ذلك إلى خطط استراتيجية طموحة قابلة للتطبيق تهدف إلى تنويع مصادر الدخل الوطني وإشراك القطاع الخاص المحلي والعالمي في مشاريع الدولة الكبرى وتطوير البنية التحتية بما يتسق مع رؤية الكويت 2035. وفي هذا السياق جاء مشروع ميناء أنبارك الكبير الذي صمم وفق أعلى المعايير الدولية ودخل مرحلة التنفيذ ليكون علامة فارقة في مسيرتنا التنموية. وفي ضوء خططنا للتنمية الاقتصادية، فقد تم التباحث مع الشركات الكبرى في الاقتصاد العالمي التي تساهم فيها دولة الكويت وحثها على تفعيل دوره بشكل أكبر في إحداث النهضة الاقتصادية المنشودة من خلال فتح فروع لها في دولة الكويت وخلق الفرص لتوظيف وتدريب الكوادر الكويتية الشابة. كما نعمل على افتتاح مطار الكويت الدولي الجديد وفق أفضل المعايير العالمية في مجال صناعة الطيران المدني واستخدام أحدث وسائل التكنولوجيا لتسهيل إجراءات المسافرين دون الحاجة إلى التدخل البشري، ليصبح مركزاً إقليمياً ومحطة محورية تربط المنطقة بالعالم، إلى جانب البدء بإجراءات تنفيذ مشروع الشحن الجوي في مطار الكويت الدولي، والذي سيسهم في تطوير قدراتنا اللوجستية، بالإضافة إلى مشاريع سكك الحديد مع مدينة الرياض ومع دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، لتعزيز دور دولة الكويت الرياضي على المستوى الإقليمي، فضلاً عن اهتمام دولة الكويت بتطوير المنظومة الرقمية وتعزيز البنية التكنولوجية، مما يجسد رؤية الدولة الطموحة لبناء مستقبل يرتكز على التقنيات المتطورة. ومن أبرز هذه الجهود إبرام اتفاقية استراتيجية بين دولة الكويت وشركة جوجل كلاود، التي تمثل خطوة جادة باتجاه التحول الرقمي ومواصلة تبسيط الإجراءات ورفع كفاءة كافة الخدمات تقدم الحكومة من خلال برنامج سهل، وإنشاء مراكز بيانات متقدمة تدعم رؤية الكويت نحو التحول إلى مركز إقليمي للتقنيات الرقمية. كما حرصنا على إبرام شراكات واتفاقيات أخرى تهدف إلى تمكين القطاعات الحيوية بتقنيات حديثة، وفي مقدمة تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، والعمل على دمجها مع القطاعات التشغيلية، على رأسها القطاع الصحي، حيث كثفت وزارة الصحة خدمات جراحات الروبوت وأجرت أكثر من 2000 عملية جراحية بنجاح تنوع ما بين محلية وأخرى عن بعد. وأطلقت مشروع كويت صحة بهدف الارتقاء بجودة المنظومة الصحية الرقمية في دولة الكويت، وافتتاح وتوسعة وإنشاء مستشفيات جديدة متطورة ضمن خطة شاملة تهدف إلى توفير أعلى مستويات الجودة في الرعاية الصحية. وفي عصر يقوده البحث العلمي وتتسارع فيها التطورات التقنية في قيادة التطورات، منها قطاع علوم الفضاء، خطت دولة الكويت نحوها بخطى ثابتة وبرؤية حكيمة من لدن حضرة صاحب السمو الأمير دولة الكويت الشيخ مشعل الأحمد الجابر صباح حفظه الله ورعاه، بإنشاء مركز الكويت الوطني لأبحاث الفضاء في جامعة الكويت. بالتعاون مع مؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي لإبراز إمكانات العلوم والتكنولوجيا والابتكار، ورفض الجهود لتعزيز القدرة التنافسية للكفاءات الوطنية المتخصصة، ومعالجة القضايا التي تحتل أهمية عالمية وأولوية وعربية ووطنية في مجالات الأمن الغذائي والمائي والدوائي، والمحافظة على البيئة والطاقة المتجددة والاقتصادات المستقبلية، لتشكل إضافات مضيئة على الساحة العالمية لسجل دولة الكويت الحافل بالإنجازات، والذي يؤهل تكون في مصاف الدول الرائدة في مجال الحفاظ على الملكية الفكرية وتشجيع البحوث العلمية والتطبيق المتطور. كما أشير إلى الشراكة المتميزة مع منظمة التعاون الاقتصادي والتنمية OECD لرسم خارطة طريق لتطوير المناهج والنهوض بالتعليم بعد إتمام عملية التقييم الشامل لمختلف مراحل التعليم العام في دولة الكويت. وفي الوقت ذاته ننظر إلى تحديات التغيير المناخي بعناية شديدة، منطلقين من التزام دولة الكويت بالقرارات الصادرة عن اتفاقيات الأمم المتحدة الإطارية لتقرير المناخ واتفاق باريس، البيئة وتحسين جودة الهواء وتقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية. ومن خلال إعداد استراتيجية الوطنية طويلة الأمد لتنمية منخفض الكرفور بهدف الوصول إلى الحياد الكربوني في عام 2060، ورسم خارطة طريق لتنفيذ استراتيجية التحول في قطاع الطاقة بحلول عام 2050، وتنفيذ عدد من المشروعات النفطية التي تهدف إلى خفض الانبعاثات الكربونية وتعزيز كفاءة استخدام الطاقة والتحول إلى الوقود النظيف والطاقة المتجددة. وفي هذا الصدد فقد انضمت دولة الكويت إلى تعديد كيغالي سنة 2016 لبروتوكول مونتريال بشأن المواد المستنفذة لطبقة الأوزون، والذي يهدف لخفض إنتاج مركبات الهيدروفلوروكربون HFCs وخفض استهلاكها بما يفوق 80% على مدى 30 سنة قادمة. كما تتضافر الجهود لإضافة ما يفوق 5000 ميجا وات من الطاقة من مصادر متجددة في مشروعي الشقاية والعبدلي، وفتح المجال أمام المستثمرين للاستفادة من آلية شراء الطاقة التي تبناها وزارة الكهرباء والماء والطاقة المتجددة. وفي مجال التعاون الدولي، فقد شاركت دولة الكويت خلال العام الماضي في عدد من العضويات والشراكات الدولية في الاتحاد والمنظمات العالمية، وعقدت اتفاقيات ثنائية خليجياً وعالمياً بغية تفعيل التعاون المشترك في شتى المجالات الاقتصادية وتبادل المعلومات وتحرير التجارة في الخدمات ومكافحة الإرهاب وغسيل الأموال والتعاون الرقمي، بالإضافة إلى التبادل التجاري وتجنب الازدواج الضريبي. وقد زامن ذلك كله المحافظة على الهوية الوطنية وإطلاق منظومة لإدارة الأداء الحكومي في دولة الكويت تهدف إلى تطبيق مبادئ الحوكمة الفعالة وتطوير آلية الحوافز والمحاسبة وتقييم التدابير الرامية لمكافحة الفساد وتعزيز الشفافية، بهدف تحسين الأداء الحكومي وتنظيم العمل التطوعي والمساعدات المركزية محلياً وعالمياً، بالإضافة إلى تعديل قانون المرافعات المدنية والتجارية وتعديل قانون الجزاء بما يحفظ حقوق الموظف العام، وإنشاء دائرة في المحكمة الكلية للنظر في المساعدات في المنازعات الإدارية، وانطلاقاً من حرص دولة الكويت على تحسين بيئة الأعمال وجودة الخدمات، سنة تشريعات نوعية تعنى بالسماح لغير الكويتيين بتملك العقار في الدولة، وإطالة مدة إقامة المستثمرين الخاضعين لأحكام القانون رقم 116 لسنة 2013 في شأن تشجيع الاستثمار المباشر لما يزيد على 15 عاماً، فضلاً عن إدخال التعديلات اللازمة على قانون الشركات وقانون إيجار العقارات وتبسيط التعاملات الحكومية وتقليص إجراءات التقاضي. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، ونحن إذ نستقبل الربع الثاني من القرن الحالي، فإن العالم يقف على أعتاب تحولات غير مسبوقة في مختلف المجالات، فالتقدم المتسارع في التقنيات الحديثة مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي والأمن السيبراني والواقع الافتراضي virtual reality والبيانات الضخمة big data، إلى جانب التغييرات الديموغرافية المضطردة والتحولات البيئية المتسارعة، قد أوجدت واقعاً جديداً يعيد تشكيل نمط حياة الشعوب، يحمل في كنفه فرصاً وتحديات، آمالاً ومخاوف، تستدعي تبني رؤية واقعية مشتركة بين حكومات العالم بأمل واعد يبعث على التفاؤل نحو آفاق مستقبلية يتحقق فيه الأمن والأمان والاستقرار لشعوبنا والعالم أجمع. وفي الختام لا يسعني أن أكرر الشكر لكم، متمنياً لأعمال القمة كل التوفيق والنجاح لتحقيق الآمال المرجوة التي تتطلع إليها حكومات وشعوب العالم. وآخر دعوانا الحمد لله والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر سمو
of us. Well, speaking of human potential, ladies and gentlemen, it's innovation, technology, and research that is the backbone of shaping the future. So we're now going to turn our attention to how breakthrough advancements in AI, quantum computing, and immersive technologies are transforming industries, enhancing human experiences, and creating new global opportunities. And I can think of no better person to give us these latest updates, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a very warm welcome. It's a great honor to introduce and welcome His Excellency Faisal Al-Bani, Advisor to the UAE President for Strategic Research and Advanced Technology Affairs, who's also the Secretary General and Board Member of the Advanced Technology Research Council. A very warm welcome.
Thank you.
Well, Your Excellency, as I mentioned, thank you so much for being with us and taking the time out of your very busy schedule, I'm sure. Well, as we stand on the brink of a new technological revolution, I was wondering whether you could maybe give us an update, maybe a global perspective when it comes to emerging technologies, AI, quantum computing, these immersive experiences as well. Tell us about the impact on industry and the change in global economies.
It's a pleasure being here. I think we had an interesting chat inside. Probably every society and every civilization at a certain point says they're probably living at the most interesting time where the most change. I don't know what other times of humanity have said that, but we are truly living through a time when there is aggressive change due to technology. And I think what we're seeing in AI, what we're seeing happening in quantum is affecting multiple fields. So just looking in the last 2 years in AI, and AI has been there for a while, but if we look at the last 2 years, the extra attention that has happened to AI because of the ChatGPT-like solutions, it's now getting into every type of product, service, and offering one way or another in an accelerated manner. So whether it's your doctor assistant, whether it's your compliance check, whether it is something that can help decision-making, whether it is your personal assistant. I mean, definitely already during this year, you will start seeing even much higher reliance on an AI, which 2 years ago you were just chatting to for fun, and it was amusing to chat to and it was nice, to now an AI that can see, can hear, can take action for you. And at this stage, it's action digitally. This year, it will start getting to physical action when AI is getting into robots in that regard. We have not gone through this kind of an accelerated change when such technologies can affect us at a personal level or a corporate level or a country level. So AI is doing some change, and we're seeing a big drive over there. Quantum technologies, although like AI is not new, but in the last 3 years, there has been definitely a climb on the gradual maturity of where quantum technology is. And quantum technology, whether it's computers, whether it's sensors, but if I say computers, now when is that inflection point, like the ChatGPT moment for quantum? Is it 3 years from now? Is it 5 years from now? But definitely it is on an upside hill. When that happens, whatever you are going to do and you are able to do in 3 years, 5 years of computing, you're able to do in a few seconds. That changes everything. So it's affecting us at a personal level. It's affecting how we can progress in medicine and transport and other areas. So I think there is few large technology changes that are happening that are making profound changes for us in the years to come.
So bringing this back to the UAE, I mean, there are great strides that are being made here, of course. For those that aren't overly aware, maybe you could give us an update on that and how very much this is cementing your position as well when it comes to global trade, for example. And what would you say is maybe the ultimate game changer for the UAE?
So I think the UAE has gone, like many countries, through different stages of its growth, of its maturity. I would say probably in the early years of this country, there was a lot invested in building basic foundation, basic stuff, roads, hospitals, basic needs. Later on, I think it was building certain sectors and services, and whether it's the trade sector or a number of other government services, and really maturing services and maybe specific sectors. Today, we have an amazing foundation. We have an amazing ecosystem of services and enablers and other things in the country. And the country in the last, let's say 5 years, plus and minus, have been putting a lot of attention on technology innovation, and truly pushing for this knowledge economy. As the President said, is to be ready for the last barrel of oil to be sold. And I think that amount of attention in the last few years in technology, you're seeing the emergence of large mega companies in the UAE when it comes to technology. You're seeing an emergence of a lot of small to medium players coming in over here. And if we look at maybe examples of stuff we're doing, is if we look at the Advanced Technology Research Council, which was set up in May, it would be 5 years. Today we have 10 research centers. We have over nearly 1,300, 1,400 researchers. They are from 80 countries. We have over 100 plus universities globally that we are in touch with, that are on our payroll, working with us on our research. This is already becoming a country that is bringing in talent from all over the place, coming here to the UAE to build technology that really makes a difference. And we are moving at extremely fast pace compared to a classical approach of other countries of how long they're taking to move on. So we are investing in AI. We've done a lot of things over there with Falcon and other areas. We are investing in quantum technologies, a very promising technology for all of us. We are investing in autonomous. I mean, we are living in a time when we are now at the inflection point where, yes, you were driving your car, but very soon you had some car assistance, and now very soon you don't need to drive your car. Your car is really driving itself. But that's the same with the car, that's the same with the plane, that's the same with other things. So we are investing in all of these technologies, and we are making pretty large bets in these areas in this regard.
I mean, there's so much coming into force, and it's amazing how you seize these opportunities as they come in as well. It's very impressive. I wanted to go back to AI for a moment, as it's it was still very much in its infancy. We're only 2 years in, 24 months. So it's pretty much anyone's game at the moment, if you think about it. However, DeepSeek, for example, has come in and very much sort of shaken up the market a little bit, very much underscoring China's AI resilience as well, despite export controls as well. So do you think that this does challenge the assumption that AI development is predominantly sort of Western-led? What's your thought on that?
I think if there is one thing we learned in the last 2 years, since the launch of ChatGPT, is this game is still at its beginning. And I was having a chat with someone when the internet launched. Some were not born at that time, but at least we were there. When the internet happened, there were a number of large companies at that time where everyone said, yeah, XYZ company, AOL, blah, blah, these are the dominant companies that will lead the industries in the years to come. These companies are not the companies today leading that game. Although at that time, people felt it's a default. These are the 3-4 large companies in the internet space. For sure, they will dominate everything. They are nowhere to be seen. The other companies really have emerged later on. And I think a good example of what we saw in the last 24 months when it comes to AI is proprietary AI, open source AI. I mean, us even as a country or as a research institute, in 23 when we launched our model, people said, who on earth are these guys? I mean, normally people got used to models coming out of the US or models coming out of even China or Europe. UAE launching the Falcon model and scoring the highest performing open source model globally, wow, beating every other player, was new. Frankly, was also new for us. So I think since that time, you started seeing blips of different players, ending with what DeepSeek did in terms of their approach, that really proves this game is still at its beginning. This game still has a lot to be tuned, as shown with different players coming in and saying, well, there is always a better way of doing it. There is always a more optimized way of doing it. And what took you 1 year or took you $1 billion, I will do it for 10 million. Suddenly, the game changes. So I think that's changing on one side. But I think the more interesting part that is changing when we say what's changing with this internet, all of us have mobile phones. Today, there are dominant players because they have the real estate on your mobile phone, which is, I am the app that does your booking of airline. I am the app that does your food. I am the app that does... And today there are large companies and small companies, and in reality some of them are large because they became the recognized brand name. They have the highest distribution, meaning most downloaded. So even if you have a new app player that provides a service, I'm not referring to social media apps, sometimes it's very hard now to break in because someone already has 50% market share. In the age of AI, when your agent, your virtual AI agent, and you tell him, go and do an online airline booking for me or hotel booking, AI agent doesn't care whether he's connecting to the API of the top 3 most famous apps. The AI agent will connect to whichever API provides the best connection, provides the best turnaround time, and you're on. Actually, 50% of the apps on your phones might disappear because your agent is the one connecting to the back end of all of these guys. So suddenly you thought you were the largest hotel booking company. In a few years, a small guy that has a better API connection, that has a better turnaround time, that has other things, your AI agent doesn't care about the brand name, cares about the execution. So many things will change with this.
And that's what keeps it exciting, I suppose, because it's anyone's game. You don't know what's going to happen. It could go any which way at the end of the day as well. Sadly, we are running out of time, and I really wanted to get into a little bit more of the work, the incredible work that's being done over at the Advanced Technology Research Council. Tell us the main focus areas that you're looking at right now, especially when it comes to healthcare, the environment, and transport as well. What are the sort of main focal points for you? And within that as well, I know you very much prioritize collaboration. So I wanted you to maybe give us an idea of, some good collaboration methods and why collaboration is so important, especially to get innovation over the line.
So if we start with the collaboration part and then we'll end with, what are some of the exciting projects we're doing. Today, as I mentioned, we have over 1,400 researchers. They're coming from 80 countries. So you're getting people from all over the place. And as I mentioned, probably we're still looking for the guy from Mars or the moon, but the rest of the guys, we got them here in the UAE. So we're getting a lot of talent from all over the place. We are collaborating with over 100 universities globally, where we have agreements. These are not MOUs, these are clear research agreements with them, where we're working on solving water problems, we're solving renewable problems, we're solving medical problems and other things. So suddenly you have a new entity, a new player in the global space when it comes to research as UAE, where very quickly we're able to assemble a lot of talent globally to come here, leveraging that we are such a diverse society in that regard, and people feeling comfortable to come here. Leveraging the part that we are a nation that can reach out to everyone, so we have over 100 universities where we're collaborating. All of these things is enabling us what someone else might take 5 years to do, we can take a year to do because we are connected with everyone, we are collaborating with everyone. And the comment you just mentioned is, how do you compete and collaborate at the same time? And I think the best way of doing that is there are stuff that you would do for your competitive edge. As long as we can find areas where you're missing something and I'm missing something, whatever that may be, I think these are the grounds of collaboration in that regard and us joining hands. And to end with what are the areas that we are most excited about, I think the area of AI and the area of robotics. In the same way how we made announcements in the last 2 years of what we did in AI, you will hear this year, somewhere towards the latter part of this year, we will make serious announcements when it comes to robotics in that regard. So robotics will be a major area for us across the board. I think there is a lot of work we're doing in quantum, whether quantum communication, whether quantum computing, and that's an area that we think will be very promising for us as a country, although it has a little bit of a longer tail. And we are doing a lot of stuff when it comes to renewable, stuff related to water, stuff related to farming and other areas. And last but not least, autonomous transport. I think autonomous transport, whether air, land, or sea, is changing dramatically, already changing, not going to change. And I think it will change so many things in our daily lives, in how countries operate in that regard due to having autonomous fleets, whether it's taxis, whether it's trucks, whether it's airplanes. I think that just changes a lot of things when it comes to the dynamics of transport.
Yeah, definitely. And there was an incredible showcase actually over in Abu Dhabi. I think it was just last year, DriftX, and they had all the different sort of robotics on display and autonomous vehicles.
We had our Formula One cars, or Formula-like One cars in Yas circuit that was racing fully autonomously on the track, driving over 200 kilometers an hour, fully autonomous on that track.
Wow, yeah, that's incredible. If there's one sort of key message you could leave our audience with, what would it be today?
I think looking at what is happening in the UAE today when it comes to its interest in technologies, its interest in attracting talent to come over here, I think there is a lot happening when it comes to research and development when it comes to technology. If there is a time to be in the UAE, either to come in the UAE or someone that's in the UAE that needs to focus on a sector, this is the time to really focus when it comes to technology, research and development, because all the way from leadership and down, the attention and time spent now on helping to grow the technology ecosystem is like no other time in that regard. So if there is a time to be in the sector, this is the time to be in the sector in this regard. And frankly, I think UAE can be in an extremely strong position in the years to come when it comes to tech space.
Very exciting time ahead, and very well said, by the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for His Excellency Faisal Al Banai. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Come back again. Next, we're going to talk about the future of moving things around. People, goods, how we move, and what we move in. And we have two great panelists coming up. Francesco Lacamera, who is the Director General of IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Association, and Wouter van Wersch, who is the Executive Vice President at Airbus. Please come on stage. Please sit in the middle. That's great. Yeah. Terrific. So the sub-theme of this is the future of connectivity. And I guess, we know how we move now, we know how we got here, and maybe I can start off with, where do you both, maybe it's an open question to the both of you. It's not an invitation to a monologue, it is an invitation, it's a conversation starter, is how is air travel going to change? How is travel, I guess, by ship or in any other way going to change moving forward? What do you see as the things that kind of catch your mind when you ponder that question?
So, shall I start?
Please.
Yeah? Please do it. Okay,
Yeah.
good. So, first of all, very happy to be here. So, I'm with Airbus. So, I think that 56% of the people in the room that flew into Dubai used an Airbus aircraft. So, that's already a good data point. So, air travel has gone through a massive challenge, COVID, we all know it, but the recovery has also been extremely fast. As just another data point, before COVID, we had 5 billion people traveling a year. Last year, we surpassed the 5 billion, and the expectation is that in the next 20 years, this number of passengers will double. So you can imagine this means a lot of need of new aircraft, but also a lot of infrastructure needed on the airport side, and of course also a lot of more traffic in terms of cargo. So the market is very active, very dynamic, and I'm sure we'll discuss about it in the coming half an hour. This also brings a lot of things to be done on innovation, sustainability, energy, so a vast topic.
Can I just pull a string here, since a lot of people who travel a lot are airplane nerds, and I would count myself as one of them, is if we're going to double the number of people traveling, what's going to happen with the planes we're flying? And I would say that I flew on an A380 for the first time on the upper deck, and it was fantastic. Yeah. But you clearly have discontinued this plane on the assumption that the hub and spoke model won't be as appealing anymore. People will expect more direct travel. What sort of planes are we looking at? How many planes are we looking at?
So if you want just a couple of figures, so today we have about 24,000 aircraft flying, commercial aircraft. And our estimation is that in the next 20 years, we will need to build 42,000 additional planes, which is, of course, a large part is replacing the older generation aircraft. What is flying today, 34% is new generation, so that means there's 66% that can be improved by bringing new generation. But there's also a lot of capacity growth. If we look at the Middle East, clearly there's a growth which is faster than around the world. And there are pockets of Asia, for example, is growing strongly. The US and Europe is more stable. But in terms of a market, there is really growth. And as a company, we have to deliver the aircraft. We have to do this, of course, safely. And we have to work on the future evolutions in terms of innovation, next generation, in order to answer to the customer's demand. And all this in a sustainable way.
That's a good segue, Francesco. When you think about doubling number of passengers, doubling number of aircraft, and given the debates, some of them were held in this country, during COP a couple years ago, of how we're going to do this, how we're going to have more people moving, more people polluting. It doesn't seem sustainable, so to speak, to continue on the same model of travel, transport that we were, let's say, the 20th century one. What is the 21st, what is the ideal 21st century model of transport going to look like, or should look like?
So, first of all, I think that we have to put this in a more general context. You know?
That felt pretty general to me.
Because, you know, here is not only the question to move people, but also to move commodities and to move also electrons, to move molecules, everything that is needed to make this transition happening at a speed and scale that is consistent with the achievement of the Paris Agreement goal. We are trying to make clear that the first structural barrier to speed up and scale up the energy transition is just the infrastructure. So we don't have grids that are interconnected. We have not grids that are really flexible, balanced. We don't have a system of pipelines, port, harbor that make the molecule of the electron moving. And this also going to affect the air traffic. So also the moving people by plane pose the problem of reducing the CO2 emissions. When we talk about sustainability, probably we'll talk about that. And this means that how we can green the aviation. And we think that also this year, with the COP30 going to be hosted in Brazil, the bioenergy, the biofuel will become one of the elements that will be discussed, that will be more in focus. Possible COP30 may come also with the targets concerning biofuel. So we think that on moving plane, I think that the biofuel could be one of the most suitable solutions where we are going to.
What's the timetable for that?
Sorry?
What is the timetable for that?
The timetable is already now, no? It depends on how much you are able to make possible to move the molecule and the electrons from one place to another, because also we can also think about saving plant for bioenergy very close to the airport, for example, close to hub. We are also discussing, honestly, with ICAO, how we can support some pilots on already to see how this could work. So naturally, I think that the direction is there, and we have to see how we can do fast.
Dr., your company has a commercial reason to care about this. Cheaper fuel, cheaper consumption is good for business. You can sell more planes. Where are you seeing the most promise in this space?
So look, if I just come back one step on the sustainability effort that we make. So there's different topics. First of all, the replacing of existing aircraft that I mentioned. Then, of course, we continue to improve the performance of the existing aircraft. We look at new technological developments, lighter materials, better systems. We have put onto the market systems that can enable optimization of flight. So, you know, descent profile optimization in order to consume less. So there's a lot of technological things that we bring, services, of course, the improvement of on the existing aircraft. Then we're working on the evolution of the current aircraft, the current generation. And we look at the next step, which is, as I mentioned, hydrogen, which is going to happen later in time, but which will contribute to the decarbonization of the industry. Then, to come to your point, the fuel is very important. Today, the biggest impact can be done if we substantially increase the availability of SAF, you know, sustainable aviation fuel. That's the way to decarbonize on the short term the industry. Because, you know, our aircraft can already operate on 50% SAF. By the end of the decade, so by 2030, we will be able to operate on 100%. We've already done it, so it's a matter of regulation, I would say. So technologically wise, not a problem. but we need SAF to be available. We need in large quantities and at the right price. So that's I think, the critical topic in the aviation sector today. From an Airbus perspective, we are doing a lot to develop this market, to motivate the people. We are putting even money into this. But, you know, we are not an energy company. So we really need the ecosystem to develop. And there's a number of countries around the world where there's good potential, and that will have an enormous impact on our industry. So we really hope that people in the room, governments, will put in place the right rules and regulations to incentivize and make sure that the SAF develops.
Cisco, do you agree with this kind of these three categories, right? The stuff itself, is there enough of it? Where do you get it? Two, the technology that is going to continue to evolve to try to sort of make it possible to use it. And three, the infrastructure. Which of those should be the easiest? Which is the hardest nut to crack? Assuming you agree with that.
First of all, I think that we are almost on the same line. I think there is no, I don't see differences in the approach. So we think SAF, the sustainable aviation fuel, is the solution. Also, when we talk about hydrogen, I think for the plane, biofuel could be much easier. I will fly more comfortable in a plane with biofuel than others, honestly. To be frank, and actually we need to have the capacity now. I think the problem linked to the conflict between bioenergy and food is not anymore there with the new technologies. This could be solved. It's solved currently. The problem is how to move the fuel from one place to another when you produce a reasonable cost. Naturally, because we cannot make the cost going up and up. And in this context, as for the hydrogen, for a different hand, we need that the policies are in place, because it could be still possible that in the very short term there is a lack of competitiveness in going for biofuel or hydrogen, but it's just say a few years, as it was for renewables. 10, 15 years ago they were not competitive. Now is the most competitive way to produce electricity. Yeah. This means that, and the path for bioenergy and hydrogen could be faster than has been for renewables.
You may have more of a cross-sectoral view of this when you think about, ship transport, rail, obviously cars. Is that conversation the same as when you're talking about air travel and transport? Are there other things happening in those areas that?
Concerning shipping, I think that there is not yet full clarity on the way to follow, in the sense that they've not been able to elect the best solution for shipping. So they are moving from the hybrid, hydrogen, biofuel. There is not yet a clear indication. So we need an assessment where the policy at a certain moment will be able to fix the right mix. That is, when we talk about, again, transport, look at Dubai, the port of Dubai. They are moving everything with electricity. Also the container, they are moving with electricity. That is renewables, from renewables. So there is a lot to do in the sector, in all areas. So not only aviation, and there is also another element that should be considered when you talk about train and others. That's what we thought was not possible to reach with electrification is coming more and more possible. So this is another trend that we have to take into account when we are looking for the right mix of different sources for the transport sector as such.
Yeah. Maybe if you allow me just to, so hydrogen definitely is a solution for the shipping or for the road transportation, and also longer term for aviation. But it's all down to physics. The energy density of hydrogen is what it is. So if you would like to do a hydrogen flight from Dubai to New York with a hydrogen plane, you would need to fill the full plane with hydrogen. And no passengers, no cargo. So hydrogen on the shorter distances, 2,000
Also because
miles.
the passengers will not go up the plane. We stay for.
So yes, it's touching different industries, and it's a longer-term solution. But the ecosystem needs to be there. Like for ships, you need to have the hydrogen at the right place to fill them.
So no panel in this building can take place without the mention of AI. How is AI going to potentially come up with solutions to these problems? I mean, be specific in your answer, even though the question was not.
But I think that the artificial intelligence should be say an instrument that we may apply to many different realities, industrial processes, managing of the grids, managing of the transports. So it will be a way, a possible way to make many aspects of our life to be more economical and more effective.
Is there an example you can think of, either you now, where it is being applied, and wow, they just figured out how to reduce traffic on the Abu Dhabi-Dubai highway by 30%?
For example,
it's a wish fantasy, not true, by the way.
One example is that we are starting to think, we have initiated the discussion with Google. They have a project called Tapestry, how we can apply artificial intelligence for design the strengthening of the infrastructure in some part of Africa. This is one example that I can just present to you today.
So I actually came from Paris. You know, there was a big AI summit yesterday.
Of course, yeah.
And I think it's fascinating. I mean, it's great opportunities, but also great challenges to manage AI. So at Airbus, we've already been using AI for more than 30 years across the activities. We use it internally, of course, to improve the way our teams work, like you know, with the specific computer-aided vision. We use it in the development. So we are using it a lot to improve and increase the safety of our operations, but of course also of our products. But all this needs to be done also in an ethical way. It has a consequence on people. So we have embraced it very strongly, but it needs to be done in a very cautious way also.
Does it design planes right now?
Sorry?
Does it design planes?
Not yet, no. This is our engineers doing it. But it helps, of course, because, you know, you can calculate, you can simulate very much faster than in the past.
Yeah.
You know, certain pieces that in the past you need to forge to see how it really functions in reality. Now it can be done with a lot of models, AI, and we win a lot of time in terms of the development of new products.
Yeah.
Also, as for our modeling, our outlook, we are considering how to use artificial intelligence for making them more precise, more, let's say, giving more elements. So we will see that naturally there is lots of attention and enthusiasm. Naturally, we also have to be prudent. I think rules and regulations should be put in place for making the sector work in the right way.
I mean, people talk a lot about seamlessness. That's what they desire most in their travel experience, in obviously moving goods around. It seems to me that is also where AI could be quite, even improving the airport experience, for example, you know, the getting on and off the plane.
I think, you know, actually everything can be looked at and potentially, I think, improved with AI. The movements in the airport, not only the goods, the passengers, the whole flow, the passenger experience. So not only the technical side, it touches everything. Huh?
Yeah, yeah. Super. Well, thank you to both of you. This has been a really great conversation, and really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Great. It's great. Great. So we are as part of our variety show on trade and economics, we're down to the last act, and we're going to have a full stage to finish things off. And the question that we are posing here is, can economic diplomacy reshape global trade? I wonder who we're thinking about or who we might talk about. So keep you a little bit longer in suspense as I ask my panelists to join us. Gerd Müller, who is the Director General of the UN Industrial Development Organization. He's back in 1 second, so he's going to come on last. John Denton, who is the Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce, represents millions of businesses. I think you, yes, that's right. And Takeshi Nirami, the CEO of Centauri Holdings. He is not bringing bottles of whiskey, for those of you who are asking. I already did. He's also been a senior advisor to the Japanese prime ministers, from Prime Minister Abe all the way up to the current Prime Minister Ishiba. And His Excellency Luigi Di Maio, who is the EU Special Representative for the Middle East, and who I got to know when I was in Brussels when he was the Italian Foreign Minister. And okay, we will. The beauty of variety shows is that you have to do some improv, so we're going to improvise for a few minutes, and as we wait for Mr. Müller to come and join us. I think that, I mean, obviously half in jest, but it's impossible to have a conversation in this building without mentioning AI, obviously, but without mentioning Trump as the... Mr. Müller, excellent. This is quite an entry. Please come join us. I saw you in the front row for most of the session, so I think we did an early transition because I wanted to give this panel some more time. It's impossible to have a conversation really anywhere in the world without talking about the new American president, as we have a panel that spans the globe, Germany, Australia, Italy, and Japan. I happen to live in Washington, and Washington, for the time being, is obviously the center of political attention, but it is also where the lead conversations about business, technology, culture, where the world is going are, at least we are imposing them on the rest of the world. A Canadian friend of mine used to joke that America is like living above the loudest house party in the world. I think that's probably the way the world feels. And today we want to really kind of grapple with the impact on the global economy, on global trade, of what is coming out of Washington, and try and maybe separate between the noise and the reality. And maybe I want to start with John Denton, because you obviously represent business across the planet, and there was a interesting piece in my alma mater, the Wall Street Journal, this morning, looking at American business and a bit of the sense of whiplash. Since the election, everyone I meet in finance, technology, and business is very bullish on this new administration because they think taxes will be lower, there'll be fewer regulations, that animal spirits will be unleashed, and you have a very pro-business president. At the same time, they're quite nervous because of the moves on tariffs, the unpredictability, the limits on immigration. And when you talk to your members, and this was describing the situation in the US, I wonder to what degree that might describe the kind of global business community and how they are kind of digesting the new dispensation in America.
What a great question. let's not forget that when we talk of global business, it's not a monolith. I mean, when I'm at the ICC, we're in 170 countries, 70% in the global south. We actually enable $17.5 trillion worth of economic activity every year. I mean, trade finance, a $10 trillion market, couldn't operate without the ICC. We enable it. So we deal with businesses, all sizes, shapes, and in all regions, and all with similar interests, which is to do better every day to stay in business. The unifying factor is a question. Hasn't the actual opening up of economies and the rules-based system which enables cross-border trade to flow relatively freely served us well as a global community? And the answer is tariffs, or the answer is other unilateral interventions? I don't think so. I think what the global business community, and I'm sort of channeling it here, is saying, look, as I said, it's been operating relatively well, but it does need reform. Let's be clear about that. And if the injunctions out of Washington serve as a moment to allow the actual impetus which has been building, particularly, I might say, by the ICC, for reform and ensuring the continued relevance of the multilateral trading system, well, this could be a good thing. But that's going to require leadership, and that's not an issue against the United States, but a leadership of the regions and the businesses globally that have benefit and continue to benefit and see increased benefit from a functioning multilateral trading system to stand up and do something about it. And by the way, that's exactly what we'll be doing.
Are your members on the scale of super bullish on a Trump-led world to super bearish? Where do they come out right now as of February 10th?
With respect, Mr. Moderator, that's an incredibly US-focused question. That is not how people in the world look at the world.
I come from Washington,
US
that's
or
the only
not.
way we see things.
I know that there's a certain obsession here. Most people are just trying to make a living, and what most people are actually trying to build a better business every day. Most people want less disruptions and more disruptions. And by the way, most people want to build a business on a planet that functions and treat the people fairly. This is not about pro-Trump or anti-Trump. This is actually about how we have a pro-business-based or business-functioning global economy that can support prosperity and achievement for individual businesses and their communities. It's not about and only about the US.
Kurt, you run a UN agency but you also were the German Minister for Economic Development. And I wonder, he has threatened tariffs, and I will get off Trump, by the way, but I do think it's relevant to kind of set the stage because that's really what the economic conversation is about. He has threatened tariffs against the EU. This week he announced, across-the-board tariffs on steel and aluminum. If you were still in the German cabinet, what would you advise your Chancellor and the EU to do in response?
Hopefully we will have a new chancellor in a few weeks in Germany, but that is not
a few months, unfortunately. It does take a little while to change chancellors.
That's not my part. As Director General of the United Nations Industrial Development Agency, I will send a message here. Globalization and global trade, global business. What is the result? The result is 10 people in the world own as much as 50% around the world, the poorest. 10 people own as much as 4 billion people. Look outside in the hotel. I asked somebody from Bangladesh working there, what is your monthly salary? What do you think, what is the monthly salary? $2,000 or $200. And another example, I looked to your very interesting shoes.
Thank you.
I visited some production companies of shoes in Bangladesh. I was there, The production costs for the shoes are about $5. $5. And the price here is about $150 or $250. But people in Bangladesh, the average wages and salary is about $150, $200 monthly. That is globalization, that we must change this business model. We need fair global value change. Not only shoes, textile, everything. And we need a global, fair industrialization. Give everybody a chance for a fair future.
That used to be the case for protectionism, for having a industrial policy. Is that, I mean, this is almost like a Trumpy, if you see it in that light. Is that how the world's going to respond, do you think? If America, you know,
the US
closes up, Europe does things and you have more of a closed global trade system than in the past. And I don't see how that actually would bring people out of poverty.
The US could and should play a fair and very important role in the international trade system. But again, the basis are global fair trade standards all over the world. And then we can talk about fair trade and fair globalization with fair results for everybody. Look, that is the global summit. The global summit, where are the poor here? Who represents really the poor governments, the poor people in the world? We cannot only talk about the future of AI. The situation today is 2 billion people in the world do not have access to drinkable water. 1 billion do not have really access to electricity. What is our answer? The answer cannot be like the US policy, the current US policy, stop development aid, stop cooperation between US and the developing country. We must do more. We must more invest, more technology transfer, more innovation transfer from industrialized countries to development countries.
Mr. Nimani, you are also the chairman of the Asian Business Council, and I guess I'm curious, you know, with the recent trends on global trade, threats from the biggest economy on the planet around, what do you think the response will be in Asia? Because one would think that it's maybe in China's interest as countries turn toward China as a reliable trade partner if the US is not that anymore.
First of all, Asian countries support free trade. I'm so sorry that the US is
Hello, and welcome again, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of the plenary. Really looking forward to leading this conversation with Mr. Diop. There's a lot to talk about, but I'm just going to start with the macro landscape and how you see things right now, because so many conversations that I've had with people about the shape of the global economy, people seem to have been referencing this tepid global growth environment for a couple of years now. And I wonder how you see the opportunity as it pertains to emerging markets, because of course the very role of the IFC is to help mobilize private capital into emerging market economies. So how does it look purely from a growth standpoint right now?
Thank you very much, Jumana. We have seen a rebound of the growth in emerging countries, 4%, which is higher than in the more advanced economy, and it offers an opportunity to really have more investment in those countries. As we can see, the fiscal constraints are still high in the number of developing countries, and therefore the space for public investment is reduced. There is a need now to attract more private investment. We have seen in some part of the world some positive trend, and we are seeing more and more opportunity to invest in infrastructure, in energy, in logistics, in sectors which are important for increasing the productivity of firms in developing countries, and therefore create jobs which are so much needed in this part of the world.
Do you think that investors are being drawn to emerging market economies in an environment where advanced economies seem to be slowing down, the relative opportunity becomes a lot more attractive?
I see more and more interest, particularly investing in infrastructure. We are just give an example in part of the world which is less advanced.
in Africa. We have seen recently a big conference that was held 2 weeks ago in Dar es Salaam, aiming at connecting 300 million Africans to the grid. Out of the 600 million Africans who don't have access to electricity. And it was clear that we need to have the private sector. The governments are committed to close to, the development financial institution committed up to 48 billion CFA, billion dollars or CFA. And we understand that the private sector needs to be present in those investments. So that's a good way to show that today there is a renewed interest in investing in infrastructure, particularly in energy. When you look at what is happening today, a couple of days in Paris with the AI conference, it's clear that we need more electricity to feed this data center and all this investment in AI, which is transforming. Actually, a lot of people consider that AI is a general purpose technology. It means that it will change fundamentally the way people are producing. And if the less advanced country don't have electricity, they will not be able to be part of this transformation which is happening right now.
Yeah, do you see it as an opportunity for those countries to catch up, or does it present a challenge in that if that energy security is not provided, many of these countries will actually be left behind with the AI advances?
It's clear that if you don't have investment in the fundamental which are energy, we will not be able to take advantage of it. I see already a lot of application of AI happening in less advanced countries, in agriculture. We have also in health. We have also in activities such as maintenance. You will be surprised that AI is used a lot to identify the leakages in network or things like that, in optimizing the use of resources. That's why at IFC we have increased significantly our portfolio in startup working on AI. We have been talking actually with companies here in the UAE about what we can do to attack those sectors. And we're investing a lot in a data center. Just to give a sense, last year we were the largest investor in infrastructure, infrastructure related to the digital economy in Africa, by helping financing fiber optic, data centers, access to electricity for those. So we have an opportunity here to leapfrog, but it will require a few things. First, to continue investing in education, because we need to have the labor force needed to be able to use these instruments. Secondly, you will need to have a condition so that we can accelerate the production of electricity at scale. And I want to emphasize that we are considering that today gas to power is an important transition source of energy for developing countries when they couple it with a use of renewable energy. So we are pushing in that direction. The second direction is to push on logistics, because we are seeing more and more countries who want to increase their regional supply chain and be able to transform more the rare mineral or the other minerals that they have in products that can be useful for the digital industry and the digital economy, and that offer another opportunity. Lastly, the current situation in the world shows that we need to diversify the source of the supply chain. And an over-concentration of the supply chain in some products create a risk from part of the world, because whenever there is a shock in that part of the world, the rest of the world is affected disproportionately. So it's important to diversify today the supply chain that we have. Yeah. And I would say that I would like just to take that opportunity to thank very much UAE for the role they're playing. Actually, the largest company investing in Africa in renewable energy is a UAE company. We are working with them also in Central Europe. We are working with them in Central Asia, in countries like Uzbekistan and others. And we are seeing there that investment coming from UAE to the south have been increasing significantly.
It's interesting because I wanted to pick up on that theme of the emergence or the pickup in south-to-south lending. So countries from the global south lending, channeling FDI into other countries in the global south. Is that a phenomenon that you think is going to continue to pick up speed?
Absolutely. We've been increasing basically tenfold the flow between UAE and developing countries in the last 3 years.
That's just the UAE and
the UAE. It was around 2 $200 million, which is not a lot. Today we are around 2.5 billion of investment. So it's in renewable energy, it's in infrastructure in general. So we are discussing now expanding the scope of investment coming from UAE. We are looking at different verticals, particularly the water sector. We are looking at continue developing on energy. Logistics is a very important part. And I think international artificial intelligence will give a good opportunity also to invest in sectors like health, pharmaceutical, and so forth, where these might be important tools. So we are seeing a very interesting dynamics, which is moving very, very fast from UAE, but also other GCC countries which are looking at institutions like ours to be able to use our intelligence, our knowledge of those countries to be able to channel more investment. By doing what? By helping in making the regulatory framework much more predictable. There is still a bit of uncertainty for investors. By tackling a couple of constraints that have been faced, such as local currency, financing in local currency, guarantee. There is a big push for guarantee. And within the World Bank Group today, we have an entity called MIGA, which is specialized in guarantee. And they are just recently tripled their offering to the market. The last element is that now more and more we are looking at projects not in terms of what we can finance through our balance sheet, but how we can structure those projects to attract much more private capital to those countries, including sovereign fund and institutional investors.
So I want to pick up on a couple of those points. The first point vis-a-vis supply chains and the importance of diversification of supply chains. We're in an environment now where trade protectionism is on the rise, barriers seem to be going up, countries are pursuing country-first policies. Is that going to trickle down at all into investor sentiment and appetite to mobilize capital into emerging markets?
What is a constant is that a country needs infrastructure, country needs electricity, country needs to produce food, a country needs to create jobs. I think that was a constant in this situation, and I think that these needs haven't been reduced. It's actually increasing. And when I'm talking about creating jobs, we need to think about not necessarily displacing jobs from one place, one part of the world to another one, but to create jobs that actually cannot be even created in other parts of the world or exported. Let me give you an example. Today, UAE is investing very heavily in hospitality. Hospitality is a sector, for instance, which creates tourism, a lot of jobs, and which is specific, which is local. It cannot be exported from another part of the world. Health services, similarly. And we have a certain number of agriculture production, similarly. So there are a lot of activities where you will be having a win-win solution by creating jobs in part of the world, by creating conditions that will reduce the pressure on migration, and that will also be able to create much more demand and growth in those countries, which will be also able to import for countries which are producing goods in places where they have a comparative advantage. So I think that overall, let's look at what needs to be done in these current circumstances, and there is so much to be done in terms of investing in logistics, in basic infrastructure in those countries, that if you keep our focus on that, we will be able to deliver for those countries and show that the solution, what is happening there, is helpful to the rest of the world as well.
Yeah. You also touched on some of the facilities that are in place to help facilitate lending, the advisory services, of course, and then you touched on the World Bank lending facility. To what extent do you think blended finance is going to be key to unlocking more capital into emerging market economies? At what point do you need to bring in the public sector to attract the private sector?
No, it's clear that the private sector cannot do it by itself alone. The public sector cannot do it by itself alone, let alone the philanthropy. So we were in a world where the philanthropy were working on one side, the government were financing on one side, other side, and the private sector was doing it. What we understood in the last decade is that the solution is to work all together. And let me give you an example of what we are talking about when we are talking about blended finance. If today we want to attract the private sector to invest, for instance, in water or sanitation, Sanitation is quite expensive in general in a poor country. But at the same time, the government is concerned about affordability of those services. The philanthropy can, and the grant money that countries are providing can be used to buy down the cost, to de-risk those investments, and therefore make it more affordable to the population at large. So by doing that, you increase the scope of people that you can reach through private sector investment. You reduce the pressure on the fiscal, and at the same time, you are able to reach your social target. So more and more philanthropies are really thinking about how to leverage private sector investment in countries to have the multiplier effect that you want. And that was at the heart of the conversation that we had recently in Africa on the M300, where we have philanthropies which came as a group and say that we will bring our money to be able to de-risk investment, to reduce the cost, to make it more affordable, and therefore be able to reach much more people than would have done it by investing alone in this sector.
One part that we didn't talk about was the other side of the equation, which is countries actually making themselves ripe for investment. So as an investor, you're going to look for macroeconomic stability, you'll look for political stability, you'll look for sound governance. What do countries on the receiving end need to do in terms of reforms to keep attracting the capital that they need? And also, can you give us an example of a country that has done the right things and has been successful?
Absolutely. We last year, the president of the World Bank Group created what you call the Private Sector Investment Lab. We included the 20 top investors and funds, spanning from BlackRock to Temasek and others, and at the CEO level to discuss about it. What are the constraints for you to invest more in emerging economies? And a few things came out from that conversation. The first point, which is related to what you are saying, is uncertainty. People want to make investment and decisions which are spanning over a long period of time, need to have much more certainty on these investments. Second one is that because of this lack of certainty, you need to have more guarantees. So they wanted to have more guarantee. The third was local currency that they want, because often investment are facing that tension of having expenditure in dollars and revenue in local currency. So this currency mismatch is creating a pressure for investors. The fourth one is how can we use an institution like the World Bank Group with a footprint in all countries to be able to originate projects and bring them to the market and build a platform. So what has been done in this area to reduce the uncertainty of investors is to use the public side of the World Bank Group to really, in the dialogue with the government, to take all the reforms that are needed, spanning from capital market development to regulation to using the information that we are available. And let me tell you the type of information that we have. We have the GEMS, which has been a recent database on the ratio and the credit failure that you have in some countries, and that now is made available to the public at large and investors so that they can better appreciate the risk that they are facing. We have our doing business data, which are useful also, and provided to investors to have a better understanding of the risk. That this reform coupled with the guarantee, we lower the level of risk that investors are facing, and therefore reduce the risk premium and make it much more attractive for long-term investors in those countries.
Mukhtar, that's a great place to leave it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you so much, Madam. Thank you.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mohammed Shehbaz Sharif, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. distinguished leaders, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. I would like to begin my submissions by expressing my deep admiration to the leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum for bringing together like minds to exchange ideas, forge partnerships, and collectively navigate the challenges and opportunities for a better future for mankind. It is indeed a great pleasure to be back in Dubai, a place where I've spent my youthful years back in early 70s when I was part of a project. My late father was establishing a steel plant here in Rashidia, Dubai. And today again, standing here in Dubai for this summit, Dubai has become a city where the future meets the present, a hub of global economy, commerce, and technology. And it is absolutely amazing to go around and see the most innovative interventions Dubai has introduced over the last many years. Ladies and gentlemen, this gathering could not have come at a more opportune time as the region begins to recover from the tumultuous aftershocks of the tragic conflict in Gaza, which has claimed over 50,000 innocent Palestinians. It is now our hope that the genocidal operation will be followed by lasting peace. However, Pakistan believes that durable and just peace is only possible through a two-state solution in accordance with the relevant UN resolutions. That is, the creation of an independent state of Palestine with pre-1967 boundaries and Al-Quds as its capital. Ladies and gentlemen, today I address this august gathering of visionaries, policymakers, and global leaders as the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a nation that over the past 7 decades has navigated immense challenges while remaining steadfast in its commitment to progress, resilience, and international cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, despite huge challenges, placing our economy on a firm footing has been a central plank of what we have achieved in Pakistan in the last 1 year. And as I speak today, Pakistan stands at a defining moment of economic transformation. Headline inflation has dropped to 2.4% in January this year, the lowest in 9 years, with the interest rate capped at 12%, a major stimulus for private sector credit. Excellencies, economic stability is a means and not an end. Our 5 E's National Economic Transformation Plan, Udan Pakistan, is driving this change, focusing on exports, e-Pakistan, environment and climate change, energy and infrastructure, equity and empowerment. At the core of this agenda is energy security and sustainability, not just as an economic necessity, but as a national priority. Pakistan is committed to achieving a 60% clean energy mix by 2030 and transitioning 30% of all vehicles to electric mobility. We are rapidly scaling up solar, wind, hydropower, and nuclear energy. Our southern regions hold 50,000 megawatts of untapped wind energy potential. Our northern hydropower projects will add 13,000 megawatts of clean energy capacity. Solar energy adoption is being accelerated through policy reforms, tax exemptions, investment incentives, net metering, and waiving of custom duties on solar panels and other equipment. Excellencies, Pakistan offers one of the most dynamic investment landscapes in Asia, with 70% of its dynamic, young, and tech-savvy population under the age of 30. A strategic location that Pakistan is, bridges South and Central Asia, and an emerging middle class. Our economy presents promising opportunities. We are simplifying business regulations, enhancing legal protections, and streamlining investment approvals to make Pakistan a leading destination for global capital. To drive investment in key sectors, the Special Investment Facilitation Council has been established, focusing on renewable energy and resilient infrastructure, technology and digital economy, minerals and industrial development, and agricultural and food security. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is embracing eco-friendly agricultural innovations under the umbrella of the Adaptation Policy 2023 to enhance productivity, ensure food security, and strengthen our rural economy. We are working to enhance water efficiency through drip irrigation, precision farming, drought-resistant crops, and watershed management to restore depleting aquifers. We are also incentivizing agri-tech innovation by deploying solar-powered irrigation systems, using renewable energy sources for farm operations and climate-smart sensors to monitor soil and weather conditions, to modernize our farming systems while reducing our environmental footprint. Next month, inshallah, 1,000 Pakistani agricultural graduates are being sent to China for training in advanced agricultural techniques. Ladies and gentlemen, while we pursue growth targets, the underlying priorities remain centered around uplifting communities, creating equitable opportunities, and building a prosperous future for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, the global shift to a green economy requires a shared responsibility. While we are fully committed to mobilizing domestic resources and policy reforms, international partnerships and financial support remain critical to achieving this goal. Pakistan's energy transition alone demands $100 billion in investment. Therefore, we call upon governments to strengthen climate financing and technology sharing, private investors to explore Pakistan's clean energy and infrastructure opportunities, multilateral institutions to support emerging economies like Pakistan in achieving sustainable growth. Distinguished delegates, Pakistan stands at the threshold of a new era, one that prioritizes infrastructural advancements, economic diversification, and human development. The future is not something we passively inherit. Rather, it is something we actively shape. Let this summit herald the dawn of a global peace and sustainable prosperous future for all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Security, Trust and Innovation in an Interconnected World by John Giammatteo, CEO of BlackBerry.
Well, good afternoon. My name's John Giammatteo, and as CEO of BlackBerry, I'd like to thank you for having me here today. You know, when people hear the name BlackBerry, one common question always seems to come to mind. BlackBerry, are you still around? We get that a lot. I will tell you, we get that a lot. And since joining the company, and particularly since stepping into the CEO role last year, this is a question I'm asked frequently. And it's one that I'm proud to answer. This past year, BlackBerry celebrated our 40th anniversary. And while the products and services that we deliver today can't be held in the palm of your hand, the core value that we deliver to our customers hasn't really changed that much. Security, trust, and innovation has always been the promise of BlackBerry. From powering safety-critical systems in your vehicles, to protecting governments around the world, to ensuring the security and business continuity across regulated industries, BlackBerry is there. Today, our products and services directly address the cyber threats of the future. The recent Salt Typhoon, that whole campaign served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities that are inherent in our global communications infrastructure. These attacks exposed how easily bad actors could infiltrate systems, creating hidden backdoors to spy on the communications of politicians military personnel, executives, and private citizens. Cyber attacks of all kinds are on the rise. The United States Department of Health and Human Services reported a 278% increase in data breaches via ransomware across their hospital networks. In Canada, more than 70% of Canadians have experienced a cybersecurity incident in the past year. As our employees blend their business and their personal lives on their devices, vulnerabilities and exploitations are on the rise through free messaging applications that are now over 3 billion users around the world. As we face these trends, the challenges that these governments and enterprises that are struggling to secure their operations in an adversarial world. And without the core systems of even the strongest security measures that could unravel and jeopardize operational resilience and national defense. I'm proud to say that we work with all G7 governments, the majority of the G20, 8 out of the 10 largest banks around the world to secure and deliver their most critical and sensitive communications. Your government or bank likely relies on BlackBerry to safeguard your most sensitive data and communications. Or it could be the mobility apps that securely enhance your productivity at work. Your business may deploy our industry-leading critical events management software that provides safety to your colleagues during a crisis. Across it all, BlackBerry is there. And while BlackBerry may look a little bit different than we did from years ago, we're still here, powering the world around us and ready for the next 40 years. So for those of you that ask me, hey, BlackBerry, are you still around? I'm proud to say, you better believe it, we never went away. Thank you for the time this morning.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is a conversation with global tech leaders. This session is moderated by Dan Murphy from CNBC. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. Dan Murphy with you from CNBC. Your Excellencies and ladies and gents, thank you so much for sticking around for this next conversation. I also want to say thanks so much, John, for that presentation as well. That was marvelous. And we're going to unpack some of the key trends and themes that you were just talking about as well. To set the scene for you, though, I also wanted to introduce the topic that I know you have been focusing in on a lot today at the World Government Summit, and that is, of course, the issue of artificial intelligence. It's no longer just a technological breakthrough, it is also a geopolitical flashpoint. The launch of China's DeepSeek has wiped $1 trillion off the US tech index in the last couple of weeks, with some even calling it a Sputnik moment for the AI superpowers and the battle for AI supremacy. As Europe now attempts to play catch-up, a new wave of tariffs from the Trump administration also threatens to drive up consumer prices, putting global supply chains under strain. And right here in the Gulf, AI and digital transformation are all accelerating at an unprecedented pace, raising opportunities and challenges, including in the security arena, as you've just heard, for businesses and for government leaders alike. So how are the global technology leaders thinking about all of this? Well, I'm absolutely thrilled to be sitting on stage with some serious tech heavyweights here. Arvind Krishna is the chairman and CEO of IBM. Enrique Lores is the CEO of HP. Christian Klein, the CEO of SAP. And John Giamatteo, the CEO of BlackBerry. So let's dive straight into this topic. Arvind, I wanted to start with you. As you've just heard, DeepSeek has been called America's Sputnik moment. So what's your take on this as a technology leader? Is the United States still leading the global AI race, or is China setting the pace?
Look, there's always competition. I would not have called DeepSeek a Sputnik moment. It is a wake-up moment. It is a wake-up moment that the trend which every technology for 70 years has seen is happening. Cost comes down, the ability to serve it comes down, competition springs up. So the advantage for everybody, every enterprise, every government, every consumer, is much, much lower cost going forward. For the tech industry, it means you got to find cheaper and cheaper ways to go develop these things and bring them forward. On your question on AI leadership, look, the first one to do something is always the very hard one. Once it's been proven, people who are smart, people who have abilities are going to follow and catch up. So I don't regard that as being an inhibitor to the business. But AI should be global, and AI should advantage everybody, is kind of what I take away from that moment, if anything.
Christian, over to you. Do you think Europe is too far behind to catch up now? You've been listening into what President Macron has been saying in the last couple of days and these developments happening only in the last few hours in Europe. What's your take?
I mean, look, with regard to Europe, I mean, I would give every European a good advice. Don't try to play me too and try to copy and force now to have another large language module provider. At the end, what is key for AI is business data, and without business data, AI is useless. And large language modules, they read the internet, the World Wide Web really well, and they understand unstructured content. But Europe has, in many industries, very wealthy AI, very wealthy business data, which is important for AI. And so Europe should apply this technology. I mean, we are, SAP, we feel more like Switzerland, in between, we are using large language models from China. We are using large language models from the US. We are running multinationals. But what SAP can do is we gonna infuse business AI into the business processes of our customers. And no matter if you're in manufacturing, in retail, or in the public sector, what you need is you need to provide value for the end users. And this is what we can do, not only in Europe, but across the world. And the LLMs, DeepSeek has showed it, they will be more and more commoditized, and the value creation will happen at the business layer, at the business processes. And that is what Europe, but every other company on this planet should focus on.
Enrique, over to you next. How does HP stay competitive when all of this development is happening in such a fragmented way?
Actually, we are doing two different things. From one side, we are integrating AI in all of our portfolio, and we're in a company that produces personal devices. And when Arvind was talking before about DeepSeek and the changes this is driving, one of the changes this is making very real is that you can run models much simpler, and this is really going to help us to enable the consumption of AI at the edge. And the second big change that we are doing is responding to the change of globalization. One of the big changes that we're going through now is the fact that building products in one place, we have learned, is not resilient enough. Also, probably doesn't respond to the current geopolitical situation. So we have embarked in a process of diversifying our supply chain and building manufacturing hubs all over the world. And this is a big change that only a few years ago would have been totally impossible.
John, weigh in on this as well, because BlackBerry, as you've just explained very well, has pivoted to cybersecurity and IoT. How do you see this AI race reshaping digital security risks? And Are we prepared for the threats ahead as we see this development taking place and as we see what could potentially be a decoupling in technology between the United States and China?
100%. I would kind of piggyback a little bit on what Christian was talking about. Is, to me, it's all of these business use cases. How do we take this data and really improve the productivity, the value that we create? You know, in our case, we try to do it pervasively. You know, our threat intelligence models makes the efficacy of our products better from a cyber perspective. I would even tell you from a go-to-market perspective, we use it to improve our lead generation, to target the specific customers that make sense for us to go after. So those different use cases, customer service and support, using it as a tool to have self-help capabilities where our customers can answer their questions so much more effectively than they did if they called us in the old models of a call center. So I think those types of applications will really create the value of it and be kind of a flywheel effect of value for the industry.
Just a question for the panel broadly. Anyone can pick this up. What will determine who will lead the global AI race as it stands? Anyone want to take that question?
I think it's going to be driven by innovation. Those companies and those countries that will continue to innovate, that will, in the balance between innovation and regulation, favor innovation, I think are the countries that will be winning. As Arvind was saying, in technology, being first is very important, and those that will drive that will have a competitive advantage.
Look, it's a 10-90. 10% of the value will go to those who invent and come first forward. That 10%, as Enrique was saying, is going to go to places who have the university structure, the capital structure to take a lot of risk and go forward. You can make your own bets on who that is. 90% of the value goes to everybody who deploys, as Christian was saying. If 90% of the value goes to those who deploy, that means people who embrace it, people who actually put it into their solutions are going to be the winners and the victors of that 90%. That is where regulation comes in to not be in the way of them using it. That is where I think policymakers and regulators, they're all obsessed on the innovation. Put that aside for a moment. That is 10%, it is important, but the other 90 is far more important.
And look, I mean, just today, I met so many customers, public, private sector, and look at all the disruptions which happened with new technology in the last 20 years. I mean, it's about applying this technology in the context of your business. And so when we are talking about agentic AI, we are not only talking about large language models, we are talking about how the AI foundation, the business data of SAP can help together with the large language models to build the best agentic AI for procurement. I mean, I'm convinced in 4 to 5 years, why to have a big procurement organization? At the end, a procurement agent can do the sourcing, the negotiation, and all the automation on the billing side much better than any human being. When you think about supply chain and predictive management and increase production uptime and the productivity of your supply chain, at the end, it's about applying AI in your supply chain. So it's also about a business transformation. And that is, I guess, what really will decide if you as a company will lead in your industry or not. It's not only about buying a little piece of technology, it's about applying it in the right way in your industry, in your business.
John, did you want to speak to that as well before we move on?
Yeah, you know, really, to make it, I think, come to life, what we try to do is immerse the technology in our day-to-day activities at the company. We literally encourage our employees to use it as aggressively as they can because they're the ones that are going to find the interesting use cases and the value and creating that kind of ecosystem and that kind of environment where the technology is great, but it's only as good as the people that use it and generate the value out of it and create the use cases that I think will really drive the industry. So I think the approach from a company standpoint and the tone from the top of driving that through the organization, I think is going to make a huge difference in this thing really taking off.
I wanted to focus in on what's happening here in the UAE and in the Gulf, because there has been so much development in the AI space in particular. This country had an AI minister long before anyone knew what ChatGPT actually was. So Christian, first to you on this. SAP has been deeply involved in the regional digital transformation story. What's the biggest opportunity for AI transformation in the UAE and in the Gulf?
I mean, first of all, kudos for this event, the World Government Summit. I mean, it's great to get new insights, to get new ideas, but also to network. And it also shows how this region here is really leading in digital transformation. I can remember when I was here for my first time 9 years ago, I mean, all the companies were already embracing, no matter if it's public or private sector. When in Europe, we are still discussing is the technology secure enough? Can we apply it? Here, it's already happening. And also now, when we talk about inventory, asset management, about saving billions of dollars, by getting smarter on how run your supply chain, here, actually, we find the use cases by the customers giving us the feedback. We have our experience, we have our lab here in the region, and then we, of course, globally develop that technology at scale. But what is very important to innovate at the customer side and to take this feedback and bring it back into your solutions and then embed it into the business of our customers. And here, in this part of the world, it works extremely well. And I mean, we are further investing. And also with regard to sovereign cloud, maybe one last piece. It's also very important to talk about responsible AI. I mean, the customer's asking rightfully, what is happening with my data? Is it staying in the country? Who is touching the data? And so that is also very, very important when you run mission-critical workloads. And you have to absolutely adhere to these requirements to really, exploit this new powerful technology.
Arvind, what's your take on this as well? And when you look at the sovereign AI development that's taking place in our region, in the UAE and in Saudi Arabia, for example, what are we getting right here and what do we need to do better?
Well, first I'll begin with, I think you're getting a lot right over here. And kudos to both the sheikhs, Mohammed bin Rahman and Mohammed bin Zayed, for appointing Al-Alama as the Minister for AI. But it's more than that, it's digital government. But it's the leaning in on investment, building the models, building the Falcon models, as well as other models. I'm a firm believer that every nation who has enough scale is going to invest some in sovereign AI. Why are they going to do that? Because they want both the data input and the models that they can manage and they can control and they can trust. But it's an and. That's not instead of using other things. They will also leverage all the other open models that exist. As, by the way, Christian pointed out in his opening comments, they will leverage Llama, they will leverage DeepSeek, they will leverage Granite models, they will leverage Mistral. But I actually believe that for those who are at the scale point, and we can debate where's the scale point, you have to invest some so that you have some control over those for areas that may be really, really critical to the area. But at this point of first mover advantage, it actually just grows the ecosystem and grows the skills that are there. I actually give a lot of kudos to the government and to the advanced technology initiatives, including the universities, for leaning in on this, and they are happy to leverage skills that they bring in and then go forward.
Enrique, what's your take on the development that you're seeing in this part of the world? And of course, this is a growing consumer market as well for HP's products, but also a platform for you to be thinking about something that you've been doing a lot of work on, which is the future of work itself.
Yes, we think, I totally agree with my two colleagues. The work that has been done in these countries during the last 10 years has put them significantly ahead of many, many other countries of the world. And I think the ambition to use them to change processes, to understand where the technology can go, and to bring partners that can help them to make progress, I think has been fundamental. For example, we are starting to do a lot of work with universities to look for specific applications, specific use cases that will drive adoption and that will drive change. This is really fundamental to continue to grow and to continue to lead. And in our case, we are really focused on defining the future of work, of how can we use technology to make all of our companies more productive, and at the same time, make sure that our employees get a higher level of satisfaction from their work. And I have to say that many of the leading applications are starting to be developed here, and we are proud to be able to partner with the country.
John, over to you on this as well, because one of the things I was speaking to the CEO of Honeywell about was the fact that this is, of course, not a risk-free technology. So how would you assess or even advise governments in the region to balance the rise of AI with also the rise of cybersecurity and security risks associated?
Yeah, a couple things. One, I agree with everybody on the panel around, the approach and working with educational institutions and really kind of harnessing. One of the things we're doing is we're actually partnering with our customers. For instance, we did a long-term relationship, a long-term agreement with the Malaysian government. And as part of that, we set up a cybersecurity center of excellence in Kuala Lumpur. We brought all of our technology, all of our best brains and the people, and we're training 5,000 people every month going through this cyber center of excellence. And I think, partnering with your customers as well as with, the educational institutions, I think can help us move the needle.
I wanted to shift our focus over to tariffs as well and the impact of the Trump administration. It's something that I flagged at the top of the panel. Enrique, first to you on this. The Consumer Technology Association says these tariffs could drive laptop and tablet prices up by around 46%. So what's your take on this? Does it make US tech uncompetitive, or can companies like HP absorb the hit of these tariffs?
I think what we have learned during the last years is that we need to have a much more diverse supply chain, and that we need to build products in multiple parts of the world, both to be more resilient, but also to respond to changes as tariffs could be. And what we have now is a much more flexible model than what we have that will allow us to respond to the changes. As everybody in the room knows, the situation is very fluid, so it's hard to know exactly what tariffs will be. So what is going to be very important is to be very agile, responding, having flexibility. And our goal, of course, will be to minimize the impact this will have in the consumer by being flexible and being able to adjust our production all over the world.
Arvind, of course, IBM has global supply chains as well, so you can speak to this. If we saw the US imposing more of these tariffs, does it push manufacturing deeper into Asia? And is that something that you think about?
Well, we first think about it a lot. To the point that Enrique made, diversification of a supply chain is something we all woke up to over the last 5 years for many, many reasons. And I would strongly encourage everybody to do a diversification of the supply chain because it helps protect against many, many natural shocks, not just tariffs, but also shocks of another nature. We worry a lot more about actually what it creates in terms of trade relations, much more than tariffs, because the reaction of many people is to start putting restrictions on trade. The trade is what I think would impact everybody the most, and I would just encourage everybody to think about every 10% increase in global trade is 1% increase on global GDP. So the trade relations is what worries us because GDP in the end and economic growth is what will drive consumption of technology and what will allow everyone to grow, is sort of the comment that I would make for the audience.
Christian, are you concerned about this as well? Because ultimately it means businesses may have to choose between the made in China or the made in US ecosystem.
I mean, look, SAP, we are warning many multinationals. Also here in the UAE, they want to do business in China and the US, and so SAP has to find its solutions. And we have with the government in the United States, a clear answer solution for all of the mission-critical workloads we are running in the States. But the same is true for China. We have our joint ventures there where we also then have a solution for China, as we have to have solutions for 130 countries in the world, because our customers are relying on SAP to run their global supply chains. And I guess this is also, about diversifying the supply chain. So we are diversifying our operations. And of course, we have to be local in the United States, in China, everywhere in the world to have the right to run our customers' business at scale.
And if I may, it's not US versus China. We really see demand for manufacturing capabilities and hubs in many different countries of the world. Yes. So this is why the new way to look at globalization is by looking at regional centers, much more than whether the center is in the US or the center is in China.
John, I'll give you the final word here on this issue of fragmentation.
Yeah.
What's your take, and is Trump more bark than bite?
Yeah. Well, I do want to say I completely agree with Enrique on having regional abilities to deliver and have our customers be able to serve them the right way and diversity in our global business, I think, is absolutely essential. It's, you know, I would tell you, it's particularly an acute issue. We're a Canadian company. He caught our attention a week or so ago. I'm hoping it's a little bit of a bark and there's not much bite into it at the end of the day, but we'll see where it all lands. But I think managing our business on a global level, having regional centers that can help deliver the outcomes that our customers are expecting in the most economical way is really the only thing that we can do to be able to address it properly.
Indeed. Okay, we watch and wait to see what happens next. Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing your time and your insights today here at the World Government Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them another round of applause.
Terrific.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Irakli Qobakhidze, Prime Minister of Georgia.
Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's a great honor to address you today. I extend my warmest greetings to His Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the United Arab Emirates, His Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Vice President and the Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates and the ruler of Dubai, and the esteemed members of the UAE government. Your generous hospitality and unwavering commitment not only made this summit possible, but also elevated it into a truly impressive and impactful gathering. Only through open and continuous discussions, we can build mutual understanding and make informed decisions for the benefit of all. The distinguished participants here have the expertise and influence to shape events, drive positive changes, and contribute to a more secure and prosperous future. Despite the challenging geopolitical environment, our government has remained steadfast in upholding the principles of economic growth, social equality, security, and stability in Georgia. Our commitment to promoting a resilient and competitive economy has not only driven domestic growth, but also laid a strong foundation for expanding our international partnerships. One such remarkable partnership is with the United Arab Emirates, a country with which we share common interests and goals. Our aligned vision and mutual objectives provide the groundwork for a cooperation that strengthens our bilateral relations and contributes to global progress. Both Georgia and the UAE hold strategic positions as global crossroads. Georgia serves as a vital gateway between the East and the West, while the UAE plays a central role in connecting key global regions. This advantageous positioning has established both nations as crucial hubs for international trade, logistics, and global connectivity, driving the growth of our partnership and creating new opportunities for collaboration. A recent successful example of this partnership is the signing of a memorandum that envisions an unprecedented investment in Georgia, an investment of $6 billion. This investment will be implemented by Emar Group and Eagle Hills. Through effective governance and forward-looking policies, Georgia achieved remarkable economic growth with a 9.7% average growth rate in 2021-2023. According to preliminary estimates in 2024, economic growth reached 9.5% in Georgia. According to IMF projections, Georgia will ensure the fastest economic growth in the medium term among regional and European countries. Georgia's FDI to GDP ratio is one of the highest among peer countries and exceeds 6% on average in 2022-2024. The record figures were observed in the export of goods and international tourist receipts. In 2024, export of goods increased by 7.8% and amounted to $6.6 billion USD, while tourist revenues increased by 7.3% and amounted to a historic maximum of $4.4 billion USD. Additionally, Georgia has maintained one of the lowest inflation rates in the broader region, further showcasing its economic stability. The coexistence of low and stable inflation alongside robust economic growth could be attributed to improvements in productivity and potential GDP. Under our government, the country has made significant progress in creating a business-friendly environment and expanding economic opportunities. With a highly favorable trade framework, Georgia enables companies to access 2.3 billion consumers without facing customs or import tariffs. In the World Bank's Business Ready 2024, Georgia is in the top 3 among 50 countries, along with Singapore and Estonia. The purpose of the Be Ready rating is to quantitatively and qualitatively evaluate the business environment for the development of the private sector. According to the 2023 results of World Bank Enterprise Surveys, the business environment in Georgia is better in almost all aspects compared to both the world and Europe and Central Asia countries' average data. Additionally, Georgia remains the 3rd least tax-burdened country globally, according to the World Bank, with a rate of 9.9%. According to the Fraser Institute Economic Freedom of the World 2024, Georgia ranked 21st globally. Georgia is ahead of 19 EU member countries and is an unquestioned leader among all EU candidate countries and the wider region. According to Open Budget Survey conducted by the International Budget Partnership, Georgia is the 1st in the world in terms of budget transparency. Based on the investment policy assessment, Georgia was ranked for the first time in the FDI Regulatory Restrictiveness Index of OECD and additionally took the 8th position among the most open economies in the world in terms of attracting investments. Heritage Foundation Index of Economic Freedom 2024 ranks Georgia 19th in Europe, ahead of many EU countries and 7 EU candidate countries. According to the World Justice Project Rule of Law Index 2024, Georgia is ranked 1st in the region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. In the upper middle income countries, Georgia is in top 7 out of 41 countries. As to the Numbeo Crime Index 2024, Georgia ranks 8th in Europe and 20th in the world as one of the safest countries globally. Georgia can serve as a natural bridge on the one hand between Europe, the Middle East, and South Asia, and on the other hand to Central and East Asia. The international connectivity routes provide an opportunity for Georgia to become a major node and digital hub for Europe. and Asia. By sharing a border with the EU via the Black Sea, Georgia is the only link to develop data connectivity corridors in the short term between Europe and the Middle East and South Asia, as well as in the medium to long term between Europe and Central and East Asia. In line with these efforts, the Georgian government welcomes investments from the United Arab Emirates and the interests of major development and logistics companies in investing in Georgia. Abu Dhabi Ports Group has signed a memorandum of understanding partnering with Georgian stakeholders to develop a dry port in Tbilisi, leveraging its expertise in logistics and intermodal transportation. This initiative aims to transform Tbilisi into a strategic inland hub connecting Georgian ports on the Black Sea with broader regional trade networks. The peaceful and stable development of our country will continue, driven by our commitment to progress and resilience. The achievements outlined above highlight Georgia's potential to build a stronger, more dynamic, and forward-looking economy. The UAE stands as a remarkable example of economic success, a nation that has demonstrated innovation, resilience, and sustainable growth. Its progress serves as both an inspiration and a valuable model, reinforcing the idea that strategic vision and determination can drive lasting prosperity. Finally, I sincerely thank the organizers for making this summit possible. This is more than a gathering, it's a commitment to progress. With vision, determination, and unity, we will shape a stronger, more prosperous future. Thank you very much.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion is titled The Next Era of Aviation. This session is moderated by His Excellency Luis Felipe de Oliveira, the 5th Director General and CEO of ACI World. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a really pleasure to be back here in Dubai and, of course, to be back to the World Government Summit, especially because we have the opportunity here to talk about my passion, the aviation, and what is the next era for aviation. We came back from the worst crisis of the aviation sector in the world, and basically in 1 year, 2020, we lost 30 years of development of the industry. And I'm happy that in less than 4 years, we are able to recover and we are able to achieve the numbers of the passengers that surpass the numbers of 2019. And of course, we expect to double the size by 2042. Means the next year of aviation is very important for us. And I have an easy task today because I have 3 fantastic panelists with me. Mr. Salvatore Giacchitano, the president of ICAO Council. His Excellency is a great friend and great speaker as well, that you have a good opportunity to interact with him. Mr. Fred Lan, the chairman of Hong Kong International Airport. And Roberto Alvo, the CEO of LATAM Airlines. Let's start with Latin America. That's why, Roberto, Latin America holds a fantastic potential for growth in the aviation industry. It's a region that needs to be connected, both within the region and, of course, the region connect with the rest of the world. However, the region have significant challenges, including regulatory framework, competition, sustainability, cost, you name it. As a leading airline in Latin America and largest airline in the South Hemisphere, what challenges and opportunities do you foresee for the future of the aviation industry? Roberto, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Felipe. I think it's good to give just a little bit of context of Latin America from the aviation perspective. So it's a huge geography. If we take the tips of South America, the south and the north, it's more or less the same that flying from here, from Dubai to Ireland. So huge geography. And it has jungles, deserts, mountains in between. Unfortunately, the only means of moving around in such a large geography is aviation. We don't have the benefit of other means of transportation, like in Europe, fast trains, and actually roads are also difficult. So aviation plays a very important role in the development, in the economic development of the region. South America is still a very immature industry from an airline perspective. Today we have around 0.5 passengers per inhabitant. Just to compare, that's around a fifth or a sixth of what you see in developed economies. And most importantly, in many cases, citizens that live outside of the main cities require transportation from fulfilling some of their basic needs. So, for example, good medication, good hospitals, and so on. So it's an incredibly important industry in a huge part of the world that has very complex geographical challenges. The industry has tripled in the last 25 years, since the beginning of the century, but still has a ton of potential. I would say that the most difficult challenges we have is probably lack of good, sensitive public policy around how to develop the business faster. We have infrastructure that is not yet to the standards of developed countries. And we have a huge opportunity. Probably South America is the region of the world that will be able to produce sustainable aviation fuels in the most effective way. But today, unfortunately, we don't have still public policies that allow for the production of SAF in a manner that would attract the investment necessary for that development. So it's a great opportunity to be here and see how governments, particularly the UAE government, is tackling the challenge of putting itself into the future and the use of technology. I would love to see some of that activity in our region as well.
It's amazing because coming from Latin America and knowing certain of the difficulties that we face in the region, I always mention one point: to go from Bogota in Colombia to Medellin, that is the second biggest city, if you can take a flight, it's 1 hour. If you go to the alternative mode of transport, it's 10 hours at least, you know. And that is the reality that you face in the region. And of course, public policies that will help the development will be fantastic for sure. Thank you, Roberto. Let's go for the other side of the world, you know. I was able to see some remarkable developments in Hong Kong International Airport. And we can really see the vision of you, Fred, in terms of the architecture, these challenges to moving a city airport to an airport city and establish, of course, one of the most important cargo hubs in the world. This is the #1 cargo hub in the world and one of the 10 airports, busiest airports in the world as well. Could you share a little bit more about that vision that turns Hong Kong at is today, the current progress, and of course, what the future holds for the aviation industry?
Thank you, Felipe, for that kind introduction and for your invitation to this summit. I think to the Hong Kong International Airport, probably the most important development in recent years is the completion of our new runway expansion project. I'm very pleased to report that we are able to commission our 3-runway project last November, on time and within budget. This really is a very significant milestone for our airport's development. With the only 2 runways, our capacity really could only reach to about 75 million passengers per year. Now with this expansion, we are now able to expand it by 50%. So we're expecting perhaps in 10 years' time, we should be able to handle around 120 million passengers per year, and on top of 10 million tons of cargo. Felipe mentioned that we have been the world's largest cargo airport for many years now. And the figures have not come out yet, but I'm pretty confident that last year we had a very good year for cargo, so we should be able to continue to be the largest air cargo airport in the world. But, you know, to us, you know, developing an efficient and also an airport that can serve not only airport, but only Hong Kong, but our region is important. But to me, that's probably not the ultimate goal. We believe airport, if we do it well, is not just a transportation hub. It could be a destination in its own right. So a few years ago, we started to develop ourselves with other surrounding areas with other ideas, such as one of the biggest shopping malls in Hong Kong. We're also going to build and expand our convention and exhibition facilities. We are also in our plans going to build a marina that is going to be able to bring also more pleasure boats from around the region to the airport, so that we can actually develop both, apart from private jets, but also pleasure boats, which means then that they will be able to make multimodal connections too. Actually, for our airport, although Hong Kong has a population only 7.4 million, but right next to us, we have a much larger hinterland of over 86 million passengers. This is actually potential passengers. That's actually one of the richest regions in China. And so our airport really is not just an airport for Hong Kong, but an airport for southern part of China. And you know, for us, the challenge is how we able to make sure then that people across the border of Hong Kong can actually use our airport just as efficiently as the people in Hong Kong itself. So we are building a lot of infrastructure to reach out to our catchment area with bridges, ferries, and also city terminals. We are building 30 city terminals all over the southern part of China to making sure then that passengers that want to use the Hong Kong airport would find it totally frictionless, and they can use it just as easily as any airport within southern part of China itself. So a lot of work you know, in the making, but I think we are very confident about the future of our business, our industry. As you just mentioned, Felipe, that we expect the air passenger to continue to grow in the world, and most of this growth is probably going to be in the Asia-Pacific region. So, you know, our expansion project would just be the right thing to capture the future business.
And it's very interesting to see, like, I had the opportunity to be in the balcony of the office of Mr. Land to see these developments, and every time I go there, you see the things are really getting through. And you know, the most important is see how is the aviation sector can connect with the city and bring the opportunity to bring economic and social development. That's why we are an ecosystem that are very important for the economies, and I think Hong Kong is a good example. Now we need to organize a deal that we Latam started to fly to Hong Kong if the aircrafts allow that, you know, that we can opportunity to make a deal here. And the next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Salvatore Ciacchitano, and you are going to the global perspective now. ICAO recently celebrated the 80th anniversary, and under your leadership, the aviation sector has achieved the recovery and have a remarkable growth. Looking ahead to the future, that we anticipate will double the size in the next 20 years and go to 2.5 times in the next 30 years, what the next steps for ICAO to continue support and advance the aviation industry?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Philippe. Good afternoon to everybody. You actually introduced what I was going to say, in the sense that the recovery from COVID-19 is already there. We have reached in 2024 approximately the same traffic in terms of passengers of 2019, 4.6 billion passengers. And we celebrated, as you mentioned, the 80th anniversary, celebrating the past, but looking at the future. And with this celebration, we adopted the strategic plan, ICAO adopted the strategic plan 2026-2050, because we as an international organization, but all the aviation community, must be prepared to face the challenges of the growth of next years. You mentioned already some data. We'll move from 4.6 billion passengers now to approximately 12.5 billion in 2050. The traffic, the increase of traffic will not be numeric. There will be also a shift of traffic in regions, already mentioned partially. Asia Pacific will grow with a double rate, for example, than Europe. Middle East will grow with a triple rate than Europe. This will characterize a shift that is relevant. In this context, ICAO has adopted the strategic plan in the context of a shift of the scenario of civil aviation in next years. First, safety and security will have to remain paramount, it's clear. But the efforts must increase. You have seen also recent accident. That means that we cannot take statistics as such, and we cannot be complacent with safety and security. We have an aspirational goal to reach 0 fatalities by 2030. It's an aspirational goal. That means that we have to work all together, institutions and aviation industry, in this direction. Second, decarbonization, as has been already mentioned. We have a goal to reach net zero by 2050. We have already adopted the global framework for SAF deployment with an intermediate goal or initial goal of 5% CO2 emission reduction by 2030, thanks to the deployment of sustainable aviation fuels. Actually, this is a global framework that is pushing member states to adopt their own national policies. As mentioned by Roberto, actually, we are still waiting for Latin American countries to adopt their national policies, but we have already many states that have adopted the national policies, but we can discuss it further. So the second objective is to reach net zero with this increase of traffic, with this shift of traffic by 2050. Third, traffic increasing means difficulties to accommodate the traffic in the airports, in the airspace. So air transport must be seamless, effective, and reliable. That means that seamless means everything that will affect the passengers, from the experience in the airport, and the digitalization is one of the tools that already been introduced in many airports. Air navigation must be more efficient using more and more satellites and new technologies, mechanism. And the reliability is also related to accessibility. And accessibility means that we have not only increasing the number of passengers with reduced mobility, but we have more aged people traveling. And we have to accommodate those people that need to travel in a context of new opportunities for the aviation, but to give opportunity of accessibility. Last point that I want to mention is that given the shift of traffic and the status of development and implementation of standards is not really uniform, we must admit globally, we need to work more and more in the direction that no country should be left behind. Just today and tomorrow, there is in Abu Dhabi, our symposium on global implementation support. everybody of us must work, our member states must work in order that each country is on the same level of advancement of implementation of international standards, because traffic is global, is not national, is not local, and we need absolutely that no country is left behind.
It's amazing to see. I had the opportunity to spend almost 5 years very close to ICAO, and of course working very close with Mr. Salvatore and also the Secretary General, Mr. Juan Carlos, and I saw what the big change and the big challenges that the industry faces and how ICAO is tracking and supporting that. And of course, the points that you mentioned are not only for ICAO and for the governments, for all of us to work together, as the aviation is really an ecosystem that needs to be very well addressed. But you know, unfortunately, you don't have the full day to continue the discussions here, and I think we have very good inputs that come from our three panelists. And considering that the points that you mentioned here, and also the comments that comes from the other panelists, what is your key takeaway from the discussion we had here, that was a very short one, about the future of aviation? That's why we started now with Mr. Salvatore. Mr. Salvatore, please.
Thank you very much, Felipe. I would take the takeaway from the context of this World Government Summit, where the social dimension is one of the fundamental elements. And the development of transport will have to be sustainable, will have to be economically viable, and this is the reason why we talk about accessibility, not just in terms of persons with reduced mobility, but also affordability. But the third dimension is the social development of transport. And the social development requires a lot of efforts by member states, for example, show a new generation, next generation of aviation professionals to be attracted by aviation. The world changed. In the past, aviation was so attractive for young people that you needed to do nothing. Young people were so happy to join aviation. Now change. There are new sectors paying very well. So we need to work all together to grant that this development is supported by professionals. The second component of the social dimension is gender. Unfortunately, we must admit that aviation is not a champion on gender equality. The statistics are very bad. Our last statistic gives 5% of women at the professional level in aviation. That is not acceptable, so we have to make much more efforts. And the third one is the retention of professionals on the basis of the experience that we had on COVID-19. After COVID-19, we faced some crisis due to lack of human resources because companies reduced staff. We need to create conditions so that whatever will be next crisis, professionals that have been trained and there's been investments in creating them will be retained and not lost, as it happened with the COVID-19.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatore. Fred, what is your inputs?
My takeaway is there is tremendous desire for people, whether that's in Asia Pacific, in Middle East, or in Latin America, for people to travel, to be connected. Although I think probably the current geopolitics seems to be heading the other direction, but I think we should continue to promote openness, connectivity, and I think we should encourage governments to practice more open skies so that actually will make it easier for people in the different regions to be connected and to be able to make travel continue to be a pleasure for everyone.
Thank you, Fred. Roberto?
So transportation, no matter what the mode is, we don't think about this on a daily basis, but it's the backbone of every economy, whether it's land, sea, or air. And in the case of air, I think that we have tremendous opportunities, but incredible challenges. This is the industry that has the most difficult task in abating CO2 emissions. And if you ask me, if you go to 2050 and you look back, and you say what was the biggest challenge of the industry in the first half of the century, it will not be COVID. It will be the decarbonization of the industry. But that requires public policy. And I think that the thing I've been most impressed with this whole conference is the willingness of the government of the UAE of pushing forward governments and trying to put government and the work of governments at the level is necessary for the speed the world is moving. We lack this in Latin America, and I think that we need to push forward. I think we all have an important task in making sure that we can make that industry that I think is so important and that has so many people willing to travel and dream and fulfill dreams in general be able and be available. I think a lot about the challenges we have because the elements of having the opportunity to move people around and having them either go for work or experience are already there. How are we going to be able to make sure that this industry is carbon neutral? How are we going to be able to make this industry be even safer? How are we going to manage air traffic control with the advent of eVTOLs and electric taxis? Is a challenge. I think we need to focus on the challenges, but most importantly on public policy that will allow for this industry actually to have another jump ahead.
And if you see that we as an industry to grow, we need to grow as a sector. And when you analyze the airline and an airport is not the full part of the aviation ecosystem. You need to have the governments, you need to have the ground handlers, we need to have the hotels. And that group that is a kind of aviation ecosystem represents around 10% of the global economy. And you can imagine how much you can bring to the countries if you consider in the public policies the aviation sector as a key element for development and development of the people there, with use of technology, generating jobs, and of course, looking for a more sustainable world. I still have 1 minute to finish. That's why I would like to ask you the last question for you, that basically, if you need to resume the future, the next era of aviation in one word, what word do you use? And now I will put the pressure on Roberto first.
Freedom.
Amazing. Fred?
One word, you said one word.
Yeah.
Connectivity. Connectivity.
From my side, the collaboration or cooperation among states and the industry. Cooperation and collaboration.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have a big applause to Mr. Salvatore, Mr. Lan, and Mr. Alvo. Thank you very much for your attention and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
الحضور الكريم، كانت هذه آخر جلسة رئيسية لهذا اليوم. نشكركم على حضوركم القمة العالمية للحكومات 2025. سيتجدد لقاؤنا معكم غدا عند الساعة 9 صباحا.
Distinguished guests, this was the last plenary session for today. We thank you for your attendance and look forward to welcoming you tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the second day of the World Government Summit 2025.